This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
You can count on me. You're gonna have a good old Rob to talk you through all this.
TRRS Che, TRRS Che, TRRS Che.
You can count on me. You're gonna have a good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I was turned on by this sick individual.
Hello. Hello to check. Left flank vets, thank you for the raid. What's up, folks? What is up? It's me, Rob. Hello. Hey, smash the follow button. Smash the follow button if you want to be part of the chat. If you want to support me. Okay? I'm approaching 9K followers. So one thing you could do to help me out right at this exact moment, it's completely free of charge. Just simply smash the follow button. That's all. That's all you have to do. Is that so much to ask? Really? Is it really so much to ask that you press a little button? That's all I'm asking. What types of stuff do you do here? Well, I eat food, kind of like a mukbang thing. I dance and do karaoke. I drink energy drinks, and in fact, I have an energy drink right now. This one, I got the Ultra Zero Rosa, the pink one. I don't even know what flavor this is. Oh, it's grapefruit. It's like grapefruit, strawberry. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Yeah, eat noodles. Talk about the health benefits of aspartame. You know, that's pretty much it. Sometimes we talk about like imperialism and colonialism and capitalism and socialism and Stalinism and Hoxhaism, Titoism, a lot of isms. A lot of isms on here. What else? We kind of try to deprogram ourselves from the non-stop stream of propaganda that we're all inundated with from cradle to grave. If you live in America or Canada or really anywhere in like the West, we're just inundated with propaganda constantly. And what we try to do is take a little look at that and examine that and try and like poke little holes in that. I poke little holes in the propaganda that's being spoon-fed to us. It's mostly snacks and beverages, though. That's like one of the minor things. I got a really good sandwich to eat. Got a really good sandwich from the Italian place down the street from me. I got some rapini as well. Really enjoy they get a nice side of rapini with your sandwich or whatever. Very nice, very healthy, very tasty. Really good stuff. I'm gonna eat this sandwich, so I'm really hungry. Thanks again for smashing the follow button, and thanks again for joining. And thank you to Vote for Hefe for the 6 months of Prime, and thank you Hella Gay Jamie for the 14 months as well. Sorry to hear that you were also turned on by this sick on me. You're gonna have individual. A good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Rob, I know I do the talk to the streamer thing too much, but you are one of the few actual left Twitchers who makes great content. Thanks, G.
Slam Dunkins, thank you. That's so kind of you. Thank you for the 3 months tier 1. You don't need to apologize for the talk to the streamer thing. That's what the subbing and the text-to-speech is for. It's exactly for that. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. And yeah, folks, so this is my second all-day streamathon. As I mentioned yesterday, I took some unplanned and unscheduled time off of streaming to take care of my kid. It was his last couple of weeks of summer, and which actually got extended because the start of his school year got pushed back unexpectedly. So I missed a bunch of time streaming, so I'm kind of trying to get back to where I was. So doing some all-day streamathons, got 8 hours yesterday. I'll aim for about the same thing today. And trying to get the subs back up to where I was at previously, or just about there. So if you can today, folks, it's SLUBTEMBER. And so this is actually really interesting for new viewers, for people that came over from the Left Flank Vets raid. Now, the whole SLUBTEMBER thing, or Subtember, we call them slubs on here. That's one of the crazy things that we like to do on here. But this Subtember discount really does apply predominantly to new subs. So if you're just checking out the channel for the first time and you want to subscribe to this channel and get some of the very best emotes, and I'm not tooting my own horn, I'm not exaggerating, some of the very best emotes on the whole platform. If you want to subscribe to the channel just to get those emotes, it also really helps me out. And right now it's discounted. If you're a brand new subscriber, it's discounted. It's, I believe, 25% off. It's also discounted if you want to upgrade your tier 1 sub to a tier 2 or 3, or upgrade from 1 month to 3 month or 6 months. Huh? So if you're brand new in the chat for the first time, if you're just discovering the stream for the first time, please, if you can, if you want to, subscribe. It's discounted right now. You get a lot of emotes, you join a really wonderful community, and you help me out a lot. You really help me out a whole lot, and I would appreciate it a lot if people could do that. But if not, you know what? That's okay too. That's okay too. I'm not going to hard sell you. You just got here. I'm not going to hard sell you and start cracking the whip and yelling at people about subbing. Okay? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to save that for later. Once you're more comfortable. Sean is turned on to Rob. Now he's hard selling. There we go. I'm going to open this bad boy up. Tom Bombadil, Snick, thanks for the follow. I don't thank people for follows enough. I'm just rereading Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring right now, and I just got through the Tom Bombadil section. And you know what? I understand why it was cut from the film, the Peter Jackson film. I get it. It makes a lot of sense just to go right from the Shire to the chase, being chased by the Black Riders, to the Prancing Pony or whatever, but it was nice to go to and read the Tom Bombadil section again. I understand why the Hey Doll, Mary Doll stuff didn't make it into the movie. You know, I get it. Chin chin. The audiobook where he sings the Tom Bombadil lines is great. I've never read that. I wonder if they're doing this kind of new remake, they've got to have Tom Bombadil in there, right? My hair's getting really outrageous. I don't even know what flavor this is. Like, I couldn't, if you asked me to identify like a fruit or something that this is the flavor of, couldn't do it. Is it okay if you watch Rings of Power before any other Rings IP? I don't know. I didn't make it all the way through Rings of Power. It was beautiful to look at. I didn't hate it, but it didn't really grab me or didn't really compel me to finish the whole thing. I have like 3 episodes left. Because I'm wondering, there's like some kind of character in Rings of Power that like falls to Earth in a comet or something, and he's like this He's like this older, tall guy, and you're wondering who it is. Is it Gandalf? Like, is it Sauron? Who is it? I thought maybe it could be Tom Bombadil. Is that a possibility? I don't know. I'm really going rapid fire here to get us started. Here's my sandwich. That's really good. That is really good. It's a Cubano sandwich from the Italian place, so I think we determined last time that I ate this sandwich that it wasn't a real Cubano. I don't even remember what's on it, but it is. I'll tell you it's good, though. I will tell you that much. I love how I'm so old I said the new ones about the Hobbit movies. You know what? I still think that counts. I still think that counts. It's still new. I just remember being so disappointed with that. Which is funny because I saw a lot of people complaining. You make fun of the Hobbit and they talk about the first 45 minutes with all the singing and like the whole like unexpected party thing. But like, that's the Hobbit though. That's the only part of that whole trilogy of films, of 3-hour films, that felt like an actual adaptation of the book The Hobbit. The rest of it felt like this very cynical attempt to cash in on just making another Lord of the Rings trilogy, which is not what The Hobbit should have been. That's not, if you wanted to make a new Lord of the Rings trilogy, you should have just done something else. That's not what The Hobbit is. Something was really lost because originally Guillermo del Toro was supposed to adapt that. And I think a Hobbit live action movie directed by Guillermo del Toro with him shepherding all the production and the production design elements, that would have been fantastic. So what are we doing, folks? What are we doing today? Yesterday was a big day. It was a big day on here. Who knows what wonders today will bring? At least we got the Haunting Dwarf song for sure. That's so good. It was cool when I read that book to my son too. I was able to do the song and everything. Hopefully another karaoke. If we make it to 50 subs, we'll see. We'll see. I was actually a little disappointed because my Jimmy Buffett karaoke from yesterday got muted. I don't understand how Twitch works with the copyright stuff. You know what? I think I think my rendition was just too faithful. It was too faithful to the original that the like copyright detection algorithm couldn't determine whether I was playing the song or just singing along to something. I think that must be it. Because honestly, I felt pretty good about it. I wanted to watch it back after to see if it was good. I felt pretty good about that performance, folks. It was right in my register. Oh. Thank you, Red Wizard. Is Rings of Power worth finishing, though? Like, we started talking about Rings of Power. I honestly, like, wanted to watch it. You know what my problem is? I fell asleep in, like, every single episode. It was more like Rings of Boredom for me. I just wanted to watch it just to, like, see what it was about. Again, it looked fantastic. The visuals were incredible. They really did spend a lot of money to bring this to the screen. I really tried. Excuse me. I really tried to get into it. I really tried, and it just didn't happen. Dave, you're moving. Good luck on that. I hate moving. Did you find any cars in that abandoned city? I pop in from time to time and see you driving each time. As soon as you get out of your car, everyone mysteriously appears. When you're driving around, I guess my computer can't handle animating in all the vehicles or whatever. Like everything Amazon puts out, it's high on spectacle, low on substance. Visually one of the most breathtaking shows out, but the plot and acting is a bit of a mess. Pretty comprehensive review. I've liked a few shows that Amazon's done. I really liked, actually, the Amazon Reacher show. Like, I really enjoyed that, and I'm looking forward to that. On that note, too, there's the second season of Wheel of Time is starting as well. I didn't hate the first season of that. I kind of liked The Boys, but didn't keep up with it. Reacher was great. I love rich people getting beaten to a pulp. I mean, obviously ACAB includes Reacher as well, but he's an enjoyable character. I love a big hulking brute. Love a big hulking brute that beats the shit out of people and solves mysteries. You know, I enjoy Tom Cruise as an actor as well, but that was always such a weird casting move to make a Reacher movie with Tom Cruise and take away all the thing about him being like 6'5" and 250 pounds. That was always a strange decision to me. I watched The Flash on Max. I don't know how you watched it in the theater. The Flash is pretty bad. It was pretty bad. I don't know. My kid liked it, so I watched it in the theater because he enjoyed it, but what a weird ending, like the weird ending to that whole DC saga, like the Ben Affleck, Henry Cavill, Zack Snyder, Justice League, DC era. And it ends in this bizarre sequence of Ezra Miller seeing George Clooney as Batman, and then his tooth falling out in this weird, like, uncanny valley CGI, unsettling CGI effect. And that's just the end of the whole saga. That's the whole end of their big multi-billion-dollar saga that they're retconning away now. Pretty amazing stuff. I would have walked out after the baby scene. I mean, it's just bizarre. There's so many just bizarre decisions that were made in that movie. Like, you're trying to make this big comic book movie, and there's just these weird moments. Like the baby in the microwave at the beginning. Yeah, then CGI Nicolas Cage fighting the big spider. That was kind of cool. That whole sequence, though, with the whole, like, multiverse thing with the Flash running and you see all the different CGI, like, it was weird. It was just bizarre. Yeah, Carrier Wave, honestly, it's worth a watch just to marvel at. Oh. It's honestly worth a watch, though, because it's just a mess. It's kind of entertaining at some points, though. Yeah, the demonic CG necromancy. It's a good way of looking at it. It's strange. There's some really strange decisions in this movie. I mean, the whole idea of, like, having it star two Ezra Millers as well. It's just weird. It's just a weird movie, honestly. And it just looks bad, too. I mean, there's the whole big, final, huge action sequence. And I don't know, it just doesn't look much better than TV. On that note, though, on the DC note, this is one thing that I meant to talk about and I hadn't gotten a chance to get into yet, but a couple weeks ago, I did see as well, because I see all the kids' movies, right? I see all the superhero movies and the kids' movies because of my son. So a few weeks ago, I did see Blue Beetle as well, which I actually quite liked. I think it probably, the budget was way too high for what it was. To me, Blue Beetle, you don't want to spend more than, if I'm a Hollywood executive, you don't want to spend more than like $80 million on Blue Beetle. I think you should, there's no reason why you can't turn in a Blue Beetle movie with that kind of a budget. Like, why does it need to be $200 million or whatever it is? Yeah, it was supposed to be Flashpoint, exactly. But it was like, I think that's a story that you can have when you're invested in the character, not as the first and final movie in the franchise.
And Blue Beetle's so good. Yes.
Thank you, Squatch, for 29 months of Tier 2. Very much appreciated, Squatch. Thank you. I hope you're doing good. Blue Beetle was not bad, though. It had a fun, well-cast, working class Latin American family at the heart of it. The effects were pretty good. The score was pretty good. I mean, the effects were fine. It felt a little bit like TV to me. That's why I thought it was a little silly that the budget was so high. But Susan Sarandon is in it. She's chewing up scenery, and she's fantastic as always. Yeah, it's fun. It was fun. I think that was the main thing about it. And also had some decent politics for a comic book movie. The whole bad guy in the film is this Guatemalan fascist death squad guy that they explicitly say that was like, oh yeah, he was part of the School of the Americas in after coming from Guatemala. He's like this, and she specifically says like he trained in our anti-communist programs at the School of the Americas, like explicitly mentions that as the bad guy. He gets a bit of a redemptive moment at the end when you discover that he was like a child soldier or whatever, but that element was pretty cool. And like there's the whole like the Blue Beetle's family, and he has this like grandma character, like, you know, his abuela or abuelita. I don't remember the exact term in Spanish. And you don't really hear from her much for the first half of the movie. And then when shit starts to get bad and the family's in jeopardy, all of a sudden she reveals herself to be this like revolutionary, and she lets her hair down in the braids. And there's all these allusions to her revolutionary past. And like, I don't know if they ever specifically said where the family's from, if it's Guatemala or El Salvador or Nicaragua or what. I don't know if they ever really mentioned that. But she's basically explicitly abuela's grandmother, abuelito's grandson. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm talking about Blue Beetle. And there's actually a very funny moment in Blue Beetle where at one point near the end, like the whole family is involved in this big like adventure heist action sequence or whatever. And the grandma has these like futuristic, the abuela has all these futuristic weapons, and she encounters this big room full of corpos, and just like unloads on all of them. And she's like, death to the imperialists. She's screaming as she uses these like laser guns to shoot all these corpos. And I that popped me. That popped me. I had a solid laugh at that in the theater. And then, which is something that's a little bit more interesting than you usually see in terms of the politics of these comic book movies, you know? Where you have the Avengers that are basically like this like fascist, unelected arm of the state just going in and killing whoever they need to.
Happy Sunday. Keep being cool, everyone.
Thank you, NV Adams. One entire year of Tier 1 from NV Adams. Keep being cool as well, and enjoy the 1 year sub badge. So that popped me, and I enjoyed Blue Beetle. It's pretty good. I think from what James Gunn is saying, that's gonna like still continue to be part of the DC universe going forward. Who knows whether James Gunn's going to be able to do a good job with that? I don't know. I've generally liked a lot of his work in the past, soured on him a little over the last couple of years. But I found it way more enjoyable and fun than The Flash, which was like had a way higher budget and was way bigger Hollywood stars and made a bigger splash. Blue Beetle was quite fun though. I actually did like it. The score was quite cool too. It had like it has kind of like a synth-wavy aesthetic to the score. I was into it. Big Blue Beetle head over here. I did not know abuelita is a beverage, no. When has it been blue pilled? Maybe not needing to go that far. I don't know. I'm not so sure about that. It's Beatlemania moment. That's right. The cinnamon hot chocolate. That sounds nice. Yeah, I think we'll see the character again. I don't know if they'll get a sequel. I think it was a bit of a flop. Like I said, the budget for a Blue Beetle film, you got to keep that under $100 million. You know? I think possibly the Hollywood strike had something to do with the lackluster numbers, but I hope he sticks around the universe, though, because I dug the aesthetic of the movie. I liked the family. Like I said, politically, it was a little bit more interesting than a lot of these other movies. I dug it. The sandwich is just tremendous. I don't know about this Blue Beetle, but I'm happy to be here, RN. Well, Carmine Sandwich, I'm just enjoying a delicious sandwich right now. I'm happy to have you here as well. The username checks out. It's got the kid from the Karate Kid sequel show, Cobra Kai. I actually haven't watched that, so I'm not sure. But it sounds like you know what you're talking about, Squatch, so I'm going to go ahead and say yes. He's in that. I got another movie I want to talk about in just a moment. Just bear with me here. Finishing my lunch. Can you settle an argument? Which t-shirt is more cringe? The dark Brandon Biden one or the new Trump never surrender mugshot one? I gotta say the dark Brandon. I think the way that, like, these, like, online liberal shit posters willed the Dark Brandon thing into existence, and the way that now the campaign is actually, like, using it, makes it incredibly cringe. Say what you want about Trump, like, you know, I saw people trying to do this thing where it's like, oh, he's saying never surrender while showing the mugshot of him surrendering, but, like, he's still running for president, like, while this shit is going on. I can see why they're embracing it. The Dark Brandon thing is so cringe. And I'll cop to finding it kind of funny at first. The whole idea of Dark Brandon originally was... It was funny because it was a total not accurate, not reflected in reality version of, like, what Biden is, you know? That's the whole reason that it's funny. It's because it was completely untethered from reality. You know? And then they're like, no, Jack, I am Dark Brandon. Because I passed the, like, the Inflation Reduction Act. We're drilling in the Arctic for more oil, Jack, or whatever it is. Like, come on. Yeah, we were making memes to reflect the insane memes Trumpsters make. I had a lot of fun. Yeah, I agree. And, like, most of the people that were participating in that weren't doing it because they actually thought Biden was, like, cool or based or whatever. And now they're totally embracing it. And all these, like, liberal shitposter guys, Brandon bros, willed it into existence. So I think that's way more cringe. Yeah. Malarkey Leninist. There's got to be, like, at most 50 people that make pro-Biden memes. I don't know, because now there's, like, all these, like, Vosh people and everything, and they're all, like, into this shit now, so. Branderites. Oh, my. Oh, my. Liberal shit poster. That's quite a combo. Can you imagine? Well, I do think there's a lot of, like, of these people that kind of like worked themselves into a shoot, that have now just like come around to just supporting Biden, despite maybe at one point being not enthusiastic about him. Branderites is very good. I like that a lot. They keep pointing at things Biden is doing now that's admittedly better than I expected, but that's with the bar being underground. Yeah. And yeah, it depends on what. I mean, I guess there's a few things you can point to, but overall, it's been a huge disappointment. I mean, they didn't pass their central campaign program that they deliberately campaigned on that was named after their campaign, which they failed to pass. So that, to me, is like, you know, probably a central part of like the where you're going to talk about what he's accomplished. I think not passing the signature piece of legislation is probably should be up there. They gave a handful of people $10K in student debt relief. There's like I talked about, there's stuff in that infrastructure bill that admit, like, while they're also like opening up new avenues for drilling and like doing all this bad shit, they're also like trying to bring manufacturing back to these red states and luring these companies to build plants in these places with like tax breaks, building plants for EV batteries or solar panels and things like that. That's going to be like, that's going to be at least somewhat of an effort to reindustrialize some of these areas. You know, there's going to be some economic stimulus that comes from that. You know, it's not, there's things you can point to, but yeah, allowed more people to die from COVID than Trump and managed to start World War III, or at least kept it going. Yeah, I mean, the nonstop arming of Ukraine, the nonstop antagonization of China, none of which has improved, like still antagonizing Iran, still antagonizing Cuba, like didn't even go back to the Obama stance on some of these foreign policy issues, you know. And people are like, oh, dark Brandon, and then lecturing people about like how great everything is, you know. If you actually look at the numbers here, you'll see that like these working class communities are making $1,000 more than they were 10 years ago or something. But it's like, how much more is rent? How much more is groceries? How much more is the planet on the verge of like total ecosystem collapse? Like, how much larger are the tent cities in like every major American city? The people just living in squalor and despair right in the street. How many more people are being killed by police than were being killed previously? You know? It's like, and we're really going to be like, no, actually everything's great. And if you don't think everything's great, well, you're wrong. You're mistaken. If you're saying your life is harder now, I'm sorry, but you've become a victim of propaganda. Let's look at the life expectancy graph. That's the amazing thing about the whole thing about like we should be tying the retirement age to life expectancy. And it's like, okay, so should it be going down? Should the retirement age be going down then, similarly to what the life expectancy numbers are? Has the celebrity election machine wound up yet? Can't wait for Hamilton whine that he has to care about politics again. Well, he never stopped now because he's been pure like a Ukraine guy. Honestly, I was homeless at the beginning of the Biden administration, and now I have a government contract job for 2 years, gotten my career back on track, and upgraded my living situation 3 times back to finally something resembling good. Well, you know what? I'm happy to hear that. I think that's fantastic. And I don't doubt that there are some people that have been had their material conditions improved over the last couple of years. I'm just not convinced that that represents a sizable enough number of people that you can really like point to these reforms as having had this kind of widespread effect. So yeah, Hamill never gave up on politics because he was talking about Ukraine this whole time. He's a big Ukraine guy now. But one thing they've been pulling out the shaming early. They're vote shaming people early. They're vote shaming before any of the primaries have started or any of the debates or anything has happened. They're already shaming people for not being enthusiastic enough about Democrats and possibly supporting Cornel West. Even Bernie and the squad types are not immune from that as well, or even some of our progressive YouTubers and Twitch streamers here in the independent media space, even them as well, shaming people for supporting Cornel West. That seems like it started early, right? Still another 14 months. 14 months to go. People are already shaming people about their lack of enthusiasm. It's probably not the prevailing direction, but it's not all bad. And if Trump gets in, all those government jobs are gone. Yeah, and I don't think anyone here would think that Trump or any other reactionary is going to be better for these issues. I think that's kind of the whole point of criticizing liberals and people like Justin Trudeau or Joe Biden, is that they empower these reactionaries by not going hard enough. And then, of course, trying to lecture people and shame people into voting for them rather than admitting that things haven't gone as planned entirely or really fighting for a bold progressive agenda, If Donald Trump does win, or whoever, if Trump still is able to run, which I still think looks like it's going to happen, if he does win, that's the whole thing. It's not going to be because of it's not going to be because of people like me talking about Biden's failings. It's not going to be because of Cornel West. It's not going to be because of Russia or China or Iran or anyone. It's because they didn't deliver. And if they delivered a little bit, I'm great to hear it, but they didn't deliver enough. And if they lose, that's going to be why. I mean, people are saying, Brandon rolled back all these really transformative economic policies that were put in place. The child tax credit, the extended unemployment benefits, rolled all those back for a lot of people, kicking people off SNAP benefits, restarting student loan payments. These are all completely unforced errors. And if they lose, that's going to be why. And not only rolled back all these benefits that were put in place because of COVID, but completely gave up on having any kind of public health measures to combat the spread of COVID in the first place. Oh, me too, Johnny. I know that the primaries have already begun, but all that is dependent on the trial that would be live streamed, which I, for one, am excited for in the most depraved way possible. Me too. I'm going to watch all that. I'm going to roll around in the slop and the muck with all of you when that trial starts. Don't get me wrong. Will libs say the election is invalid? I'm sure they will. Yeah, they always say it's invalid. Just they concede the election and they have faith in these institutions. You think Democrats even understand that they lose because people stay home? I can't remember if that's ever been acknowledged by the leadership at any point. No, they never acknowledge that. It's always someone else's fault. It's Jill Stein's fault. It's Putin's fault. It's Cornel West's fault. It's Bernie's fault. It's Chapo Trap House's fault. Whatever it is, It's Ralph Nader's fault, of course, which they still are holding on to this day. These fucking liberals and Democrats, they like George W. Bush more than they like Ralph Nader. Susan Sarandon. It's Susan Sarandon's fault. It's Ralph Nader's fault that George W. Bush won. By the way, George W. Bush, oh yeah, he's good. I like him now. He's good, but Ralph Nader is bad because he helped George W. Bush. That's what these people believe. It's that damn Joe Lieberman. If they should have blamed, after 2000, they should have blamed Lieberman more than they blamed fucking Ralph Nader. I mean, even though the ticket in 2000 was Gore and Lieberman, they still won the election. They still actually won the election, and it was actually stolen. And they just let it happen. Because to get mad about it would have been too, like, uncouth. It would have been too uncouth to complain about too much about the literally stolen election that happened. You got to keep those norms. You got to keep the norms in place. I remember that was one of the really surreal things about Fahrenheit 9/11, the Michael Moore movie, which I still really love. I would actually I would love to watch it again. But the footage of like that night and like the summer, the weeks afterwards when they were trying to contest the election results in the Senate, and Al Gore was the president of the Senate, like shutting down the people complaining about his election being stolen. That's liberalism to me. That's liberalism. It's like, no, it's too uncivil for you to complain on my behalf that I've had the election stolen. I got into a bar fight over that election. I love to hear it. Now Libs say an election can't be stolen right after they said Hillary's election was stolen. Yeah. Of course. So I don't know. I've talked to a lot of people recently because on our podcast, the Insurgents podcast. Hey, Lassie, what's up? On the Insurgents podcast, you know, we talk about this kind of stuff more often, and I've talked to a bunch of people there that are pretty optimistic that Biden's not going to have any problem. But I don't know. It's like, given the history of like everything of America over the last couple of decades, I don't understand, no matter what the poll numbers say or what's going on with Trump's legal problems, I would not feel confident if I was a liberal or a Democrat going into that election. I really would not. And I've talked to a number of people that I like and respect that are like, no, I think it should be no problem for Biden. It's like, I don't know. I don't know about that. The same people who think Ukraine is winning. Yeah. When people feel confident about an election, that's when we should be concerned. Been here before. Yeah, I think I've given up on the prediction game when it comes to U.S. elections. I'm not going to be making any predictions. And like we were talking about yesterday, I'm going to be covering this stuff and paying attention to it. I'm planning on going to the DNC and the RNC next year to cover all this wacky circus sideshow bullshit, but I will not be making any predictions. I believe the capitalists will win. I think one wing of the capitalist party will win in the good old US of A. Yeah, I would not be very confident about Brandon's possibilities. We will see, though. Unless they actually put him in prison, which won't happen. My money is on Trump. Sucks either way. Trump could even win from prison too. Like that's. I still think that he could. I will not believe that Trump's going to lose until it actually happens. Kind of in the same vein, you think we're finally going to get that federal election in Canada soon? Because they've been ramping that up for the last 5 years. Well, it hasn't even been 5 years since the last election, but I think if you look at the polling numbers right now, you have probably Justin Trudeau and Jagmeet Singh are doing everything in their power, going to do everything in their power to prevent an election from happening before one gets triggered in I think 2 years or so. Because if the election was held right now, I think it would be a complete rout. I think it would be a complete rout. It looks like we're in Polyev country now, that's going to be fun. That's going to be fun as well. Yes, the NDP is going to crash and burn. I think maybe after 7 years, it's going to be revealed that the Jagmeet Singh experiment has not worked out with the NDP, considering they have failed to gain any ground whatsoever, despite all the huge opportunities that there's been over the last 5 years to organize around all these various different subjects, whether it's housing, whether it's the opioid epidemic, whether it's COVID, whether it's indigenous rights. The NDP have not moved the needle at all in 5 years in both polling numbers or seats, which they've lost. Canada's like consistently 5 to 10 years behind the USA. We're due for our Trump moment. And that's just the funniest thing though, right? Carrier wave is that our Trump moment is going to be this fucking dork, Pierre Poilievre, who's cosplaying as this like man of the people, this political outsider, this guy who's been this conservative, like been part of like the conservative political operative universe now since like he was 19 years old or something obscene like that. If you're into conservative politics when you're 19, I think you should be locked up. No trial, no jury. If you're joining like campus conservative groups in college, jail immediately. And this guy is going to pretend to be some kind of like populist man of the people. Like, it's just absurd. What a silly country. What an absolutely ridiculous country this is. 50 years, no trials. No, you're going to go to a camp where you're going to lay down railroad tracks, or you're going to like, you know, do something useful, plant trees. You're going to spend your days actually contributing to society. Maybe you get to run a work release program to work in like a grocery store or something like that. Something that's actually valuable to society, valuable to the fabric of our society. You're going to farm soybeans or something, anything like that. You know? Jagmeet allowing right-wing reactionaries like Poilievre to take the working class mantle is pathetic. It is pathetic. Like, it's beyond pathetic. It is beyond pathetic. We're possibly dumber than Americans. Maybe. I wouldn't rule it out. I mean, a lot of the most vile conservative commentators that go to America are from Canada in the first place. You guys have a politician named Jagmeet. Yeah, Jagmeet Singh. Jagmeet critiquing Trudeau from the right for not being imperialist enough. Why isn't Canada part of AUKUS? Why isn't Canada part of AUKUS? Can I let you in actually on a rumor that I heard about the whole NDP and Liberal alliance? I'm not going to name any names, okay? As you know, folks, I am a serious journalist. I do have a couple of connections. I do have some sources, some people that have these kinds of connections, okay? I'm not making this up. What I heard, though, was that when it came to this whole deal that the NDP made with the Liberals, it came down to, and I'm not making this up. This is very real. I'm not being facetious. It came down to a phone call between Trudeau and Jagmeet Singh. Trudeau called him up and was like, "Listen, I know you just want to hang out in Mississauga," because Jagmeet's never like in his actual riding, and he wants to just hang out in Mississauga and like hang out with his family there. And Trudeau was like, "I know you just had a baby. I know you just want to hang out there. Listen, you support the government, and we're not going to hit you on that anymore. And we'll just like leave you alone pretty much if you just support the government and prop us up for the next 5 years." That's basically what it came down to. No deal about pharmacare or dental care or anything like that. It was literally Trudeau being like, "Come on, man. Come on." You just had a baby. We'll leave you alone. We'll let you hang out in Mississauga. We won't hit you on that. We won't criticize you for it. That was the thing that tipped the scales that led to this NDP propping up this Liberal government. The perfect phone call. There was one perfect phone call. That is a real exclusive tip that I'm giving you right now. A real exclusive story. A rumor that I heard from someone that has genuine connections that would know these things. Jugmeats fell into the Trudeau ASMR powers. Seriously. And it's sad, you know, I was having a conversation about this the other day, and it's like, people are trying to kind of spin this in a positive way and be like, yeah, Poilievre's probably going to win the next election, but then Jugmeat will be gone, and maybe we'll get a Matthew Green leadership in NDP. Matthew Green, who's like a progressive guy in Hamilton. Then that's pretty much the best case scenario for the NDP. Maybe we'll get Matthew Green as the leader, and maybe they'll like win 5 more seats, and that's basically all we can really hope for if you're anything resembling on the left in Canada. Matthew Green, I've seen people who I like personally, and I've talked to before, and is a nice guy that does have some pretty good values, and who's also been totally gung-ho about funneling money to Ukraine, and I've seen him literally calling people tankies on Twitter. That's our best case scenario for the left in Canada. Maybe the NDP can be still the third party, but under Matthew Green with some slightly better values and ideas, and maybe win 5 to 10 more seats. Good. Good. That sounds great. That's our best case scenario out of a Poilievre victory, which is what we're heading to right now. Like, even people that like the NDP still have no illusions that they're going to actually win. You know what I mean? They still don't actually think that. But they're like, maybe it will be slightly better. Maybe they'll be slightly less embarrassing. And it's like, man. Yeah, Joel Harden is cool. I criticize the NDP a lot. There's people in the NDP, both members of parliament and activists within the party that I like a lot. You know? Now with Jeremy Abel single-handedly sabotaging them, I know. He just can't stop. He can't stop doing it. Jeremy Appel he gets fired from the CBC and he's single-handedly destroying the NDP, sabotaging them. The whole thing about the Trudeau and Singh phone call, though, that's a real legitimate rumor that I heard that I happen to believe, which I'm passing on to you. And that's some of the things you get when you follow this channel. You get these kinds of insider stories. Because I'm a serious journalist that has serious connections. I'm going to keep mentioning this today. I think I got a sub goal today. I'm going to try and get back to 50 subs today. Which I think might be slightly more difficult than it was yesterday, but I'm going to work on it. I'm going to be here till 9 p.m. tonight. So I'm hoping to get to the 50 sub mark, which will trigger another karaoke goal, by the way. Just saying. I'm also very close. I'm 50 followers away from 9K. 50 followers away. So I'm just going to keep reminding people, if you're new to the channel, if you're watching for the first time, if you're not following, please just hit the follow button. I got 50 followers to go and I'm going to be at 9K. That's pretty exciting. Hang on one moment. I'm just going to get something else to drink. I'll be right back. Hello, Larry. What's up? Sorry, one more second. I think the thing that's the thing for me though that's really just discouraging about when you talk about, you know, politics in Canada or really anywhere, like in the West, for people that are progressive, leftist, socialist, however you want to label themselves, is how thoroughly I think a lot of people, or most people really, in this kind of community have just kind of given up on the idea of winning. Like, the idea of us winning is just not really a thing that's ever really discussed. And it's all just this kind of like, well, maybe, you know, maybe we'll pick up a few more seats and maybe we'll be able to squeeze a few drops of concessions from the managerial class and the capitalist class. You know, maybe we'll be slightly less embarrassing. The idea of winning, though, people have just completely given up on this idea. You know, they're just like, it's not going to happen. It's not ever going to happen. As I've said before, you know, I would like to win. It'd take civil unrest like the Floyd protests to get another shot at meaningfully changing anything. But even that, though, has to be organized, right? I think we saw those George Floyd protests were such an example of the ways that even this mass protest movement can be absorbed, all the energy can be absorbed by the liberal ruling class, all the radicalism of it gets snuffed out. Everyone that's actually making meaningful demands gets demonized, and these movements aren't properly organized, and it's just like the Kwame Ture quote, right? It's this huge mobilization, but it's not organized, and without the organization, it doesn't lead to anything. And the Red Stark Hero, I mean, the labor movement is the way we're seeing that right now with the strike waves that are going on. That's the thing that makes me feel a lot more hopeful. You know? That's how I've been trying to repeat that over and over so we don't ever think like we're being black-pilled or doom-pilled or defeatist, right? We're seeing that that's where a mass mobilization of people...
Old Rob to talk you through all this.
Just say you are winning and that you have tiger blood. Worked for Charlie Estevez or Sheen or whatever his name was.
Thank you, King Window, for the 34 months in Tier 1 and for all the support you've shown the channel. Remember that? Winning. Winning. That was fun for like 6 weeks, 10 years ago. Yeah, but we're seeing how that mass mobilization without the organization doesn't actually lead to anything good happening. I was there, you know? But what are you doing now? That's the question. And I think this is a good point as well, Larry. Like, it's the labor movement, and it's First Nations and Indigenous and colonized people have to be leading the way on that as well. But like a mass movement that's just a nightly protest that get assaulted by the police and then get absorbed by the state. I mean, that doesn't mean anything. But a mass movement that's organized, that jams up the gears of the money printing machine. Right? We can stop, if we can have a mass movement that stops the money printing machine, then we have something. Then we have something to work with. This is an interesting strategy, Johnny. of running as unhinged conservatives and then going mask off after the election. That's interesting. Hello, Brian. What's up? How's your stream last night? But within your union, how many people are actually chuds? I mean, there's a reason that all these labor unions were purged of socialists years ago, you know? There's a specific reason for that. There's a specific reason academia and the climate movement were all purged of these kind of like socialists, and why anti-communism has been such an effective propaganda strategy to completely hamper the ability of any of these movements to organize around these kind of class issues and actually meaningfully extract concessions from people. But we are starting to see a lot more labor militancy right now. I saw the UWA? The president of the UWA out there, who they're on the verge of striking as well, out there on a big TV broadcast saying, like, I don't believe that billionaires have the right to exist. You know? Or the UPS leadership, the militant UPS leadership that led to a new contract for UPS workers. We are seeing an increase in this kind of labor militancy and the solidarity between the different labor organizations. You got to kick cops out of the labor unions, though. That seems to be a big thing as well. Like, what are cops doing in the labor unions? Cops are not workers. Cops are literally working for the capitalist class to prevent workers from winning gains. Well, I think you should kick cocks as well. You should kick cops out of the labor movement and kick their cocks also. And then you can go kick rocks if you don't like it. Kip Cox, new Republican candidate, just dropped. That does sound good. That sounds like a young conservative, like Turning Point USA guy.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Kick the cocks of cops. You heard it here, folks.
Thank you, Dimitri. That was just, I misspoke, okay? I would never suggest that anyone kick the cocks of cops. That was purely like a situation where I misspoke, and I regret it, and I'm sorry. I'm getting real caffeinated up here. Is cock kicking the new milkshaking? I think it should at least be held on the same level. Hello, I'm Kip Cox of the Chicken Kicking Society Kick Cox, and I'm serving a 5-year sentence because I kick cops. That's right. It's like M&M's over here with all the rhymes going on now. The stuff about Rojava and the YPG is kind of interesting. I don't want to get too into that. It certainly a little bit feels like that's been a central element of the United States occupying a big part of Syria. By kind of supporting that struggle. Doesn't it kind of feel that way a little bit? That's been a way for the U.S. to kind of like increase their control of territory and influence in Syria. It certainly seems that that's been the result, no matter what the intentions were. But anyway. Don't need to get too deep into that whole subject. Excuse me. That whole crazy thing. Instead of tearing chat apart limb from limb, let's lick an egg. I still have people talking about that sometimes. The egg licking incident, which was totally okay to do. It was a perfect egg licking. And I did not get sick. I had no health consequences whatsoever. And I'm still being attacked for this on different social networks. By certain members of their communities and their wives and or girlfriends. Is still bringing this up later. When can we get Rob to consume a raw egg? How many subs to eat a raw egg? I mean, 50 is the karaoke. I think I would have to say 100 for that. You know? I think I would have to say 100 subs for consuming a raw egg. How bad can that be? I see people doing that in movies all the time, right? When they want that shot of protein or whatever. That can't be that bad, can it? Sly did it all the time, exactly. Look at our boy Rob, stronger than ever. Some say me,
to mark up the
made him even
size
more
of the
powerful.
account.
There we go.
Look at our boy Rob, stronger than ever. Some say, me, that it made him more powerful.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you for the 300 friend coin. A raw egg is fine. It's used in dressings and stuff. See, it's used in dressings. Not a big deal. I guess with the actual shell, that's where that's possible contamination that's going on. Apparently. Which obviously didn't affect me. Because I have a strong digestive system. And I'm just, I'm mentally strong. Mentally powerful. Hang on one second, I just gotta blow my nose. Got a little sniffle. Hello. Sorry. So yeah, I think I feel pretty comfortable saying that if I double up on this sub goal today, which I'm a little leery about even making it to the sub goal, so I'm not super confident about doubling up on it. If I do, at some point in the next 8 hours, cross the 100 sub territory, I will consume a raw egg. That's my promise to you. That's my promise to the chat. And at 50 subs, I will sing a little song. So that's the kind of content that you could be in for, possibly. Possibly. While you eat the egg. So another movie, we did a little bit of movie chat before, and then we talked a little bit about, like, we got into sort of the political territory. A raw egg like Rocky Balboa, exactly. Another movie I saw the other day was the new Indiana Jones movie. I wanted to go see it in the theater, but I never got a chance to. And it was kind of a flop, so I think it's already out of the theater. And it's weird, like I didn't totally hate it. I really don't think they needed to make any more of these films. I think probably just leaving off that trilogy with 89 and the Last Crusade probably would have been the smart thing to do. Crystal Skull was not very good, and this one, I don't know. It's like there were things that I enjoyed about it. There were some pretty decent action set pieces. There's this whole like 20-minute intro. The whole like first 20 minutes of the movie are all de-aged young Harrison Ford, and it like, you know, it tickles these nostalgia centers of your brain, and it's cool to see young Harrison Ford there. You see, and it looks pretty good, like visually. And it's a pretty cool, like, action set piece. But it's also really, like, unsettling and uncanny. It's like he speaks and, like, the words don't really match up with his mouth. And he sounds like an old man talking, but coming at, like, it doesn't sound like young Harrison Ford. It looks like him, but it doesn't sound like him. And it's, like, the words that he's saying don't seem like it matches up with, like, what his lips are doing. So it was just weird and unsettling. It was kind of cool, but as someone that grew up watching those movies, yeah, it's cool to see young Harrison Ford out there as Indiana Jones kicking ass and fighting Nazis and in this big action sequence. You know, it was fun. It was fun, but also a little weird and unsettling. And then you get into the rest of the movie, and yeah, Harrison Ford's like 80 years old. And yeah, it's cool to see him wearing the outfit and the hat. But he's also like super fucking old. He's in the middle of all these action sequences. They play on that the way he's aging a little bit. They play into that a little bit. But he's also out there like punching guys and like getting in these high speed chases, and it's just weird. You know? It's just bizarre. The ending I was not crazy about that. I mean, every Indiana Jones movie veers into this territory of like weird fantasy, fantastical, like type stuff, but as does this one, but it didn't really work for me in the same way that it didn't work in the previous film as well. Probably worth seeing. I don't know, maybe I would have enjoyed it more in the theater. I don't know. I didn't love it though. I didn't love it. I didn't hate it. I didn't love it. I don't think it was really necessary. I think there's basically no chance of me enjoying it based on what I've heard. I'll just pretend it doesn't exist. I mean, that's a totally worthy choice as well. Mutt kills Indy at the end, right? Well, that was the whole funny thing about this one, because in Crystal Skull they introduced Mutt's character, and they kind of hint at him kind of taking over the franchise, and then that's Shia LaBeouf and everything that's gone on with him, and then in this movie, The Dial of Destiny, they're just like, oh yeah, by the way, Mutt died in Vietnam. He's not around anymore. They're like, forget about that guy. Ancient aliens were real, and indigenous people could never make those structures. Let's lean into that nonsense. Yeah, that's worth pointing out as well, that how racist that whole trope is. Like, it must have been aliens that did these things. Must have been aliens that built the pyramids or these Aztec temples or whatever. There's no way these people could have constructed these, constructed these things. Brown people couldn't possibly figure out basic architecture. Yeah. I saw a t-shirt that says aliens hate white people. I mean, it seems to me that white people are the only people getting like kidnapped and probed. So there might be something to that. Yeah. I don't know. That's the thing. The whole Indiana, that's all I really wanted to say about it. I didn't love it. I didn't hate it, which I think is a bad place to be for such an iconic franchise and character. Considering the ways that the first and third Indiana Jones movies are basically like perfect adventure movies that are shot beautifully by one of the greatest directors ever in filmmaking history. How was Fleabag in the Indiana Jones movie? Is that the woman character? Because I haven't seen Fleabag either, so I'm not entirely sure what it is. She was pretty good, honestly. I'm not familiar. I don't know the name of the actress, but she was actually pretty good. They lean on her for like the stunts and the action stuff because Harrison Ford is old. She's got like a younger kid kind of sidekick character, kind of the Short Round-esque character in this movie. He's pretty good too. Yeah, no, she was good. She had screen presence. She has this kind of like confidence. She's in there hanging with Harrison Ford as this iconic character and kind of holds her own. She was good. I was going to say too, I was talking about big hulking brutes, and in reference to the Reacher film, but this new Indiana Jones movie, that was one thing that I enjoyed actually, was they had a big hulking Nazi brute, which you see sometimes. You see in the first film, the Ark of the Covenant film, Raiders of the Lost Ark. My brain is getting so bad I can't remember basic pop culture facts anymore. So there's a big hulking Nazi brute in this movie as well. And unfortunately he's kind of wasted. I thought it was kind of anticlimactic what ends up happening with them. The villain backstory was pretty cool. Yeah, Mads Mikkelsen was pretty good. Again, like I didn't even hate the movie. It was all right. There were some things that I liked about it. Replacing basic pop culture with relevant real-world politics in your brain. What is the world coming to? I used to be able to remember the name of every single random character actor from like every film that I enjoyed between the years of 1983 and 1991. Now I can no longer do that. If a giant man isn't throwing a shoe, they've wasted talent. There's a big hulking brute in Temple of Doom as well. And man, there's a lot of talk about Indiana Jones movies that are have good qualities but are also not overall very as good as they could have been. Temple of Doom is so racist. It's a really racist movie. And there's a lot of stuff that I enjoy about it. That was the Indiana Jones movie that I remember the most from growing up. That came out right at the exact time when, you know, that movie appealed to me, you know? And there's some really cool old school filmmaking techniques in that movie in Temple of Doom. Yeah, there's some incredible big sets and big action sequences. The minecart ride. There's a lot of great stuff in there. It's just fucking, it's super racist. There's no getting around that. And it's actually, I think I've talked about it before. I don't need to get into it again, but that in depth. But I did when I was the last time I was watching it. I realized that there was a tweak that they could have made to Temple of Doom to keep the movie predominantly how it is, but then like have a in story reason for all the really bad shit that's in there, and also make the true villain of the movie the British Empire, which would have made it way less problematic and would have been way better. That I wish they had done. Where, yeah, I had this idea that I've probably talked about it before, so bear with me if I've talked about my Temple of Doom fantasy booking before, but just the whole idea that like the thuggy cult in the movie is all like this elaborate false flag by the British government, the British Raj, who were like on the verge of losing power in India. So they organized this whole really racist, like campy cult, thuggy cult, to like scare people into supporting more British military reinforcements. Yeah, and they show up in the end to save the day, but you could show up in the end but have them be like the big baddies. That would have been really cool, and it would have made a lot of the really problematic things about that movie kind of make sense within the story. Maybe it still was. Maybe that's still my headcanon. Mola Ram is blowback. That's right. Mola Ram's a false flag. Streamers anti-cult. Cancelled. Well, that's one thing. Bad train wreck. That's one thing I'm not going to apologize for. You know? I have a lot of disdain for anybody that would take advantage of people, that would take the fact that people are feeling so alienated and isolated, their material conditions getting worse, everything, the climate getting worse, this terrible, scary, uncertain future, and to take that and to like organize people into like some kind of cult where you benefit, and you kind of like talk people through these things and you benefit, and you get people to pay you. To me, it just makes me sick. I think that's disgraceful behavior. Disgusting. And one thing that I would never do. Taking all the benefits of communal groups and using it for selfish gains just makes me sick to my stomach. Fridge water. That's great shit. Thankfully, I'm immune to being swayed by such people to give them money. And that's I am as well, Barfcast, and that's exactly why people should continue to support this community. Because I can give you the tools that you need to make sure that you see those kinds of scary situations before they happen, and make sure that you don't fall into something like that. Anyone that benefits at someone else's expense is the most nauseating shit to me. Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. And just going on an hour and a half into this stream, I'll just remind people as well that if you're a new subscriber or an unsubbed chatter, it is right now you get 25% off brand new subs to TRRS. If it's a new sub, if you are upgrading from tier 1 to tier 2 or 3, you get a discount. If you're upgrading from 1 month to 3 months or 6 months, that's discounted. So right now, every little bit helps, folks. As I mentioned, I lost a little bit of time doing childcare and was not able to. I had to take kind of an unplanned, prolonged absence from streaming. I'm trying to get back to where I was, trying to get to 50 subs for the day. So again, if you're a new subscriber, if you're an unsub chatter, discount. Or if you're doing any of those upgrades, discounted. And every little bit helps. Not only do you support me in this community, but also get some of the very best tiny little images on this entire platform, folks. Anyway, as I said, I don't think it's going to be quite as simple as it was for me yesterday to get to 50 subs. I think it's maybe going to be a little bit trickier. I'm still think we can do it though. That's right, I think we can do it. I'm here till 9 p.m. I think we can do it. And then after today, the show will be returning to its normal schedule, or settling into its normal schedule starting on Tuesday. I don't think I'll be here tomorrow, but then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I will be here. Normal time, normal schedule. Normal schedule. Still no bites on that those discounted subs, huh? That's fine. That's fine. I'm not going to worry about it. I think I have to talk a little bit about CM Punk. I talked about it a little bit on last night during the gaming portion of the stream. It just seems insane to me to run a wrestling promotion and to allow this kind of like backstage stuff to completely like they had a ton of momentum, and to allow this kind of like
Rob to talk you through all
backstage drama to completely derail whatever momentum they had and to get rid of like their biggest star in the company. Comrade Sandwich, thank you so much. Brand new sub for 6 months in advance. Comrade Sandwich, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Very happy to have you here in the community. Thank you for that. And please, everyone, join the Discord server as well if you're not in there. Okay? Join the Discord server by clicking on the link from the Nightbot there.
You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I used the discount to buy 6 months ahead of time, smiley face.
K Chewy, thank you very much for 5 months tier 1. I didn't get any message about the 6 months ahead of time, but I will take your word for it, and that sounds fantastic. Thank you so much. Very, very much appreciated. Yeah, it just seems insane, like, in a wrestling promotion over this, like, backstage shit. And, like, this recent incident with CM Punk at All In at Wembley Stadium, where Jack Perry, Jungle Boy Jack Perry, in his opening non-televised match.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
LFG.
Magyar Guy, thank you very much. Stream Baby, thank you for the 9 months of tier 1. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Magyar Guy. Jack Perry, in the opening match of this pay-per-view that's untelevised, looks right in the camera and shoots on Punk. Calls out Punk because he references the fact that it's like they're messing around with this car that had real glass. which apparently Punk advised not to do. And Jungle Boy Jack Perry shoots on Punk in this segment and says, like, oh, cry me a river. And then lo and behold, they get into a confrontation backstage because Punk's like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? Clearly instigated that, though. Instigated by this, like, disrespectful jobber. And then Punk ends up getting in a physical confrontation with him backstage and then gets fired from the company. I guess he was, like, yelling at and threatening Tony Khan as well, which is cool. Like, people are seeing the situation where CM Punk is, like, yelling at and intimidating his billionaire boss and not allowing himself to be pushed around by anybody, and people are taking the side of the billionaire boss. I think that's something that's pretty incredible. But it just seems like he's for months now, despite the fact that he came into the company and gave them all this momentum and, like, did all these really cool things, that feud with MJF, a lot of really great moments from that run, and then just started to get sabotaged from within by the people that are supposed to be the executive vice presidents of the company, working with these, like, loser wrestling journalists, planting stories about him to get people to not like him. And then when Punk inevitably finds out about that, and instead of just, like, dealing with it passive aggressively or whatever, instead just nukes the entire area, which is what he's about, you know? And then he gets in trouble, and then now this whole thing with Jack Perry is instigated by this guy who's way lower on the card than he is, and he ends up getting fired from the company, like the biggest name in the company. Like, I refuse to believe this shit. If you're in a wrestling promotion, this kind of shit wasn't happening all the time. Like, all the time. Like, that kind of stuff, if you're in the wrestling business, is supposed to be handled within that context, in the locker room. I don't know. I don't know if I need to go on this extended diatribe about wrestling. I don't think the wrestling crowd is really here for that enough. But I will always be a Punk did nothing wrong adherent. This is my main ideology when it comes to wrestling, and I'm going to continue holding on to that. See, I disagree, Dimitri, because I think they should have brought back Punk. I think, like, of course you bring back Punk. The whole all-out press conference from last year, basically a year ago today almost, which is, by the way, probably one of my favorite wrestling promos ever. It's so entertaining. I've watched it a number of times, and I laugh my ass off every time. It's so fantastic. But then, like, there's a huge story there. Like, how do you, if you're running a wrestling promotion, how do you not bring Punk back and have him feud with the guys that he has these, like, real life personal issues with? That's money. Like, are you in this, like, trying to make money, or, like, are you trying to keep these people with massive egos happy, keep them away from one another? You know, I don't get that. He's a great wrestler, but not worth the risk. No way I would allow him in the promotion. It just seems like he didn't want to put up with being, like, backstabbed in this very, like, passive-aggressive and cowardly way. The way he was being talked about, like, behind the scenes, behind his back. These people, these, like, wrestlers in the company that have these close relationships with these loser wrestling journalists spreading rumors about him, and he just didn't put up with it. And if you're the boss of the company, that's your job to, like,
you're gonna have good old Rob.
That's your job to shut that shit down. Dummy Dorko, thanks for the gifted sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I don't know. I still support Punk. I think it's ridiculous, I think, to bring him back and then fire him after this altercation, which was very clearly, like, instigated by the other guy, no matter how it ended up turning out for him. I still love that All Out promo. And yeah, it's cool, you know? It's cool to be there with your multi-billionaire boss right next to you. And Tony Khan is like trying to say something and Punk's like, and he just like has zero respect for anybody. I like that. I feel like you got a higher res camera. Pores and mustache looking good. Thank you, Shy. I appreciate that. I think it's the same camera, but maybe I just have a better lighting situation. I was thinking I kind of have, but the mustache is getting a little outrageous, actually. I think I need to trim it or something. I actually woke up today and it like inadvertently turned into one of those like turned up like 1920s style things. What do you say, chat? I've been thinking about making a change. Am I looking too disheveled here? Look at me. I got long hair, I got a big long mustache here, thick mustache. What say you? I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see, folks. Oh, did we see the clip of the British guy freaking out about, like, pronouns? Because of Starfield? Sinjal's in team more hair, more mustache. That's interesting. There's a deep, dark part of me that wants to just keep going. I must admit, Sinchal. There's a part of me that does. I don't know if I can do that, though. I don't know if I can pull it off. Oh, and yeah, Mac at work, you should be into this. It's really funny to me. Let me call this up here. Like, you're talking about a video game. Well, let's just hear what this guy says. Look at this guy freaking out about Starfield. Here's the clip. And we can talk about it after. But I found this pretty fucking funny.
I just want to say something to you, Bethesda. Just want to say a little something. There is nothing I love more. Taking my headphones off. Fuck that. Bethesda. There is nothing I love more than to sit down, comfy chair, turn on my PC, fire up a brand new RPG. Lose myself, think, oh my god, just think of this world, just think of all the planets I can visit, all the immersive things that I can get involved with, all the fights, all the relationships, all the people I meet, all the places I go. I'm so excited to go there. And you know, I love nothing more than, with all of that laid out in front of me, I love nothing more than to be dragged out at every fucking conceivable opportunity so you can fucking current day us. Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fucking gender ambiguity! Fucking current day Californian shit! Because that's all we fucking know! Because we're boring! We're so fucking boring!
Like, dude, buddy, like, you're talking about a fucking video game where you're like going, he says himself, I'm going to go to space. I'm going to space. I'm talking to fucking aliens. We have interstellar travel. But the idea of a character that has a gender that's different from the gender that they present at, whoa, that's just too crazy of an idea. Oh my goodness, that's just too wild. Yes, literally on TNG in the 90s, which is a great episode, by the way. I rewatched that the other day, and it's fantastic. Episode about the non-binary race. He's just freaking the fuck out. Love elves and fairies. You draw the line at non-binary. That just doesn't exist. Or it's almost like science fiction is like taking things that are going on in society now and maybe extrapolating on those. No, that's never happened before. It just ruins the immersion. In the future, no one will have different genders. Everyone in the future, that's only a modern day California thing. In the future, everyone will there will be no different genders or pronouns. Sci-fi has famously never grappled with race or gender. I mean, this is what I wonder about these people. Like, have you ever actually paid any attention to this genre that you claim to be a fan of? I mean, the people that specifically reference Star Trek, that's the thing that really breaks my brain. Star Trek's gone all woke now. It's just like, are you familiar at all with the thing that you're talking about? Have you ever watched one episode of this? It's really incredible. Like, you're freaking out this game where there's interstellar travel and aliens and laser beams and transporters and magic spells. And this guy's, fuck, I've got to choose a pronoun, innit? In my character creator. I've got to choose a pronoun in my character creator. But like, yeah, you just have a detailed character creator and you can just kind of... That's kind of what you're supposed to do in an RPG, you know? You literally just have click a little button that says, like, what the pronouns are. You have dolls on the wall, sir. And listen, I'm not immune from that as well. Look, I got dolls right here. I got Gul Dukat and a Ferengi. Talking about Star Trek. And I will cop to these being mine, but my son plays with them, okay? I don't play with them, and I don't prominently display them on my wall. Now my dolls that I display on my wall are communist revolutionary figures. Because I'm an adult, you see. I'm an adult. I liked the toys at one point, and then I got to a point where I was interested in different things, you see. Mom's depiction is tragically accurate. I don't mean to mock your culture, Dave. You're one of the good ones, all right? At least our schools are not bloody shooting galleries. Those guys. That's a really weird to own Americans on. A weird thing to own Americans on. British people always do that. If Americans are like, I don't know about this thing that the England is going on in England, they're like, at least they're just like immediately go to like school shootings. It's like, do you really just want to use school shootings to like win some political argument online? You're talking about kids being murdered here. You're being a little flippant about this issue. I've got like 10 hours in the game, and I don't think my pronouns got brought up since the character creator either. It's really amazing. This is only halfway finished, too. This guy's he's only getting warmed up. Let's hear more from this guy.
We can't see past our own fucking reflection. That's the level of our narcissism here at Bethesda Western Game Company.
For choosing a pronoun in a character creator.
Fuck your immersion. Fuck you having a good time. Fuck you falling into a world and just getting lost. No. Current fucking day.
Because of a pronoun.
You're boring. You're fucking dull. You have nothing to say. You are a one-hived mind twat waffle.
Oh, a twat waffle. Oh my. Oh my goodness. And by the way, he's not even played the game. He's judging the game based on the opening 30 seconds of looking at the character creator. Is that you have nothing to say because you have to choose a pronoun. What I like about Blade Runner is that it doesn't say anything about the present. Yeah, or Alien, or any other of these classic franchises. People will stop having pronouns in the far future. That's only a modern day thing. That's just only a modern day thing, you see.
That's all you fucking are! And you wonder why people are getting so fucking sick and tired! You take everything we love, all our emotions, all our fantasies.
He's like almost crying.
Escapism, and you just can't help shovel your dog shit, fucking crap ideology into everything, every single solitary fucking thing.
Dude looks like an Azov reject. This is one guy I'm going to advise to. Yes, you should go and join the Ukrainian Foreign Legion. I actually agree. Normally, I tell people not to do that because it's dangerous and not a good idea for your health, and also just part of a reactionary overall, sort of this reactionary geopolitical strategy. But this guy, I think, should go ahead and do that, though. If you want to be a real man, listen, if you're tired of the woke ideology infecting your video games, if you want to be a real man, you should go grab a rifle and go join the fucking Ukrainian Foreign Legion and try to liberate the Donbass from the clutches of the Russians. If you want to feel something, if you want to be a real man. Is the baby face in the background his name? I think it's more than his face is baby like. I think this toy in the background is literally him. He's got a toy of himself. I can see figures for at least 3 franchises he completely misunderstood in the background. Jesus Christ. This guy. Did he delete this video? I don't know. Such impotent rage. It's amazing. Like, I didn't even watch this whole thing. I shared it online because I watched the beginning, but like, he's near tears. This man is near tears. He immediately just goes back to the game. He just immediately goes back to playing the game. That's good. That's very good. He's near tears and he hasn't even played the game yet. He's stuck on the character creator. And he's crying. His whole life, his whole reality has been challenged. I'll keep drinking that garbage. Man, because of pronouns. Because of the pronouns in the character creators. This is what set this off. This adult man who looks 10 years older than me, but I'm guessing is probably younger than me. Look, he really does look like a baby that's crying, that like wants his binky or his bottle or whatever it is. It's so funny. Just don't play the game, you know? You don't have to. You don't have to play. There's lots of non-woke games where that will never question. You'll never have to talk about pronouns or think about them. I mean, there's no shortage of media or material you can engage with. Like, just don't play it. You spent money on this game knowing full well what's going on, now the way your culture is being disrespected by this. Like, I don't really feel too bad for you. My sympathy is running low. Soothe yourself with your toy. Exactly. This guy yells at his mother when she makes his sandwich wrong. For sure, he wants his nuggies.
Mum, it has been 3 fucking hours since I asked you to reheat my tendies. Mum, don't you understand that I'm trying to entertain a community here? And I can't do it on a fucking empty stomach, Mum. Where are my tendies?
You know?
Where is my bleeding dino nuggies? I only like the square tendies. I hate these bleeding circle tendies.
Why form your entire identity around refusing to acknowledge trans people and climate change? Just a life of being the biggest idiot and asshole possible. What is the motivation to do this and why? I don't really understand either. The trans brainworms are truly fascinating to me. That's the whole reason Jordan Peterson is like famous at all. For being this upset about pronouns. Now he's this multimillionaire, conservative, intellectual titan, philosopher. He's also famous for routinely threatening Gotham City. That's the thing. Like Jordan Peterson, the two main things that drive him to these levels of like anger and frustration are like trans people existing and like basic sensitivity training. That's what it's like. It's that to Jordan Peterson is like the Cultural Revolution, which we should actually have. I would support us actually having a real, genuine cultural revolution, not the fake one that all these guys are getting upset about. But, you know, no one's putting me in charge of this stuff, unfortunately. I got to show you too. Someone put one of the in the comments. And someone says, right fucking on. The passion and wrath made my day. It voiced so many of my internal thoughts from the last couple of years where I thought I was just being hypersensitive to this shit. Nice to know I'm not alone. This guy, Dan Vask, says, as my friend Drunk Pro says, welcome to the rebellion. Welcome to the rebellion. Adult men who cry and shit their pants about gender in video games. Good. Yeah. That's the main thing. That's the main thing that's going wrong with society that we need to focus on here, I think. Definitely. The video game gender stuff. These big trans. Has had it too good for too long. This is what the quartering has made his whole career on. It's incredible how much of an audience there is for this. Like, it's really depressing. Seriously. I thought I was being hypersensitive. Yeah, in fact you are. Yeah, it turns out you are indeed. You are indeed being extremely hypersensitive to your little toys. You're getting mad about toys. You're an adult man. This is your main political issue that you're concerned with here. Are we going to have a Gamergate like every few years? I will say that, like, I think people have tried to I've seen some people that are like trying to be cool or ironic and downplay the extent that Gamergate was a very real turning point in our sort of culture, but I don't think it's deniable that it was when not only the way that these like online right-wing communities started organizing these harassment campaigns, but specifically focusing around like issues of gender and trans people specifically. Like that was a real turning point. It's not like this reactionary movement didn't exist before, but something did shift in our culture with that Gamergate moment, and it fed directly into Trump, it fed directly into QAnon and all this kind of online stuff. And we're still seeing, in Jordan Peterson, we're still seeing reverberations of it right now. And look at this fucking guy. Imagine being this upset. I mean, I get upset sometimes. Chat likes it sometimes when I get upset and I start hooting and hollering and I get indignant about something because it's about something like serious or real. You know, violence or imperialism or colonialism, the climate, exploitation, these kinds of things. Imagine getting this upset about a pronoun option in the character creator of an RPG. And that's the thing that makes you go on this self-righteous, fucking emotional freak out. That's amazing to me. You know? It really is. Don't you dare ask me how I'd like to be referred to, game. Christ. That is incredible. What an incredible clip that is. Who is this guy even? It was huge because the biggest important part of Gamergate was that the whole thing was based on a lie. The original offensive biased reporting never happened. It proved that the strategy of just making up shit to start a hate campaign works pretty much 100%. Yeah, and like, the whole thing is about ethics in gaming journalism. Again, you're getting so heated about gaming journalism. Jesus Christ. He's so mad. I like scrubbing through this video in slow motion to get all the expressions and mannerisms. Because of the character selection screen in your little toy. I don't know. What are we supposed to do with this? You know? What are we supposed to do with this? And I see a lot of people making fun of this, but again, there's a big audience for this shit as well. What are we supposed to do? We're supposed to not have a cultural revolution? Really? You know what I mean? Are we going to be able to appeal to this guy by wrapping ourselves in the flag and tailing his reactionary beliefs about gender and pronouns and stuff?
Good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Good afternoon, little worms who live in my phone.
Hey, Marina. Marina, thanks so much for 22 months tier 1. I really appreciate that. I love having you in the community, Marina. Have you seen this guy here, this joker here? This guy freaking out about pronouns in the Starfield game? It's really something else. 2 months until the golden badge. That's right. Yeah, are we going to be able... That's what I mean, though. Are we going to be able to appeal to this guy by wrapping ourselves in the symbols of nationalism or tailing his reactionary beliefs about gender? Are we going to be able to turn these guys into socialists? If we have our Marxist ideals that are tailor-made to appeal to him by throwing trans people under the bus, or giving up on any idea of having like of fighting for like social justice or racial justice, completely severing that from our political project? Or is that going to get these guys on board? What's this, Bleep Lord? I know this man's anime body pillow collection should warrant an FBI raid. Absolutely. What is this, Bleep Lord?
No, no, no! No, no, no! No, no, no!
He's so upset about this. He's so upset about this option to customize your character in a character customization screen in a role-playing game. That's really something else to me. You got a link to this? It's on my Twitter, James. I know you have that bookmarked and saved, and you have the shortcut right there to get there, so should be no problem. It's on my desktop. Okay, good to know. Good to know that. Pronouns, so good. I did see Pinky Doll. I saw another Pinky Doll clip where number one, her son in the background is just going crazy, just screaming and hooting and hollering. And it seems like that's something that she's got to figure out, a way to balance the childcare with the NPC streaming. But it seems like because she's been blown up so much, she's like, the speed of the NPC stuff has gone up like exponentially. Now she's like, it was kind of chill before the yes, 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 yes. Now there's so much shit being thrown at her that she's like overloading. This guy is so mad. It's a good freeze frame, though. I think it really does, like, it captures the guy's whole essence. I was trying to find the Pinky Doll video, now I can't find it. The fact that he uses his baby face as an identifier is the cherry on top. Yeah, seriously. I'm just thinking about I genuinely get kind of concerned when I think about the teenagers and impressionable people that are watching this being like, wow, thank you. Finally someone's saying it to this fucking guy. At least if it wasn't for games based on his thumb-shaped phrenology and propensity for rage, he'd probably be a cop. Well, that's it. He's like a wannabe cop. He's a gender cop. He's a self-deputized gender cop now. Because he still has the cop mentality. It's built into his DNA. He's a self-deputized internet gender cop. I'm in the bleeding gender department of the internet police department, innit? The pronoun police, that's it. Man. Constable, we've found agenda. Are you not hiding a they them under your floorboards, madam? I don't know. I shouldn't even be flippant about that because that sounds like something that is a possible future that we're headed towards, which is actually terrifying and not something to joke around about. But I think that's ultimately what comes down to. That's what makes these people so reactionary, is that they think that they're the ones being persecuted. This guy, he thinks like this is what it is to be persecuted, is to have like wokeness in your toys. Your toys and your treats are going woke. I'm the victim. I'm the victim of society. Everyone has it better than me. Big trans. Trans people have had it too good for too long. Poor me, Mr. like approaching middle-aged white gamer guy. I'm the victim of society. This constant like this pathetic like victimization routine, you know? That's the hallmark of any reactionary movement. These are the folks that get mad about hypothetical thought policing, literally policing the expression of thought in a video game. I mean, not even, like, there's games that are more woke than that. All the thing with Baldur's Gate 3, and there's all these, like, gay and lesbian and romances you can do, and, like, there's all those extensive customization options as well. Like, it's literally just one character creator screen being like, what are the pronouns for this character? And he's going... all crying on a camera. Yeah, just learn to code and make your own game. And couldn't he just make a cishet character? Yes. Yes, he could. In all the time that he was yelling about this, he could have simply selected the he, him pronouns, and then you wouldn't have to think about it anymore. And that's it. That's why I think it's important to like pay attention to this stuff. It's funny to look at these guys like embarrassing themselves like this, but when I see like it goes back to that like anti-war protest, you know, the Rage Against the War Machine rally with the Gray Zone people and all the patriotic socialist people, and inviting all these libertarian dipshits and inviting fucking Tulsi Gabbard and whoever else. And then they feel the need to like make these kind of comments about gender at their anti-war rally to like assure the conservatives and reactionaries that they're trying to organize with that they're on the same page about this kind of stuff, you know? But it's just pathetic. It's like, these are the people whose beliefs you're tailing. You're tailing this guy to try to organize some kind of anti-war movement or anti-imperialist movement. Or it's like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, that's exactly why I think it's worth focusing on this. Or like the trucker convoy, or the Trump people, the January 6th people. Like, you're going to tail these people? Is that really like what your plan is, to organize a cohesive movement, anti-war movement? That's how you're going to build socialism, by tailing this guy's fucking beliefs? Like, it's just amazing to me. Have you mentioned his real name is Terrence von Higginbottom? I do not believe that. I do not believe that's true. No way. If you create a white male character, you automatically lose the game. I support that, actually. I think appealing to edgy 12-year-old boys is just very easy bank. I guess so, but is it easy, though? Because, like, I couldn't pretend to do this for money. You know? Even if I need money. I need to try and make rent, and I need to try and be successful here on twitch.tv, but like I couldn't pretend to do this just to get 12-year-old boys to give me their parents' credit card information. You know, I literally couldn't do it. It's physically draining, but doesn't need any brain. Well, but that's what I'm talking about. I'm not even talking about this guy, but I'm talking about like people that call themselves, you know, socialists, anti-war activists, anti-imperialists. who think they need to wrap themselves in symbols of nationalism or to keep kindling on this fire when it comes to the assault that trans people are under right now in order to like make their message have mass appeal. And I just want to illustrate the futility of that when it's like, this is literally the audience they are trying to reach out to. When you make these kinds of concessions, when you give up on social justice or racial justice or gay and trans and queer liberation, you know? This is who you're trying to appeal to.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Diego, for the gifted sub. I appreciate that. You showed up just in time for man-child angry at pronouns discourse. He's so mad. Like, this is what I mean. He's not acting. I understand you play this stuff up so you can go viral and you can get new audience members or subs or whatever, but like, he's not acting though. This man is genuinely upset. He's genuinely upset about this. And his suffering. He's almost crying. We went over this. Like he's quite literally near tears. I'm just trying to find the clip of the Pinky Doll clip of the latest NPC stuff. I can't find it. I give up. It's not that exciting.
I've arrived to shout at the clouds how much I hate more options for character creation. My neurodivergent ass is too indecisive. Give me no nouns or give me death.
This guy's gonna have a fucking heart attack. To be fair, this guy does live in the UK where their entire society is falling apart, but that's the sad thing though. So you live in a crumbling, dying society, and this is the thing that you've latched onto. Like, it's just cowardly. It's cowardly. It's like it allows all the powerful people that have genuinely been wielding this influence over your society and destroying society, just like completely avoiding any meaningful analysis of what has actually happened and taking all that anger and funneling it into these stupid, getting just mad about toys, you know? Because I can rant and rave about trans people or my toys doing things that I don't like. Does he have kids? I don't know. I hope not. I hope not. The Turf Island moniker is not hyperbole, absolute freak shit over here. Well, it really is fascinating. The way that the gender brainworms just completely annihilated pretty much everyone that lives there.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Diego, thanks for another gifted sub. I really appreciate that, Diego. Thank you. Ugh. Excuse me. Desperately need a 3-head emote for Brit chat. That's true, yeah. I've got to put in the wide Rob emote. I made a wide Rob emote. I got to put that one in as well. I think now it's probably about time that I can, like, we can stop talking about this thumb-looking goofball. And I think maybe we can switch to some kind of, like, video content. What do you think about that? What do we think about that, folks? There's a reason conservatives have been in power for 12 years, mainly because of New Labour's failed neoliberal policies. And that's the amazing thing, Dave, is that now Labour are possibly on the verge of actually forming another government, and they've completely reverted right back to that exact same strategy, that exact same Blairite reactionary strategy. And if they win this next, whatever the next election happens in the UK, it's going to be very much a repeat of the exact same thing. This exact same set of policies. Something about capitalism in decay. Something about that, yeah. Something that does seem kind of pertinent. Just looking at breakthrough news, I was seeing if I could find the seeing if I can find that event that took place on Breakthrough News yesterday. I'm not seeing the video now. You watching any FIBA? Yeah, I did see Team USA lost to Lithuania. I did see that. And actually, like, should mention as well, we've talked before about, like, nationalism and Canada being a fake country, but how you can still sort of, like, I still do gravitate to these things, whether it's the World Cup or, in this case, the Canadian basketball team, where I gravitate towards the players, and you're kind of happy for the players for getting to play on that level. Canada didn't qualify for the Olympics in the previous Olympics in a very heartbreaking way. I think they came very close to qualifying and then didn't. They were playing really well in this FIBA tournament. They've got a pretty good team. They've got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who's an NBA All-Star, and a couple of really good role players, and Kelly Olynyk as the sort of captain, and Dylan Brooks, who's a really good defender and kind of like annoying glue guy that you kind of love to have on your team but hate when he's on any other team. And played really well the first 3 games, and then yesterday in a must-win game lost to Brazil, kind of an inexplicable, horrible loss to Brazil that put them in this position today where they had to beat Spain today in order to to guarantee that they could qualify for the Olympics. Or if they lost to Spain, they would be not qualified and would have to win a make or break tournament in the lead up to the Olympics in order to even qualify. And it seemed like the mood was really bad going into like the half and the third quarter. They were just getting outplayed and outworked, and it looked like they had kind of given up. And I was happy to see actually that the Canadian team did rally in the fourth. They started at the fourth down 12, I think, and then rallied and ended up winning by 3. They beat Spain, so they did qualify for the Olympics, which I think is pretty cool. They're going to have a pretty good team. They'll be able to make a pretty good run in the Olympics, I think, especially if they have Jamal Murray. Jamal Murray was supposed to play for them in this tournament, the FIBA tournament, but backed out, kind of understandably, because he had just played a full NBA season and playoffs and won the NBA championship. So and he was also coming back from injury, so I kind of get why he didn't do that. But they should have a pretty good team in the Olympics now, so I was happy to see that they won today. You know, Canada, it's still a fake country. It's still basically a resource extraction colony. It's a junior partner in the global international criminal cartel led by the United States. All that is true. I was still happy to see the Canadian basketball team was able to pull out that win today. I was happy for the boys. We do have Halloween up here. Yes, we do. That's right. We do indeed have Halloween. So what do you think we should do? We can do some stuff about bricks, possibly. Till Justin Trudeau changes it to Wokoween and makes us all get pronouns. I wouldn't like. I know that's not true, but it says a lot about society that it sounded like it was true. You know. Wokoween. Wokoween is coming. Let me just look around for what we can take a look at here, folks. Oh, this seems good. This seems like a good video to take a look at. We often look at Ben Norton's content at the Geopolitical Economy Report. This seems like a really cool video from Geopolitical Economy Report. I don't even believe that he's on this one. This is just an interview between Michael Hudson and Ratika Desai called Imperialism, How the Struggle of Both Classes and Nations Creates Our World. That seems kind of interesting, right? Why don't we look at that? We talked a lot about films and gender in video games and all kinds of interesting stuff. I think it's now time that we can probably take a little moment to wheel in the VCR. Take a look at this video. And maybe that can lead to some interesting discussion. You should get him on the show. Maybe a Scary-nomics crossover. That would be cool. I would like to get Michael Hudson on the show. Obviously, I really appreciate his analysis, and it would be cool to get Red Scary involved in it too. Yeah, I would be happy to do that. I'll work on that in season 4. Okay, how about that? How about this? How do we feel about this? I feel good about it. Let's watch this.
Hello and welcome to the 16th Geopolitical Economy Hour, the fortnightly show in which we discuss the political and geopolitical economy of our times.
Oh, so it's like part
I'm
of the
Radhika Desai.
Ben's channel. That's
And
cool.
I'm Michael Hudson.
And we are recording this show on the last day of what may well be remembered as a historic BRICS summit, defying no end of gleeful predictions in the Western press about the BRICS' irrelevance, disunity, mendaciousness, authoritarianism, and whatnot. The 5 major countries that today constitute the BRICS, despite their relative poverty, constitute a larger proportion of the world economy, measured by PPPs, that is to say, purchasing power parity, and they have been able to come together and do some amazing things. The Western media, for example, has been trying to drive a wedge between China and Russia on the one hand, who are said to be eager to expand the BRICS, and India and Brazil and South Africa on the other, who are said to be reluctant to do so. But despite all the predictions about the disunity and the fracas that would ensue with China having placed the inclusion of new members on the agenda, the fact of the matter is that the BRICS meeting has closed today. The BRICS summit in Johannesburg has closed today with the inclusion of 6 new members. So that's Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Iran, Ethiopia, Egypt, and Argentina. Given the large number of West Asian and North African members here, we can begin to wonder what this is going to do to US influence in what's generally called the Middle East. The BRICS countries have not only admitted these new members, but they have also agreed to set down the rules and procedures by which a large number of new members will be inducted, because, as you know, dozens of other countries have expressed an interest in the BRICS. So it's quite possible that
A little more
BRICS
concise
will
title.
become the institutional foundation of the world majority. That as the
We got a little
global
leftist
South
audio
and-
situation
and
happening.
Russia are increasingly being called. They have done more things. The Western press has also sought to portray these countries, the BRICS countries, as little more than a bunch of autocracies or very iffy democracies. But in fact, despite such propaganda, what we've seen in the BRICS summit is that they have been focused on presenting a very different vision of the world order, one based on development, on people-centered development. And this has been expressed in a direct confrontation with the Western conception of the world order, which has, of course, been dressed
Not
up
sure I
in
like
the-
all these new
in the
members. I
garb
think that's
of
the
human
interesting thing we
rights and
got
democracy, but
reckon
for
with, though.
decades has brought
I saw
only
that.
poverty.
I saw that. Breakthrough News has an interesting video about this as well that maybe we can look at after, about BRICS when it comes to these new members. And that's an interesting question. And Vijay Prashad answered this, talked about this as well on Democracy Now. You know, is BRICS, is it a socialist enterprise? Is it anti-imperialist? Well, no. I mean, that's not what it is. You know, it's kind of a straw man to suggest that, like, oh, it's because of these new members. I mean, India is a big part of it as well. It was not at all anti-imperialist oriented or socialist either. It's not a socialist bloc. Does it have certain elements that I think we should still support? This whole process of like de-dollarization, providing a way for countries in the global south to escape from the economic consequences of being, controlled by sanctions or these kinds of things, providing an alternative to the IMF and these arms of Western imperialism. On that level, I think it's something you still have to support, or at least be really optimistic about. But we don't need to tell ourselves that it's some kind of like anti-imperialist, socialist, internationalist bloc of countries. That's not at all what it is. But we can still talk about the good things that are coming out of that. And I think we can and should talk about that. And how it's indicating overall, the declining influence of the U.S. in the global stage, which is something that as socialists in the West, in the imperial core, and internationalists, that's something that we should support, under any context, even when it makes us uncomfortable.
And exploitation to much of the world.
Well, in many ways, this was a preliminary meeting just to set the stage for what's going to come. And at this stage, I think all the BRICS can do is to make arrangements among themselves. And the easiest thing to do, as we've discussed before, is to trade in their own currencies and to arrange currency swaps before trying to create a new kind of bank or other means of credit financing. But the real problem is going to be the relationship between the BRICS and the West. How can they create a new international order that we've been discussing while they have to pay all of the neo-colonial burden of their foreign dollar debt and the foreign ownership of their oil and mining rights and public utilities? How can they enforce climate cleanup costs on foreign oil and mining pollution if the current international law says that the companies have a right to sue any government for a new tax on multinational firms or new regulations? And so that means the government has to pay all of the cleanup costs, all of the external diseconomies, and essentially they're put into an even worse locked-in position today than they were in the colonial period. So how can they defend themselves from this kind of U.S.-sponsored order and the regime change for countries that try to create an alternative to it? All that's going to have to wait for the future BRICS meetings, and we really can't even begin to discuss that now. We've discussed what we thought in earlier episodes of this.
Absolutely, Michael. You know, I mean, the kinds of problems you're talking about, I mean, the BRICS agenda is really a very, very big and tall one. So all we can expect at the moment is that the BRICS have only made a beginning. But a beginning they definitely have made. Like you say, you're talking about the...
It's only very early stages as well.
Arrangements, and the fact of the matter is that, again, the Western press was sort of brimming with stories about how difficult, if not impossible, it would...
Snatching Saudi Arabia from the U.S. is a pretty good move, though. I mean... And it's like, I think that's even like overstating it a little bit. Like, I think Saudi Arabia is still a strong ally of America, although you see right now they're deliberately trying to undermine Brandon. They're slowing down production again to drive up oil prices, specifically to go after Brandon, which is kind of hilarious. But like, again, it's not even that they've snatched Saudi Arabia, but when you see Saudi Arabia and India as well, and some of these other allies of America, what they are doing though obviously is hedging. You know, they're not just being like no BRICS, no Belt and Road, no alliance with China, no nothing. They're hedging because anyone can see that like where the global economy is going, and everyone can see. And I think even these allies of America are also, now that they have an opportunity to maybe shovel some dirt onto the grave of the U.S. empire, are taking the opportunity to do so. But just the fact that they're not even peeled off as a U.S. ally, but just the fact that you see them hedging like that is a really interesting example of this geopolitical shift that's going on right now that we've been talking about for now 3 years. Seeing the U.S. global influence declining so rapidly. Yeah, like Level 3 Potato is saying. It's really a fascinating thing. It's the main thing that we've talked about kind of over the course of this show for 3 years, and it seems to be accelerating. And even if Saudi Arabia or India haven't been peeled off as allies, they're definitely hedging, and it's definitely clear to them, you know, the situation. And it's a example of the way that this shift is going on in real time, which is something that I think is really exciting to pay attention to.
Be for the BRICS to do anything that would dent the position of the dollar. But as you know, de-dollarization is not only ongoing, but the BRICS are very aware of the need to carry it forward. And this meeting, the summit, has also closed with an agreement to set up a commission to discuss exactly what steps the BRICS countries may realistically take to begin to disentangle itself as an organization, as a grouping of countries, from the tentacles of the dollar system, which have proven so adverse to their interests. In addition, the BRICS countries have also put forward a peace plan for Ukraine, once again emphasizing the need to negotiate. And this could not form a starker contrast to the West and the manner in which it has continued fueling a conflict for its own completely short-term interests of and the short-term interests of their corporations. So in all of these ways, the fact of the matter is that the BRICS summit are presenting
Hey, would anyone be interested in not having to deal with the U.S. anymore? And the whole world is like, yeah, actually, that sounds kind of cool. That's kind of sick and tight, actually. And America's just like, huh, what's going on here? What's happening? It's just a mystery to us.
Alternative that's not just about the institutional arrangements and the technicalities, but it is an alternative vision of the world order. On the one side, you have imperialism and economic subordination, which is what the West is offering. And on the other side, you have a world order which is based on cooperation, on peace, and above all, on development. So, as we were watching all this, Michael and I thought what we should really do is we should take a deep dive into the basics of what we are doing, into the basics of geopolitical economy, into the basics of our perspective, which in fact is very different from what is on offer in the mainstream media and even in many sections of the left, which is going to also, however, be going to also allow you to sort of see through the smoke and mirrors created by the dominant approaches. So the term geopolitical economy, as we see it, encompasses political economy, that is to say, an understanding of the domestic structures of a society, economy, and polity altogether, as well as the manner in which these domestic structures determine how every country relates to other societies in a pattern of international relationships, because it's what a country is like inside that determines how it relates to countries outside. That's why it's important to distinguish, for example, between the foreign policies of imperialist powers such as the United States or Britain or France from the foreign policies of other powers, whether it's China or even some powers, say like India or Brazil, which are not exactly socialist, but nevertheless they do not have the same imperial background. So we see international relationships as being rooted in domestic relationships. And the term geopolitical economy is therefore not just about the international, but equally refers to the domestic, not just about nations, but also about classes.
Well, the reason for all of this that Radhika and I have been discussing is that all economies today are facing similar financial problems, especially the linkage between bank credit and housing debt, problems of local financing, public financing, because states and provinces can't create their own money and credit in the way that a national government can do. So these domestic problems interact with the international economy. And that's what we want to focus on today. At present, that means interacting with a US-centered, dollarized, neoliberal economy, which is subject to rules set by the International Monetary Fund and the US State Department. And we're going to focus on how these domestic problems interact with the way in which the global economy is structured. And that analysis is going to explain why a new international economic order is needed to prevent the global majority from having to go down the same financialized, debt-burdened economic polarization that has pushed the United States and the European economies into the post-industrial stagnation that they're now in.
Absolutely. In one sense, one of the things, Michael, that what you're saying reminds me of is that we talk about the world splitting into two camps. On the one hand, the camp of the old imperialist powers, and on the other hand, the camp of the world majority. But these camps are not just essentially the same thing, just pitted against one another. On the contrary, they represent qualitatively different models of economic development. And key in this difference is, of course, that the world majority is increasingly beginning to reject the model of neoliberal financialized capitalism. And this has been one of the key objects of our debate. So what we want to do is essentially, I suppose what we are saying about geopolitical economy is it's really just a sound materialist and historical way of trying to understand how that the world is structured into a hierarchy of nations, a hierarchy originally created with the beginnings of capitalism and the imperialism that went along with it. So how the world is structured in a hierarchy, but also how this hierarchy reflects the internal class relations of each country. So what we're going to do in this show is we want to set up exactly the main ways in which our perspective differs from what other people's perspectives, the mainstream as well as certain left-wing ones. And the best way to do it was we thought of some dozen principal ways in which our perspective differs. So we thought we would just go through them. So one by one. So the first one is the way we think about things. We don't think that, sort of nations are irrelevant, only classes matter or what have you, or that classes don't matter, only nations matter. We put both nation and class into a single perspective. Don't you think so, Michael?
Well, there's been a whole shift in the way people are thinking. Back in the 1960s, when I was
add some beats, some lo-fi beats to this.
Left wing,
I love these kinds of discussions, but it's also a little dry. I'm going to try and jazz it up.
Just coming out of World War II, and they
jazz it up for all the
if you have nationalism,
ADHD, elderly millennials, and Zoomers we got in the chat here.
Like the European countries did, England in World War I, and they thought the solution was going to be.
I should have some video game thing going on in the
order where everybody will be one happy family.
In another window.
As if getting rid of nationalism would cure the rivalries. And what nobody really anticipated so clearly was that there has been an internationalism, but it's been a unipolar internationalism that is leading to war. Is the United States has basically declared war on the whole rest of the world with 800 military bases interfering.
Some kinetic sand.
One country after another, and it's been waging war almost the entire time since 1945.
I actually do that.
Since 1950. maybe a few years it hasn't been at war. So the fact is that today's internationalism and globalization is a war economy, and the military spending by the United States has forced other countries to divert a lot of their economic surplus and government revenue towards military defense instead of putting in place the infrastructure that they'd all been expected to do after World War II. And they've also become very dependent on trade in oil, in food, monopolized technology, computer chips, pharmaceuticals that are controlled by the United States as an economic weapon to replace the overt military colonialism of Europe with a financial and international investment colonialism, all that's backed by an enormous amount of military spending. So normally we would say that what's happened in the world is reflecting national self-interest, and that's what everybody expected after World War II. They thought that, well, economic self-interest is going to determine the shape of the world, but what American neocons imagine is a policy that serves their self-interest turns out to have led to deindustrializing the United States economy, because the U.S. self-interest is to reduce its living standards, to cut back wage levels, to polarize the economy, and to define America's self-interest as to transferring as much money as possible into the wealthiest 10%. So instead of the U.S. self-interest being the self-interest of the 99% or labor, it's a self-interest of the financial class. And that has determined the international policy that led to inviting China into the World Trade Organization to essentially use inexpensive Chinese labor as a fight against U.S. living standards. And so there is a class element in all of this. Bill Clinton started it all with his anti-labor moves, and
there we go.
The linkage between international interest and that sort of conceals the class interest. And the question for the BRICS is going to be, what is your national self-interest as it affects the class interest?
Michael, you're quite right to go back to the post-Second World War period, because, in a certain sense, what you see happening in the post-Second World War period, the reason why, for example, nationalism gets such short shrift, particularly in the Western discourse, is that that's the moment at which, essentially, the United States, in the interest of its own empire building, is trying to discredit nations. It's trying to say that everybody should join in its own cosmopolitan vision of a single world order in which nation states sort of step back. They don't intervene in economies anymore, which allows the most powerful nation state, namely the United States, push the interests of its corporations without any restriction from other countries. Of course, the United States did not get what it wanted, but the discursive discrediting of nationalism had to do very much
There you go,
with
send me a
that.
challenge.
And of course, the fact that there had been 2 world wars in the recent past helped the case that the US was trying to make. Of course, the 2 world wars were not just caused by nation states. They were also fought by those nation states were also fought by other nation states. So there were nation states on both sides. So, but nevertheless, somehow the United States tried to equate nationalism with Nazism.
I just can't do it, Captain. I don't have the power. Oh, the PC's dying. You're trying to show geopolitical serious discussion mixed with kinetic sand. I just can't handle it.
But in reality, there was another fact of that moment in history that would not allow nations to go away, and that was the decolonization of the countries that had been colonized by the various European powers. So this decolonization essentially put a positive spin on nationalism, because what these newly independent countries were going to do was they were going to essentially have left-leaning socialistic forms of development in which
Hello,
the
vexing
state,
thoughts.
representing the vast majority of the people, many of whom, the vast masses that had fought for independence and so on, the state representing the interests of these people would try to fashion a form of development that would serve the interests of the whole community. So it's not just that, say, for example,
This is good. This is working well.
China or Vietnam became communist, but also countries like India or Mexico or Brazil or what have you were all pursuing forms of, many African countries, they were consciously pursuing forms of development that were supposed to be in the interest of the vast majority of the people. So in that sense, there was both a certain type of cosmopolitanism, which was in the service of the continuation of imperialism in a new form, what Kwame Nkrumah called neocolonialism, was standing side by side with the positive interpretation of nations and nationalism.
Well, the U.S. Sponsored kind of internationalism really is finance capitalism. And nationalism tends to be industrial because you want to build up your independent, you want to be self-sufficient in food, you want to be self-sufficient in basic essentials, and you need governments to take control, basically to provide the public infrastructure, the natural monopolies, communications, and healthcare, and education. You want to build up your productivity by technology, and often this requires protective tariffs and capital controls and subsidies to new capital investment, research and development, and that involves the government lowering the cost of production and the cost of living by providing basic needs. And finance is not really a class. Somehow finance enters, it's not a class in Marx's sense, because it's external to the economy of production and consumption, and all classes, everybody's a saver and a debtor. All labor is financialized, just as the industry is financialized, and the infrastructure has been financialized instead of socialized, as people had expected in the 19th century. So in that sense, finance works from outside of the economy, including the international economy. And Marx explained in Volume 3, the dynamics of finance and its debt creation are mathematical and external to the dynamics of the real economy of production and consumption. So what's unique today, and this was not anticipated in World War II, is that finance can actually replace industrial capital as the main resource allocator, the main central planner, away from government. And the problem with all this, of course, is that finance capitalism tends to minimize the role of government so as to replace it and to shift it.
I'm sorry, this is really interesting. I'm just laughing at myself because, like, I'm trying to make some kind of comment about ADHD Zoomers. Oh, you can't look at anything without your precious kinetic sand videos next to it. But then I find myself just going like, oh, just get mesmerized by it. I'm really not above it at all. It's impossible to look away. I know.
Economic planning into its own hands, Wall Street and other financial centers, and its means of control are via international financial organizations like the IMF, the World Bank, the SWIFT system, the Bank for International Settlements, and even the International Criminal Court that criminalizes any attempt to withdraw from this financial system.
Right, and so one of the things that in trying to talk about nations as well as classes, domestic as well as international, that we often run up against is this idea that somehow Marx thought that capitalism and capitalism was inherently internationalist and sort of worldwide, cosmopolitan, shall we say, global, shall we say, and of course socialism should be that way. So nations are to be completely, they're sort of a regressive, atavistic thing which we should try to suppress as much as possible. But this in fact is not true. What Michael, you were saying about how it is necessary for the state to play a major role in development, Marx understood that very well. So there is this very important saying, Marx is supposed to have come down in favor of free trade in the debates on corn laws, but it was a very conditional type of kind of endorsement of free trade, because Marx thought that if free trade hastens the development of capitalism, then maybe we should have free trade. But in the same set of writings in which he endorsed free trade, he also pointed out the following, and this is it's a quote: if free traders cannot understand how one nation can grow
great bandwidth, bro. Look at my bandwidth, dog. I can't even play it. I can't even do a live stream where I'm playing two video windows, one of a serious interview about imperialism and geopolitics, and one kinetic sand video.
We need not wonder. These same gentlemen also refuse to understand how one class can enrich itself at the expense of another. So this is a very clear placing of class and nation together in the same frame. One classes exploit other classes and nations exploit other classes. So it reveals that Marx is very aware of the structures of imperialism.
It's not your internet, it's me.
As we've talked about many times, Marx
this is our Canada's brilliant tech. telecom
States
monopoly
must,
system.
Play a major role. They must implement tariffs to protect their infant industries from competition against which they are not yet able to stand up. They must create the credit conditions.
Well,
And the
Jameson,
financial
here's the
conditions
genius
for the expansion.
about what's going on right now. We're watching this video about imperialism and geopolitics and all this kind of interesting global economy subjects. But if you just want to hang out and look at the kinetic sand, you can do that too. Okay? That's the genius. What is this? More kinetic sand videos. Okay. Load those up again.
Of productive enterprises and so on. So already for the development of capitalism itself, the conditions that are required require state intervention.
As long as the kinetic sand doesn't have pronouns, you can't have
free
that.
Market capitalism, etc., goes out the window. And of course, the other thing that geopolitical economy also points out is the reason why, even in capitalist countries, states always must play a central role is because capitalism is inherently contradictory, and you cannot have a capitalism, continue for any length of time without the state playing a major stabilizing role. So that is why, with the development of capitalism, you don't just get the development of classes, you also get the division of the world into the modern nation state system. So class exploitation occurs, but so does national exploitation, because essentially the early developers, the early capitalist developers inevitably also become imperialist, because their capitalisms are contradictory. They try to subordinate other territories, which then that subordination helps them to deal with the contradictions of their capitalism, whether it is to find outlets for excess commodities and capital, or to acquire cheap labor and cheap raw materials, which capitalism needs in a
Jesus Christ.
evermore as it expands. And so finally, what this also shows is that because capitalism trumps imperialism, nationally focused development becomes the essential prerequisite of any form of development for many
Dedicate
countries,
full CPU power to the sand.
In the history of capitalism, we're looking at the early 20th century. So you really, about a century or a century and a half from the beginning.
Oh, this is a good one too.
You already have the appearance.
Man, I can't handle it. I can't stream and play two videos at the same time. Turn down the quality to 360p on the discussion. It's already said. It's already at the lowest.
Of the first socialist challenge to capitalism in the form of the Russian Revolution. So in that sense, these are countries that are essentially saying we cannot have subordination to capitalist imperialist countries. We do not have any prospect of developing capitalism, so we are going to develop on a socialist path.
I don't know how much longer I can do this bit for it. It's melting my computer. This is Trudeau's Canada. This is what we have to put up with. What a disgrace.
Already.
Well, Rick, if you recognize the reality of imperialism, this implies an entire different body of economic theory. And I had to begin teaching economic theory. And
this is a good one, too. This is a good kinetic sand video.
At the New School. And I really hadn't studied it all the way through my graduate courses because most universities found it just too silly to teach. The free trade theory assumes that everybody gains from trade. And that all trade is voluntary, and it's all a choice.
It's crazy how much that was all just like that was our status quo in terms of what we were taught about how our economy works.
Of how the world economy actually works.
In that neoliberal period, when the neoliberal period was really kicking into full gear. Man, what the fuck? I feel like this is not that much to ask. This is not that much to ask that my browser should be crashing here. I mean, history did in fact end. That's right. It was over.
Real effective free trade is that the dominant countries
It was
all
over.
became dominant by
We
protecting
won.
their
We
industry.
did it.
First Britain,
And
then
life
the
just
United
continued to
States
get
and
better for
Germany in the
everyone
19th
into the
century.
future. Okay, I don't know if I'm sorry. This bit is funny, but I don't know if I can handle this anymore. I don't know. The entire world's producing treats for the West. That's it. We did it. We just get to relax and just bathe, and we just get to dive in all the treats like Scrooge McDuck. We won.
Were highly protectionist, and once they had government subsidized industry, they then told other countries, don't do what we did. They don't have government protection, just buy in the cheapest place. We will give you food and every industry and everything that you need much cheaper because we already have the capital in place and you don't. And the result is that there was a polarization of the economy. I describe all of this in my book, Trade, Development, and Foreign Debt, which is a history of basically not only free trade theory, but how it was controverted again and again by British, German, and American economists. All of that is now expurgated from the classical curriculum. And the real result of free trade is when countries are forced into a trade deficit, their currency is going to decline, and then they have to go to the International Monetary Fund that comes in, and it imposes austerity.
Something poetic about dying empire in all caps with a bunch of buffering logos
IMF's
spinning.
role is to aim at what Bill Clinton aimed at when he invited China into the World Trade Organization. You want to keep a pool of labor, what Marx called the reserve army.
Okay. I'm tapping out. This is a fun bit, but obviously I need more CPU or hard drive space.
Of the unemployed, not in the United States, but in the non-industrialized countries that basically are kept devaluing.
I have to upgrade my computer to get to do this bit.
That turns the phenomenon of U.S.-centered imperialism into a global class war.
Right, Michael. So shall we go on to the next point?
To commit to the
which is
sand.
that we should that geopolitical economy permits us to understand class and national exploitation together. Just as we put class and nation together in the same frame, we also put class and national exploitation in the same frame. And this is exactly so. You have class exploitation within a country that produces a certain kind of class power within a country. So at the international plane, what geopolitical economy explains is that the attempt by some powerful countries to subjugate.
I was going to do it, but I think some people are relying on the
So you have to understand
subtitles.
the two together. And both forms of exploitation, that is to say class exploitation and the exploitation of other nations, produce contradictions, because capital essentially, contradictions mean that capital would like usually to have its cake and eat it too, to have something and its opposite, and it can't always have that. So within a country, class exploitation produces a resistance from the working class. It produces crisis of underconsumption and overproduction. It produces crises of falling rates of profit and all these things. And internationally as well, international exploitation also produces resistance to it, which is why you have, for example, the formations like the BRICS or struggles for national independence, as we had in the early part of the 20th century, the non-aligned movement, and today the BRICS, and all these institutions. They're not perfect. They are far from adequate to what is needed, but they are steps in the direction of resisting imperialism and imperial exploitation, just as trade unions and political parties are steps towards resisting class exploitation.
So our ongoing discussion of the BRICS and the U.S. sanctions and the U.S.-NATO war against Russia and China is all about what policies countries can take to liberate their economies and their governments from the U.S. attack. The U.S. called any government protection interference, as if the United States does not interfere. Any defense is called interference and a distortion of the market, as if the market is set by U.S. central planners on Wall Street and in the State Department to create a world in which the United States will suck all of the surplus from the rest of the world into its own economy, as if this is natural. And if you recognize that the essence of this unipolar U.S. strategy is finance, that not necessarily military. Obviously, they're going to grab the oil of Syria, grab illegally the oil of Iraq, but it's by finance that they can operate much without the military overhead. Well, then...
yeah, I'm a subtitle guy. I don't think that's a Zoomer thing.
And what that means in practice, starting with the most obvious policy, simply avoiding the use of the dollar and pricing trade in their own currencies, making swaps. The question is how they're going to go on to the next stage, and that's really going to be how involve restructuring their domestic economy as well as the international economy.
Yeah, and taking imperialism seriously also, I mean, the reason why we emphasize this is that in so much of the dominant discourse, you have imperialism is completely erased. Like, for example, I was listening to all the commentary on the BRICS in the mainstream press. And as I was listening, I thought, okay, so these people are comparing BRICS and the G7 and BRICS and the G20 as though there is no history of imperialism, as though the G7 is not, in fact, a collection of the former imperialist countries and still would be imperialist countries that are trying to control the world. So recognizing imperialism requires jettisoning all those sanitized expressions. For example, instead of talking about US imperialism, people use terms like US hegemony. The US has never achieved anything like hegemony, as I've argued in geopolitical economy. But what we do have are ceaseless attempts to try to achieve that, which have been very destructive, which have caused ceaseless wars around the world, and so on. You have terms like globalization. I find it so appalling that the term globalization became so popular, not just in the mainstream, but also among many who call themselves critical and even Marxist.
Free trade, globalism.
Because they use terms like globalization.
Rather.
Using terms like globalization, what we are completely forgetting is that this is an attempt to force the rest of the world to open up.
Yeah, all that stuff, the idea of economics that we were taught in the 90s and that end of history period, all the way that language was used to like obfuscate imperialism. And that's why you have people going around now saying like the US isn't imperialist because they think imperialism is a militarily expanding your territory through the military. And the way that US imperialism and hegemony has been completely obscured by this like language, the language of neoliberalism, and it's completely fooled people. So they don't even see the thing that's right in front of their face, and they can go out there online or wherever else and make arguments like the U.S. isn't imperialist. They haven't expanded their territory since 1953. And just the ways that it's become completely normalized and has been completely hidden behind this veil of like benign kind of academic liberal language is kind of disturbing. And I think it's interesting to point out. Also, the language of human rights also has been a tool of this, as we've talked about a lot.
To the imperialism and corporate power of the West. All the free trade and free market is not necessarily for the West. It's there to open up the rest of the world's economies, the poor countries, so that they are available as markets and investment outlets, but equally importantly, as sources of cheap labor and raw materials. So words like, and for example, also the use of the term globalization also means that you have to say that from the late 20th century onwards, you got a second wave of globalization, whereas in the late 19th and early 20th century, there had been a previous wave of globalization. I mean, what are you talking about? That was not a wave of globalization. That was a wave of imperialism. And the competitive imperialism that was in train at that time, that was occurring at that time, culminated in the First World War and eventually also the Second World War, because the Second World War occurred ultimately because at the end of the First World War, the so-called Versailles settlement settled nothing. It simply laid the groundwork for a new war to emerge. So taking imperialism seriously involves recognizing that. It also involves recognizing that today's discourse of human rights and democracy and so on is just the dressed up, the old discourse of the civilizing mission and the white man's burden and so on in a new dress. So that's it involves recognizing and seeing right through that, which unfortunately too many people don't do, and which is why we feel we need to keep saying this. Also, the idea of the rules-based international order. The fact of the matter is, and this is also quite interesting, because if you take imperialism seriously, you would recognize that the United Nations itself is the formation of the United Nations and the Charter and so on were themselves a result of the struggle of the vast masses of the people and nations of the world against imperialism, the recognition of sovereign equality, etc., even though they were compromised. But the fact that they had to be recognized in principle and only then compromised was an achievement of these groups. And institutions like NATO were created precisely because the imperialist countries did not want to have to deal with the unwashed masses of the world in institutions like the United Nations. And one final point, back in the day, in the early days of capitalism and well into the 20th century, the Western world, the imperialist world, set a standard of civilization. They said that if a country meets the standard of civilization, which means if they are another imperialist country, then they will be dealt with, with all the respect due to another sovereign country, with limits on how they would be dealt with in war as well as in peace and commerce and so on. But of course, this did not include the vast majority of the countries of the world that were regarded as uncivilized, against whom anything could be done. The most brutal acts of warfare, the most life-threatening sanctions and so on could be used. And this kind of thinking continues. It doesn't take that name, but in the name of human rights and democracy, when sanctions are imposed on people, this is just a new standard of civilization being imposed. So taking imperialism seriously involves recognizing all these things.
Well, I think that what neither Marx nor even Lenin anticipated after World War I was that the most problematic international disturbance was going to be not private sector debt, but intergovernmental debt. And that's what led to you just mentioned the Treaty of Versailles, which really meant something radical that Europe had never experienced. After any of its wars, the Napoleonic Wars and the early wars, all of the allies would forgive all of the mutual support and the cost of fighting the war together. And they expected that the United States there were not going to be any inter-allied debts. But the United States said, well, before we entered World War I, we let you fight it out, so we could come in, send a few troops, and then claim that we saved it all, and you owe us a lot of money. You owe us so much money that you European countries are going to have to go into depression for the next 20 years. But a debt has to be paid. And the Europeans said, well, our whole Western civilization is based on the principle that all debts have to be paid. If you say we owe you the money, we're willing to go into 20 years of depression. The silver lining is this is going to really hurt.
And the show's not going to end, James. This is the beat that has it's the best kind of like lo-fi beats to study to put on like behind a interview like this. Student 219, thanks for continuing the gift sub. I appreciate that. I don't know why that doesn't trigger an alert, but thank you for that.
The class war will be won in Europe, and we can make Germany pay. And Germany was the most potentially industrialized continental European country. Germany was the country that had the most industrialized banking system. And Europe,
the music is on very
to crush Germany
quietly in the background. If you have headphones, you can probably hear it.
Pay the United States foreign debt. That's what my whole super imperialism is about. That, and I don't need to go over it here again. But all of this, this role of government not is leading to socialist development, but is the leading of finance and through government as the mode of imperialism, even more than the private sector, was completely unanticipated. Even Marx, when he gave a speech before the Chartists in the mid-19th century, said, strangely as it might seem, he endorsed free trade with India because he said the structure, the dynamics of industrial capitalism are so powerful that it's a new mode of production, and it's going to modernize the backward countries like India, other Asia, Africa, South America. He thought that somehow British and trade and other capitalist countries trading with the rest of the world was going to involve replicating their system and making them industrial capitalist countries too, leading to a kind of equality that would all end up moving towards socialism ultimately. But that isn't what happened. Instead, the trade has been imposed
unfortunately
on
not
countries by supporting client oligarchies, supporting military dictatorships, and making them trade dependent, not independent, and most of all, preventing their governments from playing the role that governments played in the industrial capitalist takeoff in England, Germany, and the United States. Governments as providing basic infrastructure and natural monopolies for the private industrial sector. Well, finance capitalism has basically has taken these infrastructure investments and made them all financial exercises. Nobody expected that countries would all move against what was the economic self-interest of industrial capitalism to be something as twisted as what's actually emerged from World War I and especially World War II, and especially the Korean and Vietnam Wars of the United States that led to the dollar standard.
Well, Michael, I think you are you made 2 points about Marx and what he thought, which I find I couldn't quite agree completely. In fact, I couldn't quite agree because, first of all, you talked about how you thought that Marx thought that capitalism and imperialism were going to develop India. That is not so. In fact, if you read the pamphlet, The Future Results of British Rule in India, Marx ends by saying that, and not only he qualifies this by saying that the British are not doing this out of any kindness of their heart or anything, but that you and I know. I don't think you would disagree with that. But he specifically points out that the only way in which India will really enjoy the fruits of development is if there is a socialist revolution in England, or equally if there is if India gains independence. So there is absolutely no doubt in my mind that while Marx thought that there would be some inadvertent forms of development in India, he actually, even back then, in the late 1840s and early 1850s, Marx was very clear that national independence was a prerequisite to development for the reasons exactly that you have recognized. All I want to say is Marx recognized it too. And of course, what I've shown in various of my writings is that Marx actually understood very well the...
I still want to hold out hope that there will be a socialist revolution in India. As unlikely as it might feel now, that would be pretty sick, I must admit. That would be definitely world-changing. And there's a lot of really inspiring communists in India that are organizing and creating some pretty incredible things, like in Kerala especially. So maybe you never know, Is that copium? Maybe it is, but that would be such a world-changing situation were that to ever occur. So I'm going to keep on believing in it. Revolutionary optimism. It's probably more likely to be a socialist revolution there than here anyways. I would bet on a socialist revolution happening in India before it happened in Canada or the United States. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, I know. It's not lost on me that Vivek Ramaswamy guy is from Kerala. That's interesting, isn't it? I've been talking about it for a while. I feel like years now, doing a deeper dive into like what is going on in Kerala and the kind of socialist organizing that's happening there. It'd be really fascinating to like do a more comprehensive look into that.
Economic development. And then the second point, I think you of course rightly point out that Marx did not anticipate the governmentalization of finance. And I mean, at one level I agree with you, but then, it's a bit like saying that Aristotle did not imagine that there were aeroplanes, sure. I mean, there's a certain, so the thing is that in a certain sense, it's really worth reflecting on that a little bit, because I think you raised some very good points. So if you look at what Marx's conception was, how would capitalism develop and why was socialism necessary and how would it come about? Essentially what Marx is saying, if you examine this clearly, and I bring this out very clearly in my latest book, Capitalism, Coronavirus and War, in a fairly long discussion about this, what Marx is basically saying is that capitalism requires competition. Competition naturally results in monopoly. And once a capitalist economy reaches the monopoly phase, in which most sectors of the economy are dominated by one or a small number of big corporations, at that point, society will have become ready. Capitalism will become ready for socialism. It will, because it's very simple. What he's saying is that insofar as capitalism is historically progressive, insofar as capitalism, by dragging humanity through much mud and gore, and by creating a lot of misery.
This Marx guy says some pretty smart stuff sometimes.
The forces of production. It is because of
I agree.
Because of the virtues of competition. But once competition is no longer there is no reason to keep capitalism. So capitalism had already reached its monopoly phase in the early part of the 20th century. And since then, essentially, humanity has been suffering the cost of keeping capitalism alive in a small number of countries, you see?
Well, you're absolutely right about what Marx said, that there had to be a revolution. But he said a revolution is what industrial capitalism's all about. He said industrial capitalism is revolutionary because in England and Europe, it's gotten rid of feudalism. Its strategy of industrial capitalism is to free economies from the landlord monopoly, from the landlord class, and from predatory finance. So when he said he expected capitalism to spread to the rest of the world, he meant the capitalist revolution against backwardness, the revolution against feudal monopoly, and the revolution that he thought would indeed lead to socialism. So you're right, Marx took an overall broad social view of economics and didn't just limit economics to prices and incomes. It was a transformation of society that Marx thought was going to appear towards socialism, and that's what has been untracked by World War I and everything the last century seemed to.
We're going to have to reserve this point for our discussions of rent, because I think that the revolution you're talking about is already Ricardo's point, and then Marx, of course, goes further than that. But let's go on. So, of course, we also have already pointed out our next point, which is that our understanding is much closer to Marx, as you will have seen in our discussion we just had about the finer points of Marx. And the key point that people forget about Marx, even many so-called Marxists, is that Marx understood that capitalism was contradictory. This is often forgotten, and if it wasn't contradictory, then we wouldn't have to get rid of it, and we wouldn't have imperialism. But both of these things are true. The next point then is that we understand that capitalism is contradictory and crisis-prone. Michael, please go ahead.
Yeah. The crisis of today's finance capitalism is not one of domestic overproduction within the production and consumption, the real economy. It's turned out to be debt deflation. And internationally, the foreign dollar debt burden has become a kind of neo-colonial leverage to impose austerity, as we've said, and other anti-labor policies on the non-U.S. U.S. economies. So the kind of crises and internal contradiction that the international economy is suffering now, as it's being polarized, is not basically what Marx talked about in Volume 1, although if you read Volume 2 and 3, you can see his focus on finance certainly filled that out. So let's talk a bit about.
I feel bad for not being part of the Capital Reading Group.
Taking form today.
I think I failed as a Marxist.
Is the world's largest debtor. And it says
that's why I appreciate these talks, so I can grasp some of that.
Foreign debt. And in fact, there's no way that the government foreign debt, which means the bank reserves of the whole rest of the world that are kept in dollars, none of this can be repaid. It's just they can trade it with each other, but they're never supposed to ask to be repaid.
It's
Only
fake.
The U.S. private sector and the U.S. government can ask other countries to repay their debt. That is the internal contradiction that has driven the world economy.
What other country could make that claim?
And is splitting it and is
None.
forcing other countries to either face permanent sort of neo-feudal dependency on the United States, or to say, well, we get to develop too. It's not going to be just a monopoly of the European garden keeping our jungle as a jungle. So I think the basic point that we're making is that the global majority needs public investment in infrastructure. It needs to modernize the economy, and it needs to create prosperity, and that means freeing their economies from U.S. dollar debt.
I think we're still okay, Dave.
Debt in the sense that it can only be repaid by siphoning off their economic surplus, by forcing them into bankruptcy financially, and by stifling their growth. That's the contradiction, that the European garden can grow and the jungle cannot grow because any growth that it has is going to take the form of paying debt service to holders of U.S. dollar bonds, including their own domestic oligarchy. Most dollar
It's
debt
the deliberate
of Argentina
underdevelopment
isn't really owed to the United States, although it's in
that we've
dollars.
seen in
It's owed
Africa,
to
for
the
example.
Argentine ruling class that holds its debt in the form of dollars while it wrecks the Argentine economy. It's been doing that now for an entire century. That's why I was a little surprised to see Argentina included in the new members of the BRICS yesterday. I'm not sure exactly.
They actually kind of faked out as well. They said they weren't going to join, and then they did. I totally don't understand what was behind that.
Its oligarchy supports the United States and remains in control of the government.
Well, that's a very interesting point, Michael. And I would say that it's very likely that that oligarchy itself has become considerably less powerful, and it is also itself running out of options. It can no longer rely on the United States. But we will have to see. But I just want to come back to many of the points you were raising. So the point we're making is that capitalism is contradictory and crisis prone. And one of the things you pointed out is that, somehow the garden is growing and the jungle is not. But the reality is the opposite. The reason why this BRICS summit is so historic, the reason why the West is essentially so afraid of what's going on at summits like the Johannesburg summit is precisely that the so-called garden, the European countries, the imperialist countries have been trapped in a syndrome of slow growth for the last several decades, whereas these other countries, China in particular, which is why, of course, every opportunity is taken in the Western press to tell you why China's growth is going to end very soon. But China, of course, and many other
Any day
of
now.
the so-called jungle countries, or what Trump used to call shithole countries, well, those shithole countries are doing much better than you folks. So this is of course, a major issue. But I also wanted to say, I completely agree with you that the current this moment of crisis in the world, and I would say that quite frankly, we've been living in a crisis-ridden world for the last many decades, really going back to the 1970s, because that crisis that hit in the 1970s was never resolved. Neoliberalism was trotted out as a solution to the crisis, but it never resolved the crisis. It never restored capitalism's vigor. And instead, it simply saddled the world economy with the debt that you're talking about and with the financial speculation and financialization that you're talking about. But if you're trying to understand the whole crisis, I would say, first of all, that any given crisis is never any one thing. It's, of course, there is a financial crisis today, but today's crisis is composed both of today's crisis is composed of a financial crisis, but there is also an underlying productive crisis, a crisis of low investment, low growth, low profits, etc. Furthermore, there is a crisis of not sufficiently expanding demand, which has been with us for a long time. So, one of the ways I've tried to deal with this is that, Marx, and I've actually, in my latest book, I have the most developed form of that table. I've actually created a table, because in capitalism, there are at least two forms of crisis. One is vertical, that is, it has to do with the exploitation of the working class by the capitalist class, and the other is horizontal.
Libs are all dying to hand Trump L's, but it would be way better seeing the international community of BRICS nations hand him L's instead. And most of these very liberals would support Trump over supporting these BRICS nations. That's the ultimate expression of their sort of meaningless ideology.
Various capitalists relate to one another, namely via competition. So both the mechanisms of competition and exploitation lead to crisis, and they lead to crisis in practically every sphere that capitalism requires for its existence. So there are the two core spheres of value production, namely production and exchange and markets, basically the production and markets. And there you have four different forms of crisis that can occur, contradictions that occur. And then there are other realms that have to be transformed in order for capitalism to exist. Capitalism must create money, it must create credit mechanisms, it must have a state, it must relate to the environment and so on, essentially by privatizing it. And of course, then once you create states, there are international relations. So in practically every one of these spheres, there are forms of crises. There are monetary management can lead to deflation, or it can lead to inflation, etc., etc. So there are many there are credit crises and so on. So there are many forms of crisis, and any given capitalist crisis is usually a concatenation of several different crisis mechanisms that are working at the same time. But nevertheless, having said that, I completely agree that
Rob to talk you through all this.
Capitalism is crisis.
After 11 hours on the road in 2 days, we made it to Sluthon.
Marty, thank you very much for 29 months resub at tier 2, and for all the support you've shown the community. The whole Marty fam. Thank you for that. I think I maybe missed the personal thing. What have you been doing on the road? Where are you going? What's up? What's going on? What's happening?
And today, the financial crisis we have today is underlain by a crisis of the productive system itself, which is partly also why finance accumulates, because it's when you don't have enough investment opportunities, productive investment opportunities, that people hold back their money and they invest in speculation rather than production. It's when companies are not borrowing to invest productively that you have to go out and find all the workers who will borrow from you in order to finance their cars.
Sounds good. I'm looking forward to seeing your ugly chair, your ugly love seat,
houses and so on. So underlying this, there is a productive crisis as well. But yes, on top of that productive crisis has been built over the last many decades, layer upon layer of financial crises.
Well, you can see the crisis in the United States. Why cannot there be investment in the United States? The largest companies, the Standard & Poor's 500, have spent 92% of their profits, of their net income, on stock buybacks and on paying out as dividends. Only 8% is to invest. They can't find anything to invest in. Apple has said, we cannot find a single penny to invest new, so we're paying more money in stock buybacks and dividends than we're actually investing. We're asset stripping. And finance capitalism is primarily extractive. It has loaded the economy down with debt so much by debt-financed housing, by making its labor have to earn a high enough wage to pay its housing debt, its education debt, its automobile debt, its credit card debt, that it's unemployable. So of course there are no investment opportunities left in the United States and Western Europe. That's why the garden is deindustrializing. and is going to turn into a jungle. Because the only way that you can make money is financially by asset stripping, by deindustrializing your economy, by cannibalizing it. And that's the clearest in the US and British economies. That's what Thatcherism and Reaganomics is all about.
Absolutely, and we are nearly at an hour, so I think, and it's just as
the
well because we are down to
cannibalizing
our final
process,
point,
asset
and
stripping.
that is that we understand in this show, in this geopolitical economy hour, that imperialism is declining. It's very fashionable to show how radical you are by saying that imperialism was always very strong, and it's either just as strong today as it ever was, or stronger today than it ever was. But
and just as a subject to this too, I mean, we use the whole dying empire imagery, or empire in decline, or talk about the declining influence of the US, and all that is true, but I think I would also caution everyone, including myself, to pump the brakes a little bit sometimes when we think that we're on the verge of this new world immediately emerging. We're seeing the shifts happening, but again, it's a dying empire, it's a declining influence, but still extremely fucking dangerous. And possibly even more dangerous the more they feel their influence over the global financial system slipping even more.
the fact of the matter is that the large part of the present crisis, among the many contradictions of capitalism that are part of the present crisis, is the simple fact that imperialism has been declining for a very long time. And today it has reached a very critical point, where it looks as though the kind of control that the imperialist countries could exercise over the rest of the world is slipping from its grasp.
Well,
that is just,
down through World
that
War
kicks ass, though.
One, you had
how can you look at that and not be
system
excited?
was highly industrialized. It was working efficiently with governments and heavy industry. But that's not the way the rest of the world went. It took the Anglo-Dutch...
the process is happening, though. I mean, that's one thing that I think we can all agree on that's super interesting and exciting. That's why I can't stand when people try to throw cold water on seeing things like BRICS. Like, well, BRICS isn't anti-imperialist, right? It's not some socialist bloc. Or, China isn't socialist. Or, throwing doubt or throwing cold water on any kind of possible analysis of this kind of phenomenon of this declining influence. And that I don't get. I mean, this is something that's really historic. If you grew up in the end of history period, as I did and many others did, and you see these big shifts happening, I don't understand how you can call yourself a socialist or a leftist or a Marxist or whatever, and not look at these very obvious trends and these really historically unprecedented, at least in modern history, shifts that are going on, and not be excited by it, and to be like, no, this is bad too. That just seems to me so nihilistic and defeatist to ignore what's happening right now. I think it's really exciting, even if it is, like I was saying, it's dangerous. It's a dangerous moment, but it's exciting as well. It's pregnant with possibility.
American system, and it's declining because this system basically is like that of the late Roman Empire. It created
but all this down to two words: China bad.
1% or the 10%, but it impoverished the 90%. And if you're going to impoverish the market, then you're going to have the kind of crisis that
the new
Marx
world struggling to be
described.
born.
And yet Marx did not see that it would. Nobody anticipated that it would be a financial crisis, because Marx hoped that industrial capitalism's self-interest would lead it to prevent finance from operating the way it used to, by what he called usury capital, and actually become productive. The Western economies since World War I have erased the whole distinction between productive and unproductive investment, productive and unproductive labor. The GDP and national income accounts don't draw any distinction between production and what is really just a transfer payment.
Complete
to the
finance
sector,
capitalism,
finance, insurance,
fake
real estate
bullshit.
sector, or to monopolies. So there's not even
Numbers
a way
in the computer.
that the seemingly empirical statistics can explain why
What's better,
imperialism and why
productive
finance
forces or a bunch of numbers in the computer?
declining.
Yeah, and again, there's just so much to say here, but we'll just end by a couple of more points. But imperialism essentially is declining the way I look at it, because think about it this way: the high point of imperialism, since which point it has been declining gradually, too slowly for me, but nevertheless declined, is 1914. 1914 was the high point of imperialism. In the previous decades, not only had Britain acquired its big empire, but a number of other countries appeared that they'd also tried to acquire empires. And so the world was essentially divided up into these big empires. So that was a high point of imperialism, but it was also the moment at which the big crisis of the imperialist world order broke. The wars between the imperial powers substantially weakened them, and then that combined with the rise of communism and the struggles for decolonization in third world countries essentially put the world onto the long and slow.
With the latter, one can simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Also
that's right.
With, I would say,
and in a way that's more real than anything.
Computer to mark up the size of the account.
By this point in time, capitalism.
Thank you, Vlad the Victor, for your 300 friend coin. Thank you. The most real currency there is.
Capitalism really didn't have that much more to give to the rest of the world, I mean, to the world in general. That is to say, it had done what it could in terms of developing the forces of production. And now the point was that they would be better developed if we had other forms of production, socialist, whatever, some or the other version of socialism. So, and this was, by the way, witnessed when you saw that the Soviet Union, once it was stabilized, it managed to become the second industrial power in the world in a matter of decades, from being the most backward country.
Who's the leader? Who's the leader that oversaw that? So, that massive, historic, unprecedented transition from this rural backwater country to industrial powerhouse. Who was the leader of the Soviet Union at that time? The name escapes me. But whoever it was, you gotta hand it to them on that one, right? Pretty impressive stuff. Can't quite recall the name of that gentleman though. We'll have to check into that.
Of course, the very fact that capitalism had reached the monopoly phase, and it's what Hilferding called the finance capital phase, in which large banks essentially controlled vast swathes of the productive apparatus. Essentially, what this told you is that the moment for planning had already come, because that's what a big corporation is. It's a giant planned economy. So the only question that arises is, why should we allow
doing that and then also winning World War II? I mean, that's two
which only exists because
pretty
we
big
made
things,
the laws and so on that allowed them to exist. So why not?
Pretty big accomplishments.
That was the sense in which the moment for socialism had come. And so, of course, we have had now socialistic experiments as well, and they have also stood up against capitalism. But the point is that in the homelands of capitalism, what we are witnessing today is the cost that both the working people of these countries as well as the rest of humanity is paying for keeping capitalism alive in these countries. Coming back to the BRICS in closing, one cannot but be aware that most of the countries of the BRICS are not socialist. But the interesting thing is that in practically every case, you can show that where they have done well, where they have alleviated poverty or industrialized or what have you, they have done so by the adoption of non-capitalist means. And it is the freedom to adopt such means which is the crucial issue at stake in the confrontation between this group of countries and the...
You might call him history's greatest hero. Well, I mean, I think when you take those two accomplishments, this transition into an industrial powerhouse in only a few decades, from a rural, underdeveloped, backwater nation of illiterate serfs to this massive industrial and economic powerhouse in a few decades, and winning World War II. Whatever other mistakes or bad things might happen, whoever that person was, and I can't remember the name exactly right now, whoever that person was, though, just based on those two things, surely must be in the running for one of the all-time most important world leaders, right? Surely. By any objective standard, but I'll have to look into who that was.
G7.
Well, I think that what we've been describing is that U.S. imperialism has backfired to destroy its own economy, and above all by
this is very interesting too,
and deunionizing the labor force by focusing on external exploitation of what
that's
America
the quarter by quarter mindset.
Instead of
we'll deindustrialize our own country and we'll deunionize our workforce so we can have higher quarterly profits. Surely this will be great for our economy overall. They did it to themselves. You do it to yourself. You do. That's what really hurts.
creating an economic surplus at home from within, the United
Can't
States
say I feel
followed the
too
same
sympathetic.
kind of self-destructive dynamic that destroyed the Roman Empire. It cannot reindustrialize, leaving the debt overhead in place any more than the BRICS countries can industrialize without freeing themselves from their foreign debt overhead, because the financial system has priced U.S. labor out of world markets as a result of making labor pay for what we've described all along: the housing, education, healthcare, etc. And yet the economic historians now say, well, you know, there really wasn't a dark age, because the wealthiest 1% of Romans in the late Roman Empire got so rich that the economy actually grew. It's true that 99% of the labor were reduced to serfdom, but that 1% actually made a growing economy. Well, that's what seems to be happening in, that's Bidenomics. That seems to be what's happening in the U.S. economy now. The wealthiest 1 to 10% are making so much money that it exceeds the deprivation and the indebtedness and the reduction and shrinkage of the 99% economy. And so the only hope that
There's
the
a
United
few more
States
scraps
has
going to
of
people, though. It's
maintaining
great.
this kind of prosperity for the wealthiest financial class is to freeze the status quo, to block any kind of active government policies to promote labor and industry at home or abroad. And the industrial capitalism today is a dinosaur. It's what was leading the late 19th century onwards to what seemed to be socialism, but instead we've got finance capitalism. And if you have knowledge, if you explain what we're going to be doing in the coming shows of how this mixed economy strategy, every economy that's developed has been a mixed economy with the government to play a major role. If you let the private financial interests take over this role of government, you're going to have the kind of shrinkage that's deindustrialized the U.S. economy, and that
Shrinkage, Jerry.
role of government has to be the core focus of how
I was in the
BRICS
pool.
economies are going to develop, and that requires freeing themselves from the dynamics of finance capitalism and finance imperialism that we've been discussing throughout all of our shows.
Yes, exactly, Michael. So let me just bring this to a close by making one final comment, which is really many of the secrets of what is the United States. When what is the United States is a long list: industrial decline, financialization, inequality, social breakdown, political logjam, you name it, cultural decay. All of this is happening. The one clue to understanding why all of this is happening is that the United States got its chance to try to be the leading imperialist country and grabbed it with both hands precisely at the moment when imperialism was actually declining. So with that thought, let's bring this to a close. We will be back in September, hopefully with many other interesting shows. So until then, thanks for watching, and looking forward to doing this again in a few weeks. Bye-bye.
Good stuff. Good discussion. I really appreciated that, and I always appreciate the content on the Geopolitical Economy Report YouTube page, which I hope everyone is subscribed to and is supporting the work that Ben does, as well as contributors like Michael Hudson and Radhika Desai in this conversation. Very good stuff. I have a brief update. I have an update on the gender baby guy. I got an update on the gender guy. This is what happens when he actually encounters a trans character in the game. The game which he immediately continued playing after freaking the fuck out over it.
Fuck off. Fuck off.
He meets a character that's trans. Look, maybe he'll actually cry this time. Maybe he'll actually cry.
Fuck off. Fuck off.
Cry.
It's infected everywhere.
Nerves kicking in.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Fuck off.
Like the sign is saying the free parking sign. Yeah, that was really rough. That was a rough day. God, that's very funny. This is what they've taken from you. So we'll just take a brief moment, folks, to let you know that We're going on 4 hours into the stream. Got another 4 hours to go. This is one of these moments when I do these longer streams and I'm like, wow, that's a really long time still. That is a really long time to still be doing this. But I got another 4 hours to go. As I mentioned, I knew today was going to be a bit more of a slog, seeing if I can get to the 50 subs. I'm making a little bit of progress, though. But 4 hours into the stream, I would just like to remind everyone to please, if you can, support TRRS. It's SLUBTEMBER. I'm doing these long streams to try and get back to where I was after taking some unplanned...
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Jamo, holy shit, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Jamo. I really, really appreciate the support lately. I really do. Thank you. I mentioned, folks, I'm trying to get back to where I was. I took about 2 weeks off of streaming, which I didn't really plan on, and I can't really afford, but I couldn't really be helped. It's the last couple of weeks of my kid's summer vacation. It was the little bit of time that he didn't have anything to do during the day. His school got postponed an extra week, the start of the school year, because of construction at his school. So I missed a lot of time here on the stream. So that's why I'm doing these longer streams over the weekend, trying to get back to where I was before the show goes back to a normal schedule next week. So if you can, friends, please, as our good friend and elite tier Friendship Triangle community member Jamo just did, please, if you can, subscribe to TRRS. It's $5 per month. It's completely free of charge with an Amazon Prime account, which you can
count
then...
on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
You can then transfer...
Lucid Duck.
an Amazon Prime account, which you can convert into a Twitch Prime sub, totally free of charge. Support this stream, support the work that I do here on Twitch, get the tiny little images. Every little bit helps. Again, I'm behind the 8 ball, and people have really turned up to support the show over the last couple of days, and I can't tell you how much I appreciated it. So if you can, subscribe to TRRS. I love it when you do that. It makes me happy, and then we become friends as well. I would have simply exploited my child on stream for cuteness support, but I'm built different. There's just, because I've thought about sometimes, like, I could just do the stream when he's around, but like when he sees me talking into the phone or on camera, it's like moths to a flame. He just immediately is like, I need to crawl over my dad right now and figure out, become the star of the show. 0% chance that I could ever do that for any extended period. He can't resist. No, and neither can I. Look at me. Look at my narcissistic ass. I'm out here every day as well. And thank you, Just Belmont, as well, for the 13 months of Tier 1. Thank you for that. Yeah, no, that wouldn't have worked. And that's the thing. Unlike this guy that we're looking at on the screen right now, I don't have pants-shitting meltdowns about gender in video games. I don't do bad stuff here in my streaming. I do good stuff, and we have important, insightful conversations about the economy and politics and culture. And I intersperse that with dancing and shimmying around and singing songs and saying all kinds of wacky shit, you know? So I'm trying to bring something positive to the live streaming space. And the only way that I'm able to continue doing that day in and day out on this platform is if people support this channel and support the work that I do here. So if you can, one more time, if you can, help me get back to where I was before I had to take this time off, and subscribe to TRRS or give subs. Help me, help the community, become an elite tier member of the Friendship Triangle system. And in fact, also, I guess it would be a good time to put on this little video. And then we're going to go back to talking about bricks and this dying empire type stuff. Okay, but if you're not sure about subscribing to this channel, you don't know what this community is about, please, I created this little explainer orientation video for you. So if you're unsure about subscribing to the channel or supporting the content or joining the community, please just watch this and it should answer any questions that you have. And if you can, folks, please subscribe to TRRS for $5 per month, or if you want you get an actual discount if you upgrade to a tier 2 or 3 sub, or if you upgrade from 1 month to a 3-month or 6-month subscription. Here's the video.
Thank you for expressing interest in the Friendship Triangle community. We would be thrilled to have you on board as a member of our exclusive platform. As you may know, the Friendship Triangle is Twitch's only two-dimensional, triangle-shaped, friendship access and trickle-down clout, tiered reward system. Today you have an amazing opportunity to join the base level of the Friendship Triangle system. Once you are part of the community, you'll have the ability to rise through the ranks and achieve higher levels of access and rewards. One way to do this is by gifting subscriptions to your fellow members or by inviting your friends and family members to join our community. As you ascend the tiers, you will be exposed to a range of new and exciting benefits, such as exclusive content, advanced features, and access to our elite community members. We are confident that you will enjoy all the perks that come with being part of the Friendship Triangle. However, we also want to remind you that not all friends and family members are to be trusted, especially those who may not support your new lifestyle. That's why we encourage you to focus on building meaningful relationships within our community, where you will find like-minded individuals who share your interests and values. If you have any questions or concerns, please don't hesitate to reach out to our team. We are always here to support our members and ensure that your experience with the Friendship Triangle is enjoyable. We're glad that you are considering joining the Friendship Triangle community. We look forward to seeing you rise through the Chaos Zone and all the way into the Elite tier. It's not a cult.
So, folks, what do you say before we move on? Do any other brave and generous heroes want to take the first step towards improving your life, joining a wonderful dynamic community, supporting the content that I create here? Do you have any other takers? Any other brave, supportive chatters want to support this stream? I'm sure any moment now, at least one person is going to be swayed by this video. And I just know in my heart of hearts, any moment now, one brave and generous chatter is going to step up and support TRRS with a sub, a gifted sub, or some other form of support.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
The Tonebox, thank you so much for 5 gifted subs. That's very, very kind of you. I really, really appreciate that, seriously. And as the video clearly described, instantly puts you right in that elite tier of the Friendship Triangle system. Sometimes people think to themselves, like, how can I get... Sure, this sounds appealing, but...
on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
This sounds appealing, but how am I going to get to the elite tier? That sounds like a huge time investment or financial investment. Not at all. Not so. You literally just have to gift 5 subs in this channel and you're in. That's all it takes. You know? Tonebox, thanks again. I really appreciate it. And thank you, comrades. So, Diego. Thank you, Diego, for the gifted sub as well. So let's keep going with this discussion now. Yeah, that's it. That's all you have to do. You know? That is all you have to do. Anyway, so on the same subject, though. On the same subject, we've been talking a lot about BRICS as well, and this specific conversation about BRICS and is it anti-imperialist or not is something we've been thinking about and talking about and looking at different commentary on. So let's just keep this going. Let's keep this conversation going about BRICS specifically. can it be anti-imperialist when it's got countries like India and Saudi Arabia involved in it? I've made my stance on that pretty clear. I think we all kind of understand that, but let's listen to what Rania Kalik has to say. Friend of the show, former guest of the show, Rania Kalik, along with her guest Prabhat Patnaik, about this subject.
On the other hand, I think the emergence of mass movements and mass kind of resistance against imperialism gets facilitated by the existence of a multipolar world. In fact, Lenin had said in one of his last writings that the Bolshevik Revolution survives because of rivalry among the advanced capitalist countries. So that, in some sense, resistance becomes possible when you have a multipolar world. And that is why the multipolar world, as we mentioned earlier, it is not anti-imperialist per se to have a multipolar world, but on the other hand, it acts as a catalyst, as a facilitator for anti-imperialist.
It does.
That is exactly the role that I would say BRICS is playing at the moment.
I mean, an empire in decline or a dying empire is like the definition
the
of
Global South Economic Bloc BRICS, that's led by
its
Brazil,
imperialism
Russia,
in
India,
decline
China,
as
and
well,
South Africa,
right?
is expanding in a major development that's shaking power centers in the West. At the recent BRICS summit in Johannesburg, the bloc officially invited Argentina, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and the United Arab Emirates. These countries will become full members as of January 1st, 2024. This new BRICS 11 contains 46% of the world's population, 37% of global GDP, 40% of global oil production, and
i.e. more than us,
global gas production, making it a force to be reckoned with should it decide to challenge the petrodollar system. While Washington cringes at the prospect of losing its global economic hegemony, BRICS has asked its finance ministers and central banks to initiate studies on alternatives to the US dollar. How much of a challenge to Western hegemony does BRICS actually pose? How much of this has been brought on by the West's own hubris? What do we make of the ideological differences among the BRICS countries? Could India and Saudi Arabia act as spoilers? Or are we witnessing the symptomatic decline of American hegemony, with US allies turning towards Washington's rivals? What does this mean for the rise of China? To discuss this and more, I'm joined by Prabhat Patnaik, Marxist economist, professor emeritus at JNU, and author of many books, including A Theory of Imperialism and the more recent Capital and Imperialism, Theory, History, and the Present, both co-authored with Utsa Patnaik. But before we jump into it, this is just the first half of this episode. The second half is available for Breakthrough News members only. You can become a member at patreon.com/breakthrough news. And as always, be sure to hit the subscribe button and the bell so you get a notification whenever we post new content. And if you appreciate this show, you can also donate below.
I really want to see Eugene Puryear's speech from yesterday.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, so much has happened once again since we last spoke. This is, of course, I'm speaking of the expansion of BRICS, which many of us expected to happen, though this seemed quite significant. And just again, to like remind people, now there's 6 countries that have been added to BRICS. We're talking about Egypt, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Ethiopia, Argentina, and Iran, one of the most important ones, Iran. And this, I mean, these countries being added now, they're calling it the BRICS 11. This would mean you have a significant portion of the world's, global oil production as well as gas production now in this group, which makes it, I think, a force to be reckoned with. So I guess let's start with this. Prabhat, how significant is this expansion?
The first thing is that they have taken 6 new members, but apparently 22 had applied to join or had shown an interest. In fact, the South African government says that there are 40 countries which are currently expressing an interest in joining BRICS. So the question is that why should suddenly so many countries want to join BRICS? I think that's quite important. I think the main reason is that the existing institutions which imperialist countries have set up are now quite incapable of catering to the demands of the various countries in the context of the current economic crisis, which even many conservative and establishment economists are calling a secular stagnation. Now, oil and gas producing countries face a reduction in their prices because of the world recession. And when they do that, then obviously you have a problem, namely that they have to reduce output to maintain their prices. And the US, as a predominantly consuming country, is really not interested in their reducing output. In fact, last time when OPEC Plus wanted to reduce output, the US sent several emissaries to Saudi Arabia, including Biden himself, to ask, the Saudi government not to go ahead with the rest of the OPEC plus in reducing output, but they did. So I think the interests of the oil and gas producers are different from what the
Would love to see Cuba and Venezuela joining.
Then similarly, you find that among these are countries against whom there are sanctions. I mean, Russia is a country against which there is sanction. Iran is a country against which there is sanction. And similarly, against China, even though there are no official sanctions, there are all kinds of prohibitions, protection against Chinese goods and so on in the West. So these are countries which are being, as it were, explicitly targeted by the advanced countries, the imperialist countries, and because of that, they have a certain interest in kind of finding a larger arrangement through which they can beat these kinds of discrimination. Then you have a lot of countries like, for instance, Argentina, Egypt, Ethiopia, all of which are caught in a very serious crisis. Egypt is caught in a crisis. Argentina is caught in a very serious crisis to an extent that they're about to elect an extreme right-wing government, which is, because the people are so fed up of the neoliberal policies adopted by the preceding liberal governments that they're even willing to turn right. Now, as far as these countries are concerned, and India and Brazil to a lesser extent, they are interested in expanding their relations beyond simply the dollar zone. In other words, they're interested in what they call de-dollarization. And I think that's a major attraction for most other applicant countries as well. If you can have trade in local currencies, in that case, you are bypassing the need to have dollars. And this, of course, is something that many of them would like.
Right. And, I think it's, you mentioned so many things that I'd like to get into more details about. But I think something that has come up quite a bit in some of the sort of conversations around this expansion is, while a lot of speeches have been given by various leaders that sort of harken back to the non-aligned movement, right? You hear a lot of the leaders of various countries who've joined BRICS or want to join BRICS saying things that, are talking about going against Western hegemony and de-dollarization. But there is, of course, this ideological inconsistency in BRICS because not all these countries have the same ideology. And some of them are close with the US. I think one thing people were really surprised about was the addition of so many Middle Eastern countries, all of which are American allies. You have the United Arab Emirates, you have Saudi Arabia, you have Egypt. I mean, what's the significance of that? What's the significance of these countries that are so closely tied to the US? Many of them actually, Egypt, for example, depends on the US for billions of dollars a year to guarantee its security. I mean, Saudi Arabia also depends on the US to so-called guarantee its security. Yet they're joining this economic bloc that is led by America's rivals. What does that mean?
This talk about a new non-aligned movement, non-aligned countries movement, I don't quite agree with it because non-alignment really refers to a situation where there were two very clear blocs. Now, I don't think China and Russia in that sense constitute a bloc. I mean, I think the Soviet Union in the old days did constitute a bloc because ideologically it was a fairly coherent entity and there was a Cold War on, and the non-aligned countries were deliberately wanting to be anti-imperialist because most of them had been decolonized very recently. They had a very long and bitter experience of colonialism.
I'm sorry, this is so fascinating. I'm just interested in where he's talking from with the TV behind him and people hanging out there. I'm just wondering if it's his living room or something. That's kind of funny to me.
I think that is something which you find today because I think it is the imperialist countries which are very aggressive vis-a-vis China and Russia. They, after all, are the ones who expanded NATO right up to the borders of Russia, and they are the ones which are targeting China at the moment. And I don't believe China has got any aggressive intentions vis-a-vis the advanced capitalist countries. They just want to cut China down to size because they see in it a potential threat. And the countries, as you rightly pointed out, which are a part or now a part of BRICS or wanting to be part of BRICS, are themselves not particularly.
You don't need to have a similar ideology to align with someone. They're trying to make a garden around the U.S. So the U.S. can't impose unilaterally sanctions that ruins their countries. Yeah, and I think that's the thing that does bind these countries together, even when they have vastly different ideologies. That's where being anti-Western, as much as people try to frame that as being oh, that's not a coherent ideology, but there is, to an extent, it is. Just the very idea that these countries have this mutual interest, Iran and China and Saudi Arabia and India, all these countries with very vastly different cultures and geopolitical goals and everything, but they have this shared mutual interest in getting out under the thumb of this system that's controlled and dominated by the United States of America and by the West. That's the thing that's binding all these places together. Radhika Prabhat telling us to get our vocabulary terms together. Seriously, yeah. Yeah, we gave them something to unify around, and that's another thing Michael Hudson was saying too. It's like our leaders, our rulers have created this exact situation, which is something that's kind of fascinating as well.
Countries which have had bitter experience of imperialism, or at least the current governments in those countries, are not motivated by the bitter experience of imperialism. And you're perfectly right that Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and so on are not really anti-imperialist countries. I think they're just diversifying their relations. But I think this expansion of BRICS, seeing it as an anti-imperialist move, is an overstatement.
Okay, fair. And that being said, there is a lot of talk of, potential spoilers. And by that, I mean, it was mentioned that India apparently vetoed Algeria's entry at the behest of the French.
I said I will be back in 1 sec. Folks, one moment, 1 second, 1 minute.
Which is quite interesting. Exactly. And then, of course, you also have the Saudis, which everybody is extremely suspicious of the Saudis. Not everybody, I should say, those who are anti-imperialist or leftist or want to see like the rise of alternatives to the US dollar. View the Saudis with extreme caution, given that Saudi Arabia has historically and remains very, very close to the United States. So I guess my question is, what are the potentials for spoilers here?
Well, I see this not as an anti-imperialist move, but a move which is, as I said, a diversification away from American hegemony, which is necessitated by the world capitalist crisis. And this is something which, however, makes it easier for countries or for people to take anti-imperialist positions. In other words, in itself is not anti-imperialism, but it actually opens up possibilities in world politics. In other words, I think the inclusion of Iran is of great significance, because Iran has been in the firing line of imperialism much longer than any other country, and really in a much more vicious way. So the point is that the inclusion of Iran is extremely important. And I think this really would weaken the impact of imperialist sanctions against, in future, those countries which are recalcitrant, which in fact might wish to break away from the hegemony of imperialism. So I think this opens up opportunities, but this in itself is not an anti-imperialist movement.
Fair. And then, so I guess let's get to like why it matters. Then you mentioned some stuff about like de-dollarization, and then there's the idea of trading outside of the dollar. You have Brazil's Lula suggesting a different currency, an alternative currency that people in this bloc trade in. And then of course you have, people talking about, I know that Brazil has suggested to Argentina potentially trading in Chinese currency. Can you explain, I know we talked a bit about this the last time I had you on, but can you explain why just these little bits of potentially trading in something outside of the dollar between countries that aren't even, trading with the United States, why this is so, why this is viewed as such a challenge to Western hegemony?
There are two separate issues here. The first issue is, of course, trade in local currency or trade in a common currency or whatever. In other words, if you have the BRICS countries' currencies being linked to one another at a fixed exchange rate, in effect, you have got a new currency. Okay, so you have trade in local currency, and Dilma Rousseff, who's the former Brazilian president, who's now heading the BRICS Bank, she has said that trade in local currency is a first priority. So I think trade in local currency is going to be a major attraction of BRICS, and the advantage of that is that that it enlarges the liquidity available in the world economy. If I wish to trade with you, then I don't need dollars to buy your goods. You don't need dollars to buy my goods. Now, these dollars could be purchased either if I could export to countries like US or whatever, or alternatively, if I could borrow these dollars from Western banks, etc. Now, to the extent that you can have an expansion of liquidity for doing trade, which is not the dollar, but which is local currencies, and this expansion can occur through the central banks of these particular countries enlarging their money supply, in which case you really have control over the supply of liquidity in the world economy, which is in your hands, and that supply can increase at your will. And that obviously is something that would enlarge the possibilities of trade among these countries. That's a major benefit. The fact that you can trade, India can now trade with Iran without necessarily having to earn dollars for doing that, is a major kind of breakthrough. It's a major possibility.
And then you have the idea, so that's the local currency issue. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, but at the same time, I believe there are some problems still remaining, and that is the following. That suppose it is the case that there is trade between India and Iran in some local currency or in both countries' currencies with a fixed exchange rate. But suppose India has a persistent surplus vis-a-vis Iran. Okay, in that case, Iran would require external aid. Iran would run up an external debt against India. Therefore, the idea of overcoming the problem of external debt is not resolved by simply doing local currency trade. For that, you would require something more. And that something more would be if it is the case that India resolves its surplus vis-a-vis Iran by making it a point to buy Iranian goods. Mm-hmm. So if the surplus is resolved by buying each other's commodities, rather than simply by building up claims against the other, then it would have been a major challenge to the existing institutions. Even as such, it is as it were half a major challenge to the existing institutions.
And so then there's the issue of a new currency entirely. So you were just speaking of the issue of trading in local currency and the benefits, but potential challenges to that. But then when we hear about the idea of a new currency, I mean, this hasn't really been detailed and that like thought through as far as I know, but you've had it mentioned quite a few times. What would this mean if there was some new alternative currency outside of just the local currencies, but that also isn't the dollar? Is that even something that sounds plausible in the coming years? And if it were to happen, what would it mean for global South countries and then for the US dollar?
Local currency is a good idea, though I would prefer a common currency is a good idea, though I would prefer local currency, because if you have a common currency, then the supply of that common currency is still to be determined by some kind of a central bank and so on. It's not easily available to all the different countries if they need this common currency. For instance, now you have SDRs, which the IMF issues, but the SDRs that the IMF issues, really, their supplies are limited. And the point is that people buy the SDRs by using their own currency, but on the other hand, the supplies are limited. So if you have any common currency, then the problem of supply of the common currency still remains. And therefore, the expansion of liquidity in the world economy is something which would still be relatively limited. But on the other hand, pure local currency trade, in which basically countries have their own currencies or own money supply, and with that they purchase each other's goods. I think that is a better idea to my mind.
Okay, and then
I missed that point about the common currency. Unfortunately, I caught just the tail end of it, and it does seem like an interesting point. I did just want to mention as well this whole thing about where people see Saudi Arabia is a really great example for their involvement within BRICS. Gives people pause and doesn't make people's they don't want to support these kinds of growing internationalist institutions. They see China's kind of strategic partnership with Saudi Arabia. China's trying to step in and mediate these conflicts, the Yemen war in Yemen and things like that. But making partnerships with places like Saudi Arabia, and they want to cast doubt on that. And I think that's also another example of these sort of materialist versus idealist sort of contradiction in some of these conversations. When we talk about Saudi Arabia, I think is a perfect example of it. What I would like actually is if there was some pan-Arabic bloc that had been forged in the decolonial period that was, based in pan-Arabic solidarity and socialism and decolonization. That's what I would prefer. Unfortunately, that doesn't exist, though. Unfortunately, any potential for something like that emerging, when there was a lot of potential for it, was directly undermined and destroyed by U.S. imperialism, leading to the emergence of these Gulf state monarchies, like what we see in Saudi Arabia, and how the whole Arabic world was kind of divided based on these ideals of sectarianism and religious fundamentalism, and it was divided along these kinds of lines. And I would much rather that had not have happened, but unfortunately it did. So this is the kind of fundamental thing that we have to kind of ask ourselves sometimes. Are we talking about the anti-Western alliance that we want, the one that exists in our fantasy and in our imaginations, and the one that maybe there was a potential of happening at one point that was snuffed out? Or are we just going to deal with these changing and shifting institutions that we have? We don't have the luxury of dealing with the ones that we want. We have the anti-Western alliance that we've got. There's no other alternative to that. So this is kind of the question we have to ask ourselves. Are you going to not support these kinds of shifts or trends because of who is involved in it, whether it's India or Saudi Arabia? And again, that ignores the role that Western imperialism has played in ensuring that those kind of projects were successful, and projects that were based in revolutionary socialism or Pan-Africanism or Pan-Arabic sentiment, or a more socialist tendency and decolonial legacy in India. These projects were deliberately undermined by the West, leading us with the situation that we have now. So that's kind of my view, right? Is if you have the materialist view, you can deal with the burgeoning anti-Western or non-aligned movement that we have, and you have to just forget about the one that exists in your head that you want to exist. I mean, no matter how much you wish it, it's just not going to just emerge out of nowhere. What we have this is what we have to work with. So you can either accept that, or you can just say, well, no, this is bad too, so I shall just give in, which is ultimately a reactionary belief that's only enforcing the very sort of hegemony that we claim to sort of be against. It's really annoying to see people complain that BRICS is taking Saudi Arabia in, and how people are just going to justify that for the New World Order, but they ignore that Saudi Arabia is already the U.S.'s client state. So what's the difference? Why are you bent over Saudi Arabia with the U.S. or with BRICS? That's a really good point. Yeah, absolutely. I can't possibly support BRICS because Saudi Arabia is part of it. Well, it's like they're currently one of our strongest allies now. So what is that precious opinion really like leading to? You're really just enforcing. It really just enforces the status quo. Weakening and ending Western imperialism is imperative. It will empower democratic and socialist movements. And I think that's kind of the point that's been articulated throughout this talk here. Get back to that now.
Then there's no limitations on the supply of liquidity.
Well, then I wanted to ask you about the new development bank, or the BRICS development bank, as it's been referred to, which is the BRIC blocs like alternative, as it's been described as an alternative to the U.S. dominated World Bank. And they are de-dollarizing their loans. They also do promote local currencies in keeping with everything we've talked about.
Also, another thing with BRICS, and sorry to interrupt, Rania, another thing with BRICS, though, that we've talked about is it's still just in the early infancy. Like, listen to the things that Dilma Rousseff is talking about, who just got promoted to this position. Like, we have to be thinking about what this means 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, not what it means right this very second. Is it destroying imperialism right this very second? No, it's not. Is it destroying the United States of America's grip over the global financial system? No, it isn't. But is it part of this overall shift that's happening that actually is going to take a long time still? And obviously it is. And that's, I think, another thing, is about thinking about what these changes mean in the long term, rather than expecting just the emergence of these things to just immediately have the result in these massive changes or massive gains. It's not realistic. It's not a realistic way to look at these things. It's never the way that like progressive forces have ever really emerged throughout history. It takes time.
Curious, do you see a significance in this new development bank?
Well, the development bank, the development bank is going to do one thing, but not another. The thing it is going to do is to give infrastructure loans. The BRICS Bank, again, Dilma Rousseff has made it very clear that they're going to give infrastructure loans, which is good because then you are less dependent on other sources of financing, and presumably the terms on which the loans are given would be much easier and so on. So that's a positive thing. But on the other hand, they have also made it clear that they are not going to provide loans for financing either debt servicing or debt retirement. So that, countries which are indebted cannot really turn to the BRICS Bank for any kind of assistance. Mind you, the expansion of BRICS is not really taking in the world's most indebted countries. But even other third world countries which would have come to the BRICS Bank for loans that they're currently desperately looking for. For instance, in India's own neighborhood, Sri Lanka has just gone to the IMF for a loan, and so on. And along with these loans, you have austerity, which is imposed on the country, which means extreme hardship to the people, which means greater unemployment and so on. Now, those are areas in which the BRICS Bank is not going to enter. So the loans it is going to give, it is something which is helpful, certainly something which breaks the monopoly of the existing lending institutions, but on the other hand, would not really provide the kind of assistance to third world countries that might really make them come out of the grip of the IMF.
Well, all of these, it sounds like a lot of these new mechanisms or new.
Looks like you got infected by the woke mind virus, Cinema Challenge.
But it's not like a guarantee that anything really like shifts just because this new bloc has formed and added new countries. So it sounds like there's a lot to be done.
Yes.
But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's called being a materialist. It's called being realistic.
I agree with that. You see, I don't think one needs to get too excited.
It's not overthrowing the U.S. empire immediately. We shouldn't support it. Like, what is that?
A break with the existing pattern, which is to be welcomed. And it is something which, as I said, increases the option before countries. It reduces the monopoly control of a few advanced countries on the entire international financial architecture. But on the other hand, it's not something that we have to get very excited about, that this is really, the end of imperialism, or it's a kind of blow against imperialism and things of that kind. I don't think one should get too excited, but I think it's a welcome development.
Well, so it's looking at it with a level of cautious optimism.
Nuance.
But then you mentioned the issue of sanctions. I'd like
We're
to
not
delve into
idealists.
that a little bit deeper, because Russia was already a part of BRICS, obviously one of the founding members, and Russia is under some of the most extreme sanctions in the world at the moment. But now with the addition of Iran, now you have two major
But actually doing something to affect positive change instead of dreaming about how it would be in a perfect world and then waiting to find a genie lamp to enact it. Yeah, doing something to affect positive change, or at least supporting people around the world that are engaged in that project, right? And not just shitting on it, because it's not, it's not socialist enough for you, person sitting in Canada, the United States, That's just silly. It's arrogant as well. It's arrogant and it's chauvinist to talk about these things in this way.
World being a part of this economic bloc. I mean, what's the significance of that in terms of, the ability of other sanctioned countries to use this as an avenue to maybe sidestep the most destructive impact of sanctions?
In a sense, I would say that is a far more serious and immediate contribution of BRICS and the expansion of BRICS. Namely that, even though they may not be anti-imperialist, but at least they give some kind of a sanctuary to sanctioned countries. In fact, Russia's own trade with a lot of these countries now bypasses the Western sanctions. As a matter of fact, ironically, India imports a lot of natural gas and exports it to Western Europe, which is actually sanctioning Russia. Same Russian natural gas is imported by some Indian firms and sold in the Western European market. So that, I think to the extent that...
I saw that story the other day that the EU is importing a record amount of Russian natural gas. That's amazing.
That they now have the possibility of trade with a lot of these countries, which would then be avoiding the kind of American-dominated sanctions. I think that has great possibility. I think that is really the most immediate and telling consequence of the expansion of BRICS.
So, Prabhat, I also thought, I want to talk a little bit about the Western reaction to all of this, because there was so much hand-wringing when this announcement came through. There was two things. On the one hand, there was this very whiny attitude of oh no, all of these brown countries in the global south are trying to take over the world, and they're trying to unseat the West as the dominant power.
Would be cool if true.
That attitude, and then on the other hand, there was this sort of opposite attitude of underplaying the significance of this. It doesn't matter. It's just a bunch of poor, underdeveloped countries who can't really do anything. We're still in charge. So these are the two attitudes I saw among analysts and think tankers and just media personalities. And then one thing in particular, though, that I saw that kind of brought all of them together was this notion that the G7 countries are, they're liberal and they're democratic and they represent human rights and, all that jargon. Whereas these BRICS countries are an alliance of authoritarianism and an alliance of backwardsness on some level, and just a bunch of countries that hate human rights and aren't able to respect them, and that they're specifically anti-democratic. Like there was this framing of the G7 being democracies and then BRICS being authoritarian and anti-democratic. And I'm just curious what your response is to that framing, given
it's convenient that all these anti-Western countries are all authoritarian, you know? Isn't that a convenient thing? They're all anti-democratic and authoritarian human rights abusers. Every single one. Damn. What a crazy coincidence.
How much of the world the G7 represents and who is in charge of it and how they behave around the world versus these BRICS countries.
You know, Marx had once said, a country that oppresses another cannot be free. Now, these are countries, the so-called liberal democracies, these are the countries which have oppressed the entire world for hundreds of years. So I do not take their claims to being free very seriously, because, you know, quoting Marx, a country that oppresses another cannot be free. But the point, and additionally, what I'd like to say is that, you know, that at the moment, there is a tendency towards fascism all over the world, including in the advanced countries. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think Italy has got Meloni as its prime minister. France is likely to possibly to get Marine Le Pen. And what is most disturbing is that Germany moving towards a situation where the kind of less right-wing parties are going to form coalitions with the far-right AfD. So everywhere there is an upsurge of right-wing politics, and established political parties are willing to play ball with these right-wing parties. And therefore, this whole talk about there being bastions...
Please stop filming the river boys with saw blades on them. We're trying to talk about these authoritarian countries right now.
It exists at the moment.
It's taking this focus away.
Necessarily very long. But what is more, even its existence at the moment is very doubtful, because look at the way that the entire American media has really lined up on the Ukraine issue behind the American government. Now, the point is, no matter what you think about Putin, but the fact of the matter is that expansion of NATO to the frontiers of Russia is a violation of the promise which was made by the German and American governments to Gorbachev. And the point is that this is really a neocon.
It's not that complicated, folks. Everyone, this is what everyone around the world believes.
So the point, and no, the American press does not give any publicity to it. Similarly, the bursting of the Nord Stream pipeline. The American press, the dominant American press, including liberal press like New York Times and so on, really did not give it any kind of publicity. So this business of Western liberalism or free speech and free press and so on is something which anyway I take with a pinch of salt. And you must not forget, I come from an ex-colonial country, 1.5 centuries of colonialism. So I'm not very impressed with it. It's not also likely to last very long because of this emergence of fascism, unless there is a kind of liberal solution to the crisis that can be thought of, which is not on the horizon at the moment. So all this is in a state of flux.
And I appreciate that you brought up Ukraine, because I wonder, you know, how much did the war in Ukraine impact the expansion and increasing importance of an economic bloc like BRICS and even other alternatives to these Western-led institutions? And the reason I raise that is because just take Egypt, for example. One thing that was repeatedly noted as Egypt joined BRICS or was invited to join BRICS is that Egypt's economy suffered dramatically as a result of the war in Ukraine. It's because of the issue with wheat and fertilizer and Egypt's ability to import or export, and its currency devalued dramatically as a result. And they're really in need of hard currency, or the idea of maybe being able to trade in their own local currency because of their dollar shortage. And that's just one among so many countries that's experienced a shortage of dollars in the global south, you know, as a result of the war in Ukraine, but of course other factors as well. But just to go back what I originally asked, you know, what is the significance of the war in Ukraine and leading to the emerging significance of blocs or collections of countries like BRICS?
You know, the war in Ukraine, if you like, is really the last straw on the camel's back, in the sense that, you know, that it is both expressive of the crisis which the imperialist countries are facing and the world order dominated by them. And at the same time, it is something which is going to aggravate that crisis, because you see, the war in Ukraine has really given rise to, as you say quite rightly, to many countries looking for alternative arrangements. And I think that's a major factor behind 40 countries applying or being interested in joining BRICS, which is really quite amazing. And at the same time, to the extent that things like BRICS come up and the war in Ukraine drags on, it is going to weaken the imperialist countries to an even greater extent.
If you enjoyed this episode and want to hear the rest, you can access it.
That was great stuff. Really interesting conversation. And once again, here's the video URL if you want to see that. And as I always remind folks, you know, I feel a little weird sometimes, like, you know, we watch so much content from Ben Norton's channel or from Breakthrough News because it's so valuable, but always really try to like encourage people to make sure you're supporting that content as well. It's really fantastic stuff, and I always really appreciate the discussions and the insights that we get from you know, a lot of these outlets. So make sure you're please subscribing to them as well. I don't want to just like, you know, use their monetize their own content for my own selfish gains. I really do hope people are subscribing to them and supporting their work because it's really, really vital stuff. That was good. That was a very good discussion. We're 4.5 hours in here. I guess there's just more video stuff we can do, right? Right? I guess so. I subscribe there and watch it here. I think that's a good way of doing it. I think that's a really good way of doing it, frankly, which I endorse. I endorse that a lot. Let's just see what's in my bookmarks, see if I have anything else specifically that I wanted to look at. I would like to stick on this dying empire tip, though. We're going to stay with that. This clip was actually quite interesting as well from Yanis Varoufakis.
And I negotiated with them a deal that was monographed but never in the end signed, which would have been absolutely astonishingly good for Greece. Tells me that they are immensely self-serving, as they would, but at the same time they have a quality that we need in Southern Europe. Actually, I think everybody needs to have foreign direct investment by patient investors. They're patient investors. They don't come in to grab an asset for speculative purposes. They come in order to create a base on which to build and build and build, and their horizon is a 20, 30-year horizon. When we were elected, unfortunately, my party was against Costco.
If they had been actually been allowed to implement their agenda, Greece would probably be in way better shape now. But that's the amazing thing, is that like the EU literally just like told them, no, you can't do it. No. Which is really fascinating, the way that the EU has this kind of control and power. The EU absolutely did fuck Greece, and Greece would be in a lot better shape now if they'd been actually able to be in charge for longer and implement this agenda, this anti-austerity agenda that had people so excited, right?
Cancel further privatization, but they wanted to cancel previous privatization. And the first thing I did was I had a meeting with the Chinese ambassador, and I said that this finance minister does not agree with his government on this, and I will sway them. And I did sway the cabinet. And we ended up going all the way towards an agreement that not only would privatize the rest of the port, but under terms very different to the ones that Troika wanted us to have.
Where have I heard
and
that
what
before?
I mean by
Interesting.
That, minimum investment of 180 million euros within a year, which is a very large amount of investment for 1 year in a port. Secondly, labor relations that were not precarious and which were not haphazard, with collective bargaining agreements to satisfy the trade unions. On top of that, an agreement that the local coastal shipping routes would be handled by the municipality of Piraeus and other municipalities, and they would be profit sharing. It's a fantastic deal. So they are very keen to get seriously down to business with you if you are also keen to do this. Now, the aside to this is that this didn't go through because Berlin intervened and sent a message to Beijing: don't deal with the Greeks until they sign our MOU. But this is a sad story for the European Union. Two ancient civilizations, two countries whose peoples have had a long experience, and quite recently, of colonialism, of being treated like the sick men of the world. Europe in our case, Asia in the case of China.
It's interesting how Greece is a country that probably could have gone either way, right? Ends up getting treated like it's a part of Europe, but also kind of like not really European, right? And they could have just as easily, if socialism had emerged in Greece after that post-war period, they would be considered Eastern Europe. They would be considered Eastern European barbarians. But because of the ways that these trends have ended up, Greece ends up kind of being counted as being part of Europe. But it depends on who's in charge, really. It really depends on who's in charge about who gets these kind of classifications.
In 2015, when I was conducting negotiations with the Chinese side, in parallel to the negotiations we were having with the European Union and the International Monetary Fund, I was very pleasantly surprised by the way in which the Chinese authorities managed to combine their sense of self-interest with a patient investment attitude and a genuine commitment to renegotiate and negotiate and discuss again and again and again with us with a view to achieving a mutually advantageous agreement. The discussions began regarding the port of Piraeus, where COSCO, a state-owned Chinese company, already had the foot in the door, so to speak. And it was a discussion about how to extend its operations. They were very surprised when I proposed to them that this should be part of a broader investment exercise in Greece by China, involving railways, technology parks, involving all sorts of activities where our economy needed patient capital, like shipbuilding and shipyards and tourism. We came to a magnificent agreement. They showed broad-mindedness. They were prepared to accept collective bargaining agreements with trade unions. They were prepared to take it step by step in a way that would, of course, benefit them, but would also benefit us in a non-colonial manner. What stopped it was an intervention by Berlin, insisting that
he hates Merkel and the EU so much.
Until and unless
look how mad he just got just talking about it and remembering it. I always really liked this as well.
I've been very concerned lately about China and sort of their...
Of course, you've been watching the news. Of course you're concerned.
Money from our economy over to China by buying all those things and supporting their economy over there so they could make more and more money. They are now all over Africa, you know, buying things and investing over there and getting those countries dependent on them and supporting.
Oh no!
You know,
I think this lady's well-meaning. I don't want to make fun of her too much, but it is incredible how Yanis completely shuts down this argument, though.
I'm just
like whom?
Well,
we are in a country that supports Saudi Arabia.
Yes, that's true. Right. So
suddenly we have a problem with, you know, superpowers supporting non-democratic people.
Yes, I mean, yes, I do, but I also am just concerned that we've sort of created the economic power that China sort of has now, and they're using it, I fear.
Using it to do what?
Using it against us eventually and against the better interests of a lot of people.
I could try to get him on the stream.
Okay, great.
You shouldn't worry about that.
Okay.
It's very simple. And let me explain why you shouldn't worry about it. But please continue.
Well, I mean, they're, you know, they're in Africa. They're lending money to countries to build ports and different, infrastructure.
To build what?
Port,
and what's wrong with that?
And, well, because...
Countries that need ports. Get ports.
But they're making people dependent on... I mean, I know, it's the same thing that we've done, which is...
No, it's not.
Around the world.
They are far more humanistic than the United States ever was.
Really? Okay.
Absolutely.
Great. So...
Let me give you an example. Of course, they are peddling for influence.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they are non-interventionist, absolutely non-interventionist in a way that Europeans, the West, has never managed to fathom. Ethiopia. I'll tell you why they went into Ethiopia, because they suspected there was oil. Because China is a major industrial power, but it lacks primary resources. Now, instead of going into Africa with troops, colonially, destroying the country, killing people like the West has done for the last 100 years, what they did was they went to Addis Ababa and they said to the government, we would like, we can see you have problems with your infrastructure, we would like to build some new airports, upgrade your railway system, create a telephone system, and rebuild your roads. And we'll do this all for free. No strings attached. We don't want anything from you. And they did. Why did they do it? Because it's soft power. Because because they knew that if oil is discovered, and it was discovered later, then, of course, the Ethiopian government will be much more open to Chinese oil companies coming there. When I was Minister of Finance, I had a very interesting experience with COSCO, one of the Chinese national companies that in the end bought the port of Piraeus. So I said to them, look, you're paying too little, you're not committing to a sufficient level of investment, and you are treating our workers as fodder. You are effectively subcontracting labor to horrible companies that exploit the workers, and I can't deal with this. Effectively, I proposed to
Reminder that the U.S. is still occupying 1/3 of Syria and stealing their oil. And we got Western leftists that helped them do it. Kind of interesting, isn't it?
To renegotiate the contract, so instead of getting 67% of the shares of the port, they
the sinister plot of they might like us 51. If we do nice stuff for them. What a crazy concept.
The remaining shares would go into
it's cheating.
The Greek pension fund system in order to bolster the capitalization of the public pensions. Secondly, I want you to commit...
And how fast she went to where they're debt trapping them. That's what it comes down to. It is a lot of the people, and I think she realized this as she was saying it. That's why she started to falter, because she realized how silly it sounded, but it's just accusing China of doing what we ourselves have done. So if they're making investments in Africa, well, it must be because they're underdeveloping and exploiting them, because that's exactly what we did. But just because we're fucking monsters, or our ancestors or our political leaders are, that doesn't actually mean that that's what any trade deal is, or that's what any of these like development projects are. That's what we did. But just because we did that doesn't mean we need to project that kind of violence and ruthlessness onto other nations.
To 180 million euros of investment within 12 months. And thirdly, proper collective bargaining with the trade unions and no subcontracting of labor. And to my astonishment, they said, okay. Can you imagine if that was a German company or an American company? That's why I'm saying I don't think you should worry.
Okay, I won't.
I wonder if she stopped worrying. This is just a good thread to look at.
The worst case is the
on this subject.
Increasing provocative actions towards China. That's very dangerous. By now, there's constant talk about what's called the China threat. You even read it in sober, reasonable, usually reasonable journals about the terrible China threat. Well, what is, and we have to move expeditiously to contain and limit the China threat. Now, what exactly is the China threat? Actually, that question is rarely raised here. It is discussed in Australia, the country that's right in the claws of the dragon. So recently, the distinguished statesman, former Prime Minister Paul Keating, did have a essay in the Australian press about the China threat. He finally concluded, realistically, that the China threat is China's existence. The U.S. will not tolerate the existence of a state that cannot be intimidated the way Europe can be, that does not follow U.S. orders the way Europe does, but pursues its own course. That's the threat.
Noam is right. Listen to Noam.
Of the collapse of the deterrent is that there's no space left for independent.
This just turned into a Chomsky thread from Jay Squirrel here.
When he concentrate on what really is behind his policies. When he slapped these tariffs on aluminum imports and steel imports and so on, this was simply a pretext for something completely different. He is working with and on behalf the interests of the large conglomerates that have only one incentive. And their incentive is to take away the profits, the future profits in particular, of the large big tech Chinese companies that are the only true competitors to Apple, to Google, to Facebook, because the Chinese, using their own political excuses,
Trying to find this other
have
clip that I
created
found a few
serious
days
competitors
ago
to
that I,
Google,
of course,
to
didn't
Facebook,
bookmark.
and so on. And what Trump is really doing is he's firing the first cannon volleys in a generalized trade war against China, the purpose of which is to open China up to Google, to the big silicon, big tech, big pharma, and Wall Street. Now, if he succeeds, he's going to destabilize the United States of America. Because if the United States does to China today that which Ronald Reagan did in 1985 to Japan and to South Korea, you will end up with a crisis in China similar to the crisis of Japan of 1998 and of South Korea, which saw those countries effectively implode. And if China implodes, America's greatest creditor is going to implode, and he's going to end up like the sorcerer who has unleashed demonic forces that he can no longer control. So he must be stopped, not because he's a madman, but because he is acting on behalf of very particular interests in this country, which, as always, are pushing developments in a direction which is in their narrow corporate interest, but against the longer-term interest of the United States and the rest of the world. That was meant to be a short answer, sorry.
One thing I would really like to do is watch the President Xi's speech from BRICS. That's one thing I'd been meaning to do and hadn't got around to doing it. And I think that could be a good idea for something we could do. Also this. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to Yanis Varoufakis. Listen to Akon. Listen to what Akon has to say about what Chinese investment in Africa has meant. If you don't trust me, if you don't trust Yanis Varoufakis or any of these other folks that we hear from, let's listen to what Akon has to say.
China has done more for Africa than any other country.
I mean, it's true. That's not something anybody can argue with.
Yeah.
I mean, they came, they laid down infrastructure. They actually did something that the European countries been around for 400 years and did nothing. That's why if you see Africa now hasn't been developed. This was the responsibility.
It's been intentionally underdeveloped, Akon.
Italy, Italy.
That's right.
These guys have been in Africa forever, and it's never been developed. China just started putting interest in Africa. Now you have roads, roundabouts. Like, they're actually putting structure down.
Listen to Akon.
is worth 1 unit of Earth.
I thought Africa only wanted
Why
infrastructure
is
to
it
send
that
resources to
5,000
seaports?
units of our currency is worth 1 unit of your currency, where we are the ones with the actual gold reserves. It's quite evident that the aid is in fact not coming from the West to Africa, but from Africa to the Western world. The Western world depends on Africa in every possible way. So how does the West ensure that the free aid keeps coming? By systematically
The audio is weird, I agree.
stabilizing the wealthiest African nations and their systems, and all that backed by a huge PR campaign, leaving the entire world under the impression that Africa is poor and dying, and merely
This is so weird. What is this music? It's so bizarre. This seems like a really interesting point. This seems like a really interesting point, but what is that music? If you have ADD, it just makes that impossible to listen to. Jesus.
Current.
Oh, this is really cool. Thanks for sharing this energy CC. And if any, we got a couple of unsubbed folks in the chat. If any kind sub gifters want to dole out some gift subs to Energy CC and some of the other folks that have been contributing to this discussion. I was actually just looking for not this conversation with Low-Key, but I'm trying to find another clip where there was a clip from, I think, someone that was in Jamaica that was talking about China's relationship with Jamaica and the way that they are not coercive and the way that they listen when people in nations that they're dealing with actually say no to them or actually try to bargain for better deals. I don't know if you're familiar with what I'm talking about, but this seems cool too also.
So the CFA is a French-backed currency which 14 African countries use, right? And it's essentially a currency union which is backed and guaranteed by France. And in return for being backed and guaranteed by France, these 14 countries have to store 50% of their total foreign reserves with the Banque de France in Paris. They are not allowed to raise debts on their own without permission from Paris. So the basic instruments of government that a sovereign country should have access to, the basic instruments of monetary and fiscal policy, these guys do not have. Because everything, for a supposed independent country, everything has to go through France. Everything has to go through Paris. So as the president or prime minister of a Francophone African country, if you want to, you believe that there's an airport or a bridge or something that needs to be built
YouTube, it's just a
to grow
cesspool.
the economy, that this needs to be done to spark more trade, to grow the economy, then you can raise more tax revenue and use, which is how regular sovereign countries do business. You cannot go to the bond market and raise money like Nigeria can do, or like Kenya or South Africa can do. As a Francophone country, you first have to fly to Paris and basically take permission from the Banque de France before you can do anything with your local monetary or fiscal policy. It sounds incredible to us, but that's the arrangement that these 14 countries have with France. And increasingly, that has become politically toxic within Africa. Increasingly, the young population of Africa detests the idea of not being functionally independent from France. They consider it to be not even neo-colonial, but to be openly colonial. That's how it's considered.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. I wish I could find this clip. I'm so frustrated that I didn't. So
the CFA is a French-backed currency.
So frustrated that I didn't bookmark this clip that I was talking about. It's this clip of this Jamaican guy that's talking about the role that China has played there, and they've been making huge investments in the Caribbean and Jamaica as well. Constructed like a $750 million highway in Jamaica. And this guy's just talking about dealing with them, and when they made this trade offer to them, and they said, no, we don't want to do this. And they just said okay. And they didn't try to overthrow them. They didn't sanction them. They didn't coup them. They didn't bomb them. They were just all right. how about this deal? And then they offer a better deal, and they offer something else. And when people say, no, we don't want anything to do with that, they go, okay. And they just move on. And how contrasting that with like what it looks like when America or the West gets involved in these kinds of things. I wish I could find it. I'm just like scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, trying to find it. I thought it was from Arnaud Bertrand, but just don't know anymore. It's gonna scroll for another moment to see if can find the thing that I was looking for. Any moment now. I can't. But I'll pivot to something else, which is that we were talking about that guy Vivek Ramaswamy, right? And we talked about his Ukraine takes and about how he's one of the only people on the right that is actually like having anything resembling a correct analysis on this, and why that doesn't mean that we need to start supporting dumbass conservative reactionary con men grifters like this guy. Because look at this, as always when it comes to these like conservatives or Republicans that are pushing back on the Russia-Ukraine narrative, they're not doing it because they're anti-imperialist or because they want to decrease America's role in the world. They want to increase it. This is how they see of doing of the way of doing it, which he spells out for everyone. So it shouldn't be hard for anyone, if you have these views, to not support clowns like this when they happen to say things that you agree with.
So we heard Trump's concept of stopping the war in Ukraine. He says it's over in 24 hours. How would Vivek Ramaswamy, the president, stop the war in Ukraine?
Very clear vision. I would do a deal that Putin would say yes to, but that actually advances American interests so that the United States wins. Here's what I would do. I would freeze the current lines of control. I would further make a hard commitment that NATO will not admit Ukraine to NATO. That's enough to get Putin to do the deal. But I will require something even greater in return, Jesse. Russia has to exit its military alliance with China. Right now, we're pushing Russia further into China's
Yeah, I'm sure that's going to work, dude.
The
Russia's just going to get right on that. As soon as President Vivek calls up, they're going to get right on that.
Alliance is the single greatest threat that the United States faces today. And so just as Nixon did it in 1972, I'll do it in reverse. Pull Russia apart from China. And by the way, get Russia to also remove its military presence in the Western Hemisphere. Get out of the Western Hemisphere.
So
reopen economic relations with Russia. That's how we do it.
President Ramaswamy flies to Moscow. He sits down across the table from Vlad, and he says, "You're going to give up your alliance."
It's not like America has ever gone back on any deals they've made. I'm sure anyone intelligent would make that deal with President Vivek. Yeah, they have any credibility to do this. I know it's just a farce.
With China, and Vlad's going to say, "Okay."
He's going to say, okay, because I'm going to say we'll reopen our economic relations with Russia.
Okay.
And further, we'll end the Ukraine war and also make sure that NATO never admits Ukraine.
Even though the economic relations with China is much more valuable to Russia?
The reason it's more valuable is because we've wrongfully cut off Russia from the West by bombing the Nord Stream 1 and 2 pipelines and also sanctioning Russia. So if we can reopen the Western economic relations with Russia, Russia has less of a reason to be in partnership with China. There are also cracks in the armor of that relationship, Jesse, if you look closely. Russia actually sent weapons both to India and to Vietnam, both of which border China. They're sending a signal. China wants to build a railroad in northeast China to get to the ocean. Russia won't let them. So there are cracks in that armor now.
Biden wants to build a railroad across the entire Pacific. So let's get rid of him first, and then we'll let you deal with Xi Jinping and
Why is that bad? First of all, that's not true. Biden wants to build a railroad across the Pacific. Second, why is that bad? Why would it be bad to do that? This thing that is obviously and clearly not happening, which would actually be a good thing were this fantasy version of reality to actually be real, which it is not. But that's what I mean. It's like this person is not making these points about Ukraine because he's an anti-imperialist, or that's not something that you should. No one should be trying to tail the Vivek Ramaswamy presidential campaign. You know, all of these guys, whether it's Tucker Carlson or Vivek or any of these right-wing guys that have views on Russia and Ukraine that sometimes we might agree with, none of them, or I should say rather all of them, have this goal of splitting apart this Sino-Russian alliance again. You know, and that's and focusing all the attention and effort on controlling and encircling and constraining China. That's what these people believe. We don't need to make partnerships with them. Yet some people are not able to figure this out. Some people have a very hard time with this. Really wish I could find this video that I was talking about. It's frustrating that I can't find it. It's really interesting.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Shit. Hold on. Hey, Sunny Sola. Sunny Sola, thank you so much for the 3 gifted subs. Very, very kind of you. Thank you. I'm making progress. Like I said, I knew today was going to be more of a slog than yesterday. I knew it was going to be more of a slog, but I'm making progress. Not so bad. I still think that I'm going to be here another 3 hours. I still think that I can make it up to 50 slubs for the day, which, as I've mentioned, will trigger the TRRS karaoke sub goal. And yesterday I performed Margaritaville from fallen legend Jimmy Buffett. And if I can make the sub goal today, thank you, Mike, for the 2 gifted subs. Thank you, Mikey1545. Very kind of you. Now, if I can make it there today, I will sing a karaoke rendition of Kim Carnes' 80s pop masterpiece, Betty Davis Eyes. 18 subs to go. If you want to hear me sing Kim Carnes' Betty Davis Eyes, and you want to just support me in the work that I do on here as well, that is going to get 18 more, that's all. And that's doable. I'm going to be here another 3 hours. That's absolutely doable. Oh, and I think this is really an important clip as well. This is really an important clip as well that I think we should take a look at.
Bad bitch, I'm a real bad bitch, cause I got the knowledge. Listen, Abraham Hicks used to be a broke bitch. Now I'm cashing my checks, cause I tapped into collective consciousness. And now I'm flying my aura, yellow it shines. Law of attraction feels so alive. Power up now, it saved my damn life. Sexy Scorpio, I cleanse my crystals in the moonlight. Okay, let me tell you all my secrets. Let me tell you how to define, connect my third eye, open my heart wide, throw chakra in the sunshine. Fighting all these demons, one I'm on the front line. I'm the MVP, I'm the number 1 player in the game. I call me, cause it's my reality. And some may think it's not conceited. If you want it, just believe it. Look in the mirror, say these affirmations. She goes and recall.
I just caught that video the other day, and I knew that I was going to have to look at it on the stream the other day. I had that bookmarked. The thing I really hate about this, though, is how hard it goes. I really get annoyed. I really was annoyed at how much I enjoyed it. I was like, damn, this is so annoying and obnoxious. I'm going to go ahead and look at that like 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 more times just to really absorb how bad it is, how much I don't like it. Meanwhile, I'm like, very unfortunate how hard that goes. That's good, though. It was disappointingly hard. Okay, speaking of going hard as well. Speaking of going hard, check this shit out. I had never... This is a remarkable clip. I had never seen this before. And here he is, folks. Public Enemy number 1. Public Enemy number 1.
I found my thrill on Blueberry Hill. On Blueberry Hill, where I found you. The moon stood still on Blueberry Hill and lingered until my dreams came true. The wind in the willow play love's sweet melody, but all those vows we made were never to be. Though we're apart, you're part of me still. For you were my thrill on Blueberry Hill.
Okay. This seems good. While we're talking about China and, you know, this whole subject. Carl Jod has put out this new video, Yellow Peril versus the American Dream, Chinese experience in the US. What do we think about that? I thought that could be good. It's really bothering me that I just couldn't find that video that I was referring to. Carl might have another recent clip that might be good to look at as well. Maybe looking for something to watch? Yeah. Just doing a little scrolling. Let's look at this. Let's look at President Xi's speech from BRICS, which seems really consequential from what I saw of it.
Let's look at that, because I haven't got a chance to look at it yet.
Your Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, Your Excellency, President Lula da Silva, Your Excellency, President Vladimir Putin.
I'm just wondering if the mixing of that seems a little weird. Is this any better?
Your Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, Your Excellency, President Lula da Silva, Your Excellency, President Vladimir Putin.
That's so quiet. That's so quiet. I'm sure I should be able to find something here. Leftist press release. It's true.
Wang Wentao, the Minister of Commerce of the People's Republic of China. Please join me in welcoming Minister Wang to make the statement on behalf of President Xi.
No, we don't want that.
Your Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, Your Excellency, President Lula da Silva, Your Excellency, President Vladimir Putin, Your Excellency, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We gather at a time when the world is undergoing major shifts, divisions.
If we could get the mix of the original audio down and the mix of the translation up, or just have subtitles, would be ideal, wouldn't it?
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Rob mode engaged.
Risk Inverse. Thanks for the 27 months tier 1. Thank you, Risk Inverse. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Let's see here. Just give me one moment here. Or do I just need to read the speech? Do I just need to be the translator on this? Is that what's going on? It might be. It might be what we're forced to deal with here. Okay, I'm just going to power through it.
Of strengthening ourselves through unity, act on a strong sense of the world is undergoing major shifts, division, and regrouping. It has entered a new period of turbulence and...
Okay.
Gather at a time when the world is undergoing major shifts, division, and regrouping.
So I wish to extend my warm congratulations on the success of the BRICS Business Forum in South Africa. Well, I'm so confused about which one. This is the day 2 address. Was it the other one? Oh man, this is a fucking not good. I can just read the text of it as well, because our friend Amanda, aka Cat Content Only, Amanda Yee, shared this segment of it, which I wanted to look at. I mean, this is the main part of it that I wanted to focus on. So I wanted to make sure we're looking at the right thing here. We said we need to promote development and prosperity for all. Many emerging markets and developing countries, EMDCs, have come to what they are today after shaking off the yoke of colonialism. With perseverance, hard work, and huge sacrifices, we succeeded in gaining independence and have been exploring development paths suited to our national conditions. Everything we do is to deliver better lives to our people. But some country, obsessed with maintaining its hegemony, it's just a mystery who that could be. Who could he be referring to about that? Who could he be referring to? I have no idea. But some country, obsessed with maintaining its hegemony, has gone out of its way to cripple the EMDCs. Whoever is developing fast becomes its target of containment. Whoever is catching up becomes its target of obstruction. But this is futile, as I have said more than once, that blowing out others' lamp will not bring light to oneself. I thought that was a really interesting turn of phrase that he used there. Yeah, you do have the full text of it here, but fine, I'll just read the speech. All right? I'll just read the speech. Said, I wish to extend my warm congratulations on the success of the BRICS Business Forum in South Africa. 10 years ago here in South Africa, we BRICS leaders witnessed the birth of the BRICS Business Council. Since then, the Council has stayed true to its founding mission. It has seized opportunities to deepen cooperation, contributing to economic and social development of BRICS countries and helping sustain global economic growth. Right now, changes in the world, in our times, and in history are unfolding in ways like never before, bringing human society to a critical juncture. Should we pursue cooperation and integration, or just succumb to division and confrontation? Should we work together to maintain peace and stability, or just sleepwalk into the abyss of a new Cold War? Should we embrace prosperity, openness, and inclusiveness, or allow hegemonic and bullying acts to throw us into depression? Should we deepen mutual trust through exchanges and mutual learning, or allow hubris and prejudice to blind conscience? The course of history will be shaped by the choices we make. As ancient Chinese thinkers observed that following the underlying trend will lead one to success, while going against it can only cause one to fail. We, humankind, have achieved notable economic development and social progress over the past decades. And that is because we have drawn lessons from the 2 world wars and the Cold War, followed by the historical trend of economic globalization, and embarked on the right path of openness and development for win-win cooperation. Our world today has become a community with a shared future in which we all share a huge stake of survival. What people in various countries long for is definitely not a new Cold War or a small exclusive bloc. What they want is an open, inclusive, clean, and beautiful world that enjoys enduring peace, universal security, and common prosperity. Such is the logic of historical advance and the trend of our times. Wow, this seems like a really scary, evil guy. Wow. What an evil authoritarian dictator. The way that he's talking about this kind of stuff, it really kind of sends a shiver down your spine to hear these evil ideas of enduring peace, universal security, and common prosperity. 10 years ago, I made a proposition of building a community with a shared future for mankind, calling on all countries to build this planet we all call home into a harmonious family. In the face of high winds, choppy waters, and even treacherous storms, we in all countries need to uphold the correct views of the world, of history, and of our overall interests, and act to translate that vision of community with a shared future for mankind into reality. We need to promote development and prosperity for all. Many emerging markets and developing countries, EMDCs, have come to what they are today after shaking off the yoke of colonialism. With perseverance, hard work, and huge sacrifices, we succeeded in gaining independence and have been exploring development paths suited to our national conditions. Everything we do is to deliver better lives to our people. But some country, obsessed with maintaining its hegemony, has gone out of its way to cripple the EMDCs. Whoever is developing fast becomes its target of containment. Whoever is catching up becomes its target of obstruction. But this is futile, as I've said more than once that blowing out another's lamp will not bring light to oneself. Every country has the right to development, and the people in every country have the freedom to pursue a happy life. With that in mind, I've proposed the Global Development Initiative with the goal of promoting development for all by the international community and boosting the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. With the support of many countries, solid gains have been made in pursuing this initiative, with cooperation flourishing in various fields. China will work with all other countries to speed up cooperation under the Global Development Initiative, strengthen drivers of global development, promote the reform of the World Trade Organization in a comprehensive and in-depth manner, meet common challenges together, and make life better for people across the world. We need to achieve universal security. Recent years have seen a turbulent world. Many countries and regions are plagued by wars and conflicts, and many people are displaced. I wonder who was responsible for that. It's a mystery. One of these other mysteries. Members of the international community share the pressing hope to eradicate the root cause of conflicts and wars and find a fundamental way to realize enduring peace and security globally. Facts have shown that any attempt to keep enlarging a military alliance, expand one's own sphere of influence, or squeeze other countries' buffer of security can only create security predicament and insecurity for all countries. Only a commitment to a new vision of common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security can lead to universal security. We need to stay, I'm skipping a little bit of the technical stuff. We need to stay committed to exchanges among civilizations and mutual learning. One flower alone cannot make a beautiful spring. Only blossoming of a rich variety of flowers can bring spring to the global garden. Human civilization is colorful by nature. It is precisely because of their differences in history, culture, and systems that all countries need to interact with one another, learn from one another, and advance together. Deliberately creating division with the assertion of democracy versus authoritarianism and liberalism versus autocracy can only split the world and lead to a clash of civilizations. Again, who could we be referring to? I don't know. He's subtweeting. President Xi is subtweeting us. That's how dangerous things have gotten. As an ancient Chinese philosopher observes, change is the nature of the universe. The collective rise of EMDCs represented by BRICS is fundamentally changing the global landscape. EMDCs have contributed as high as 80% of global growth in the last 20 years, and their share in the global GDP has increased from 24% to 40 years ago to more than 40%. Just as a line in a Chinese poem reads, "No mountains can stop the surging flow of a mighty river." Whatever resistance there may be, BRICS, a positive and stable force for good, will continue to grow. We will forge stronger BRICS strategic partnership, expand the BRICS Plus model, actively advance membership expansion, deepen solidarity and cooperation with other EMDCs, promote global multipolarity and greater democracy in international relations, and help the international order more just make the international order, more just and equitable. The gathering between BRICS countries and more than 50 other countries in South Africa today is not an exercise of asking countries to take sides, nor an exercise in creating bloc confrontation. Rather, it's an endeavor to expand the architecture of peace and development. I am glad to note that over 20 countries are knocking on the doors of BRICS. China hopes to see more joining the BRICS cooperation mechanism. And I gotta say, too, as an aside, I really do, it does make me feel a lot more positive and hopeful about the future, that this is the guy and this is the nation and this is the project that is like leading this global shift, you know? Like we said, there's many nations that are part of this global shift that we don't necessarily agree with or agree with at all, such as Saudi Arabia, such as India. But I do really appreciate that the grown-ups in the room, the adults in the room, are being led by China and Xi Jinping. He is 70 years old, right? Hopefully he's got a successor in place. He's still got some time though. He's still got time to make his mark. And I don't doubt that they've got a plan in place to ensure that project continues. China stays committed to an independent foreign policy of peace and the building of a community with a shared future for mankind. As a developing country and a member of the Global South, China breathes the same breath with other developing countries and pursues a shared future with them. China has resolutely upheld the common interests of developing countries and worked to increase the representation and voice of EMDCs in global affairs. Hegemonism is not in China's DNA. Nor does China have any motivation to engage in major power competition. China stands firmly on the right side of history and believes that a just cause should be pursued for the common good. At present, we Chinese, under the leadership of the Communist Party of China, are advancing the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation on all fronts by pursuing Chinese modernization. Chinese modernization aims to achieve common prosperity, material and cultural ethical advancement, harmony between humanity and nature, and peaceful development of a huge population. Chinese modernization has created a new form of human advancement and presented a new future of modernization. We hope that other developing countries can draw on the outstanding achievements of human civilization and find their own paths to modernization in keeping with their national conditions. Achieving high-quality development is a top priority in China's goal of fully building itself into a modernized country, which he and anyone else that's involved in this project will admit is not anywhere near completed, this process. We are committed to applying a new development philosophy and creating a new development paradigm. In the past decade, China has contributed more than 30% of annual global growth. This year, the Chinese economy has maintained the momentum of recovery and growth. China enjoys several distinct advantages: a socialist market economy in systemic terms, a supersized market in terms of demand, a full-fledged industrial system in terms of supply, and abundant high-caliber labor force and entrepreneurs in terms of human resources. The Chinese economy has strong resilience, tremendous potential, and great vitality. The fundamentals sustaining China's long-term growth will remain unchanged. The giant ship of the Chinese economy will continue to cleave waves and sail ahead. China will remain an important opportunity for the world's development. Our door is wide open to anyone who wants to engage in cooperation with us. As a supersized economy, China will remain firm in advancing high-standard opening up. We will continue to expand market access, cut the negative list for foreign investment, and further open the modern services sector. We will steadily improve the business environment, provide national treatment to foreign invested enterprises, foster a world-class, market-oriented business environment governed by a sound legal framework, and build a globally oriented network of high-standard free trade areas. We will continue to advance ecological conservation, accelerate the building of a beautiful China, actively and prudently move towards carbon peak and carbon neutrality, and pursue all-round green transition in economic and social development. Going forward, as its endeavors to achieve modernization for more than 1.4 billion people, China will surely contribute even more to the global economy and provide even more opportunities for the global business community. Formidable mission is a magnificent and glorious mission. As long as we work in unity and strengthen cooperation, we will not be intimidated by any risk or challenge on the way ahead, and we will surely steer the giant ship of human development to a brighter future. Again, the adults in the room. The adults in the room have arisen. And yeah, that's the thing. Not sure how high quality is with the amount of coal plants it's making. And yeah, I think that's the whole point that we talk about often when we talk about these green initiatives. They've been perfectly honest about the fact that they're going to continue to admit, and they're still going to rely on coal and fossil fuels in order to provide electricity and keep the lights on for, over 1 billion people. They're pretty clear and open and honest and upfront about that. But they're also being totally open and upfront about the fact that they have this plan in place. They're not bullshitting anyone about how long that's going to take, this green transition, but they are making the actual investments and they are taking the actual steps to do that. As I often say, unlike us, what we're doing is lecturing them while simultaneously promising that we're going to do all this stuff for the green transition and then just not doing shit. That's the Western strategy. Whereas they're being quite upfront and honest about the fact that they are going to continue to emit these carbon emissions with the ultimate goal of transitioning away from this kind of energy system, So, yeah, it's not ideal, but as he points out, and I happen to agree with this, that China and other developing nations have the right to develop. They have the right to turn into developed countries, which means having electricity, which means having heating and air conditioning and these kind of modern amenities. We can't live here in the West where we've had all these comforts for decades and decades. We've all grown up in this, and then lecture developing countries when they start saying like, okay, well, we would like to have the same kind of standard of living, you know? It doesn't really make sense. It's not really fair. So I don't think we should allow that to, like, you know, think that they're not taking these important steps to move away from this kind of energy, reliance on fossil fuels and coal and this kind of stuff, and transition into this new energy economy. They're pretty honest about it. And they are putting, like, they're not just talking, they're investing billions and billions and billions of dollars into wind and solar, into rail, and preparing to actually engage in this transition, which is way more than what we're doing. Unlike some particular countries. Who is it? We don't know. We can't say. They want a green transition that lifts everyone up. The US is fine with millions of people starving to death and then blaming China for it. Exactly. Exactly. And as we've talked about endlessly, many, many times, you know, part of the reason their emissions are high, not only are they trying to provide a standard of living to 1.4 billion people, but they are making all our stuff as well. That's another main reason that they have such high emissions, because we sent our manufacturing industry there, as well as other places in the developing world.
First, Asad, thanks for this fight ever end. Well, first, Asad, thanks for forcing me to come to Glasgow. When I walk the streets of cities like this, you know, Glasgow was the UK's second most important city. Beautiful buildings, beautiful streets.
It was so cool to be able to talk to him about this moment.
Had Red Clydeside in 1919, the uprising to create a Soviet in Scotland. But it was, you know, crushed, of course. When I see cities like this, I think also about the other side of it. You know, there's a phrase from Walter Benjamin, every monument of civilization is also a monument of barbarism. I think of the famines in Bengal, the jute workers in Bengal sending jute to Dundee through the Glasgow port. I think of human beings from Africa enslaved and brought from Ghana to the New World, and all those prophets getting sucked into cities like London and Glasgow. You know, between 1765 and 1938, the British Isles stole $45 trillion pounds from India, 45 trillion sterling from India. We never got paid for that. When the British left India, when we threw the British out, our literacy rate was 13%. So much for several hundred years of so-called civilization. Meanwhile, our landscapes were destroyed. You know, coal was foisted on India. You foisted coal on us. You were the ones that came and made us coal dependent. And then you left, and now you dare to condescend to us. When I listen to Boris Johnson, when I listen to people like Joe Biden, when I listen even more to Emmanuel Macron, all I can think of is how condescending you are. You condescended to us 400 years ago. You condescended to us 300 years ago. You condescended to us 200 years ago. You condescended to us 100 years ago. You're condescending to us today. You only know condescension because for you, colonialism isn't something that happened in the past and we defeated you. It's not that. For you, colonialism is a permanent condition. And that permanent condition happens in two ways. There's the permanent condition of the colonial mentality. You want to lecture us. You want to tell us that we are responsible for all the problems because you'll never accept that you're the one principally to blame. You signed the Rio Formula in 1992 on common and differentiated responsibilities. You like the common part. You like the common part. You like to say we're all in this together and so on. We're not in this together. The United States, 4-5% of the world's population, still uses 25% of the world's resources. You outsource production to China, and then you say China is the carbon polluter. China's producing your buckets. China's producing your nuts and bolts. China's producing your phones. Try to produce it in your own countries and see your carbon emissions rise. You love lecturing us because you have a colonial mentality. Then there are colonial structures and institutions. You lend us money, and every time
There's a reason this went viral, this clip, so much.
Which is our money. Every time the International Monetary Fund
Really fascinating to be able to talk to him about
they
this.
tell us, here's the money we are giving you. We are giving you. No, it's our money. You give us our money back as debt, and then you lecture us about how we should live. It's extraordinary. It's not just a colonial mentality. It's the colonial structures and institutions which reproduce themselves year after year after year. And let me tell you something. The climate justice movement, not clued enough on this. Not clued enough on this. The climate justice movement is a movement that says we're worried about our future. What future? What future? Children in the African continent, in Asia, in Latin America, they don't have a future. They don't have a present. They're not worried about the future. They're worried about their present. Your slogan is, we're worried about the future. What future? That's a middle-class bourgeois Western slogan. You got to be worried about now. 2.7 billion people can't eat now. And you're telling people, reduce your consumption. How does this sound to a child who hasn't eaten in days? You got to
Degrowth for thee, not for me.
You got to clue into this. Otherwise, this movement will have no legs in the third world. No legs. Later, I'd like to tell you about the International People's Assembly, a network of 200 political organizations that we're setting up, rooted in the global south. We want to tell you what our issues are, but are you willing to listen?
I mean, I've talked about it often when we look at this clip, but you got 5 minutes. You got 5 minutes. This is what being a political communicator is, right? This is something that I think about a lot. When we talk about VJ, talk about Michael Parenti, there's others, but are you a good political communicator? Can you get something across in 5 minutes that's going to make an impact? And it's like, that's how it's done, isn't it? And look, I got this clip from Malama as well, who's really been emerging as a really exciting kind of figure as well, hasn't he?
Colonize Africa. The problem is you're corrupt. China is not going to colonize Africa. The problem is your corrupt leaders who go to China with empty bags and come back with money. They want money and they negotiate with money in their mind. So you come to me like that, I will also dribble you. So go there with proper ideas, not with corrupt mentality. There's no China that wants to colonize anywhere. How do you get colonized now when you are the negotiator? We make no apology with our alliance with China because we believe that China can help us even with load shedding. We need a government that has got interests and that negotiate good terms and say to China, build it, operate it, and hand it over to South Africa. The Chinese will never refuse to do that. They've never refused to do that.
This African stream seems like a pretty good source of this kind of info. So Meow Mix, thank you so much for sharing. We wanted to watch some of this stuff as well. Eugene's speech is at 2:42, and maybe we can see some more of these speeches. This was from People's Solutions for Humanity, a socialist horizon. People's Solutions for Humanity. So you say what it was 2:42? How about? Is it right off the bat? I guess. Am I missing something here? Is it really 2:42 or is it like 20:42 or something? 2 hours, 42 minutes. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I guess I could have just scrubbed through the video. I would like to see who else is here too. I mean, there's probably, I know there's, is that, I believe that's Jorge Rocha, friend of the stream, two former guests of the stream showing up on this panel. That's pretty cool. Let's hear Eugene's speech though.
Last but not least, we'll hear from our comrade Eugene Pergier.
Well, first and foremost, I just want to say I'm honored to be here with my esteemed co-panelists. I'd like to thank the International People's Assembly for giving me the opportunity to speak here. And I'd like to say that I'm very honored to also be here with all of you who chose to spend what is a beautiful Saturday afternoon here talking about revolution and how we get there. And that is just... My brother said to me this morning, I said, how you doing? And I said to him, how you doing? And he said, I feel like my batteries are being recharged. And that's how it feels to be in a space like this. So I want to thank you.
I want to be in a space like this.
You know, it's more or less already been said. So let me just try to make a few points and get out of your way. You know, one of the last questions you asked was about reparations, and I know one of the things we were supposed to think about was what are our future proposals for how to take steps or what we want to see.
I've never heard him do a fiery speech either. I'm kind of hyped.
Things, and I'm glad you raised the issue of reparations because my future proposal, or at least a big part of it, is pretty simple. Cut the check. You know, in just the first half of this year, capitalist corporations in America had $2.3 trillion worth of profit. $2.3 trillion worth of profit. So definitely they can afford it. Cut the check. Now we know it's not always true, but what they teach us in school is that you're supposed to get paid when you work. Well, we worked for free for 500 years. We need to get paid. And it's not just that we work for free, it's that we built the foundation of the country. Because of the work of the slaves, we built the insurance industry, the shipping industry, we built Wall Street, we built the cotton industry and the tobacco industry. We built every single Ivy League college, we built the White House, and we built the Capitol. Cut the check.
Jesus Christ, Eugene.
And they want black people to be ashamed, so they say, well, don't say that you want individual payments because, black people, they're going to get liquor in a Cadillac, and they're going to do this, and they're going to do that. Well, you're goddamn right. We're going to get some bottles, a car, a house, and we're going to take a whole lot of vacations for all the black people who never had a damn vacation until they died. Cut the check.
Oh, my God, Eugene.
Every form of redress we ask for as black people to address our situation is a form of reparations. You see that they're attacking affirmative action right now, taking it away. Basically, they have eliminated it at this point. They say that it's not fair. It's not fair. And whenever you look at these cases, it's always somebody who says, well, I had 100.2 and I didn't get into medical school because someone had a 100.1. It's not fair. And it's all based on the fact that in capitalist society, we don't value people by the actual value of their work to us as human beings. We value it based on money. But as Mama Cookie told us earlier, all labor has dignity. Whether you're a doctor or you work at Dollar Tree, you have dignity. So at the end of the day, just because you couldn't go to medical school doesn't mean that it's unfair. It's the fact that we don't have any black women doctors to take care of our black women dying disproportionately from maternal deaths. That is not fair. That is what is unfair. It has to be stopped. Reparations. Now, cut the check. And we know that many of the things that we need and want will help all people in this country and around the world. We need universal health care, we need housing as a human right. All of this has already been mentioned, and that'll help everybody from the poorest Native American reservation to the toughest ghetto to the depths of Appalachia. So we know that we can lift up all of our people at once, but I'm tired of people saying that we don't have the right to say we have a disproportionate claim because we did a disproportionate amount of the wealth to make this country possible. We can honor everybody, but we have to honor the black nation that is the cornerstone and the foundation of the United States of America.
Put fucking Eugene on CNN. Or MSNBC, or Fox News.
Speaking to the issue
Get him on
of
there.
imperialism, I agree with everything that's been said in terms of our task. So what I really want to speak about is some of our challenges. Because, this is a room, I can see by the applause, we know what the right thing is to do, that we have to oppose endless war, we have to oppose these secret
What's up, Zach?
CIA drone bases and assassination campaigns, we have to end the blockade against Cuba, we have to stop the suffering and the suffocation in Venezuela and Iran and Eritrea and other countries that are being strangled by sanctions. We know what we have to do, but the challenge that we face is that when we stand up and we say the right thing, they always want to say, well, who are you really? You must be a spy. You must be working for Russia. You must be working for China. Because who else would ever say you want something other than nuclear war unless you're getting paid for it? Which is funny because if you really want to get paid, you advocate for nuclear war, not against it.
That's a very good point.
And I think we have to recognize that whatever we do, they're going to say it. But the reality is we're in pretty good company because that's what they used to say about the slave revolts. Look it up. 1740, the so-called Negro Catholic Panic in New York. Dozens of buildings being burnt down by the slaves in that city, and they couldn't figure out what was going on. They finally found a white woman, an Irish immigrant, and they found she was involved too. And that's a big problem, to have them crossing lines, poor whites and slaves coming together to burn down the masters' houses, their taverns, their playhouses, everywhere they were, burning it down. And they said, well, there's no way that these poor people and these slaves could have come up with this on their own. You know who was funding them? The Pope. That's what they said.
Just to make another historical analogy too, you can look at in the British Empire, in the British Raj. Sorry, this is prior to the Raj because it was the Indian Mutiny. That was when the East India Company was still in charge of India. Not officially like the British government, which was formalized after the mutiny, but when the mutiny was on the verge of breaking out as well, it's all the same shit. Who's filling these Indians' heads with all this kind of nonsense about anti-colonialism and the evils of the British Empire and India and exploitation? It must be the Russians. That's a really illuminating thing when you realize that this argument goes back for centuries, and it predates the Soviet Union. It predates socialism. They were saying in British India in the late 1800s, why are these sepoys mutinying? Why are Indians getting so upset and wanting to have some kind of revolution to kick the British out of the country? Well, it must be because of Russia. It's the exact same shit. It goes all the way back to the 1700s, like Eugene's pointing out. The Indian Mutiny is a good example. But it's been going on for centuries. Anytime there's been any movement that tries to claw away power from the prevailing structures that are in place, the structures of colonialism and capitalism and imperialism, anyone that tried to upend that in any way, there's always some devious foreign financier or funder. The whole Judeo-Bolshevik conspiracy theory as well is part of it as well. It's the Jews, that's the famously what the Nazis were, the boogeyman that they held up to justify their repression and to justify their violence and exploitation. But yeah, it's just been going on for so long. It's not this modern invention, and that's why it's amazing to still see it being deployed against people like Eugene, Even me, even people have said that I'm a Russian stooge. And as I've pointed out many times, not only do people they call me both a Russian stooge and a DNC stooge. So that's how you know I'm a true centrist.
Catholics have a plot to destroy America, and they're confusing the slaves, confusing them as if they should have been happy. confusing the slaves, confusing the poor whites. They actually found 2 sailors who they said were swarthy, whatever that means, and said, well, they must have come from Spain somewhere. Well, maybe they did because, you know, the Muslims ruled Spain for a while, so maybe they did. But they said it was coming from the outside. They would blame Haiti. They would blame the United Kingdom. And they weren't always wrong. I've seen some of the comrades here from Pensacola, Florida. Not too far from Pensacola is an area that was once known as the Negro Fort. This was an area that was a river basically coming down into the Gulf of Mexico. It was a very strategic location, kind of on the border of Florida and Alabama as we know it now. And slaves were running away from Georgia especially. And it's interesting, you know, you read the letters of these slave masters from Georgia and they said, we got a big problem. Slaves are not only running away, but they've established a fort and they're getting together with the Indians and they're getting guns from Spain and from England and they're coming back and they're taking more slaves. We don't know if we can keep slavery going because these slaves and these Indians with the guns from England and from Spain cannot be stopped. So they put a lot of thought into it because they wanted all this territory, Mississippi, Alabama, all of that now, which was Native American people, indigenous people living there. And I'm gonna come to a close in just a second. And they said, we have no choice but to destroy the Negro Fort. So Andrew Jackson on the $20 bill, thank you for that, he organized a big military force and they came and they massacred the people at the Negro Fort. And they did the same thing in St. Augustine where they had a similar fort there. Because they knew that the armed power of African and indigenous people with the backing of powerful countries around the world would make it impossible for them to destroy the indigenous communities and open up the land of the Southeast to slavery. So they said they must be foreign agents and we have to get them out of here because it's a threat to the national security of America, a threat to the national security of the slave system. So New York, the Negro Fort, all over, they would say, you must be spies. You must be working with another country. You must be doing this and you must be that. Because the number one thing the exploiter wants you to do is not build the strongest possible alliances you can with anyone around the world who stands for freedom and justice to lift your chains.
It actually seems like a good idea to me to make alliances with other countries.
Chained to the ground rather than reach out to somebody who's trying to help you. So ask yourself, is it smart?
CFU11 just popping in to say, I recently discovered the Insurgents podcast and it's fantastic. CFU, thank you. Very much appreciated. I'm glad you enjoy. Thanks for coming by.
To stay chained, or is it smart to take the hammer from somebody who's offering it and break the chains and get up off of your back and fight for freedom and liberate yourself? So they can call me a spy, and they do, and I just say, that's fine. I'm just like the spies at the Negro Fort. Now, one final thing I'll say here, because I know my time is up. You know, one of the biggest problems I think we have is that we're afraid to tell the truth. Because the truth, even though we know it's right, we're told that it's not popular. The New York Times, for instance, will say, well, don't say that. CNN, don't say that. All the politicians, don't say that. And it's amazing to me what you can and cannot say and be considered legitimate. I mean, Trump is out here saying that all Mexicans are rapists and murderers. You got DeSantis out here saying that slavery was good and helped people build up skills. You got the other guy, I forget, the young guy in the Republican thing, saying that a black woman is the same thing as the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan. You got Biden going to the people of Maui and saying, I feel your pain because my car once caught on fire.
Here's $700.
He's the one we're supposed to support. So you can say anything you want to say as long as it's on the side of exploitation and oppression and be considered legitimate. But as soon as you say that people should rise up and free themselves, somehow you've breached some line. Some red line has been crossed that you can never speak and you can never talk. So, you know, it's been said here before, and maybe I'll say it in a slightly different way. If we want to win, we have to be organized, but we can't just be organized in an amorphous sense. We have to organize in a very specific way, and history teaches us this. We have to organize a communist party. Now, they want you to be confused.
That's right, we do.
They want you to be confused about what that means, but it's a very simple meaning. A communist party just means working class and oppressed people coming together, sharing our experiences, and plotting tactics and strategy in order to win. It's the best weapon to defend ourselves when we're under attack, and the only vehicle in which we can take the offensive when we need to. How did the Vietnamese defeat the most powerful army on earth? They had a communist party.
True.
How did the people of Angola free themselves from Portuguese colonialism along with Mozambique and Guinea-Bissau? They had a communist party. How have the people of Cuba, for however many years it's been, for 60, 70 odd years, defend themselves on complete and total strangulation because
We see you, Eugene.
they have a communist party?
Or DPRK? How did China become the emerging top global economy?
One of the best jobs you can have in America is to be a longshoreman. How did they get those good jobs? The leadership of the Communist Party. The auto workers, the leadership of the Communist Party. The tobacco workers of North Carolina who transformed the whole state in the 1940s and said, we're not going to vote, we're going to form a union, we're going to raise our wages. How did they do it? Well, they themselves were the leaders of a Communist Party. So don't let them confuse you. Learn from history. It's not me saying this. It's history saying this. This is Claudia Jones, Amilcar Cabral, W.E.B. Du Bois calling to you from the grave saying we don't want to have died in vain. Build a communist party. Take the power.
Kwame Ture.
Free yourselves. Liberate your mind. Liberate your land. And do it by any means necessary. And when we say any means, we mean any means, because we come in the legacy of the Mississippi Freedom Movement. And I read Dr. Akinele Omoja's book. I know what they said. We will shoot back. We won't be shot down like dogs. We won't be put up against the wall. We're going to stand up and be counted to change this world, to transform our life, and get over the socialist horizon. I'm sorry I went over my time. Thank y'all very much.
Oh my goodness gracious, Eugene. Get this man a bigger microphone. That's all I could say. Get this man on camera immediately. And that's what you have to ask yourself too. It's just like if you're an American progressive, you know, or a social democrat, or a whatever you want to call yourself, do you, like, when you look at the rhetoric coming out of like the squad, the progressive wing of the Democratic Party, versus that speech by friend of the show and my personal friend Eugene Breer, which way Western man and woman and non-binary person, you know? I know which is more appealing to me personally. I feel like most people in the chat know as well, but I think that's the question that people should be asking themselves. How are you going to build a mass movement? Is it through this kind of conciliatory entryism in the Democratic Party or the NDP, or is it going out there and making speeches like that to people? Makes me wonder how many other mild-mannered people are wild-mannered inside. I would like to give a fiery speech. I don't know if it would be anything as good as that. Probably not. Sometimes I get fired up on here, though. If I had the opportunity, I think I could cut a pretty good promo. If I get the opportunity, folks, this is my promise to you. I'll cut a fiery promo when I get my chance. Guy doesn't give a fuck that liberals will cut that out of context. Kudos. Shame isn't worth it. Yeah, I agree. That was fantastic. This event must have been really cool. 9 hours long, so, you know. maybe not something that we can take on in the entirety of today. That was great stuff. I would like to take just like a short little break. I have been going 6 hours here. 6 hours into the stream. We got 2 hours to go. I don't know who Mama Cookie is. I have no idea who that is. That's true. I think I will just take a short break. We'll remind folks as well. We are inching towards that sub goal, folks. We got 17 subs away from the goal. So if you support me in the work that I do here on Twitch, please subscribe if you can. If you can get to 50 subs today, I will sing a little song, Kim Carnes, Betty Davis Eyes. You can take that to the bank. 17 subs away. That's barely anything. That's barely anything at all. I'm positive that we can do it. You gotta cut the check. I'm using this like social justice-y language to benefit my own personal self. That's how cynical and grotesque that I've become because of this platform. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize, okay? Twitch has broken my brain. It's not my fault. But I do think I'm going to take a little bit of a break. Just like 5 minutes. I'll take a little 5-minute break. I'll come back. We'll see what else we got to do. I would like to get into the gaming zone too at some point. I'm kind of looking forward to getting back to Cyberpunk. Now that I played it last night, it was kind of enjoyable. So kind of looking forward to digging back into that. Oh, you enjoy the yellow Parenti? That's good, Comrade Sandwich. I'm happy to hear that. One of the first things that set this channel aside from other Twitch streams. The classic yellow Parenti emote. Most countries are rich. Talk about a guy that could get fired up, huh? Okay. So just give me a moment, okay? I'm not going to be going long, folks. I'll be right back. Hey, what's up? What's up, folks? Okay, so I'm just making a little bit of dinner. This is one of the long enough streams where I ate lunch originally, but that was now 6 hours ago. So I'm just making some more noodles. I really enjoyed my noodles last night. I'm making some slightly different noodles now, but should be enjoyable. I've picked up some fresh kimchi earlier before the stream started. So gonna make that. Add that to my noodles, my ramen. That should be good. So I'm just gonna be in and out. I'm gonna be in and out doing that over the next couple of minutes. It will be lovely. I really enjoyed my ramen I made last night. It was tremendous. It was really, really good. I'm kind of interested in these ones. Just check this out. I had never seen these at the store the other day, just like the generic Mr. Noodles, but the curry chicken flavor. I had never seen that before. I think I'm going to try that out. Or I suppose I could make it buldak as well. I got some of those. Could I add kimchi to a curry chicken flavored ramen? Is that crazy? Is it crazy to do that? I don't think so, but I don't know. So while I get that going, probably like to watch some kind of other one final thing, one final speech or something, and then transition into doing a little bit of gaming to cap off the stream. We're at 33 out of 50 subs. Do we hear 35? We're 2 subs away from the normal sub goal of 35, which is slightly higher right now because the streams have been way longer and because, as I said, I'm trying to make it back to where I was before I had to take a leave of absence from Twitch. So do 2 brave sub gifters or subscribers, which is totally, it's discounted, by the way. It's discounted. If you're a brand new subscriber, you can subscribe right now at a 25% discount if it's your first time subscribing to the channel. Do 2 brave heroes want to step up and get to the 35 level before we move on from this interlude segment? I'm certain that someone, or perhaps 2 people, is out there right now that will subscribe to this channel and get to the 35 sub mark. Okay, CDXX says continuing the gift sub they got from Fart Party 69. That counts. Didn't trigger an alert. I'm not sure why, but that does count. Thank you very, very much, CDXX. And I'm going to go ahead and reflect that change in the sub goal. I have to do that manually. I don't know why that is. Thank you, CDXX. For that. Do we hear one more? Is there a subscriber or a sub gifter that wants to get to the 35 sub goal, which is the normal goal of the channel? I'm poor AF, or I would, and that is, of course, completely understandable. But if there's a brave hero that has the means to do so, if there is a brave hero out there right now that wants to step to the plate and be the one to get the stream to the 35 sub goal, I'm sure there is. I'm positive. I've never been more certain of anything in my life. And remember, if I get to 50 subs, again,
you're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Level 3 Potato, thank you so much. Your very first gift sub in the channel. I very, very much appreciate that, seriously.
Count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you so much to Level 3 Potato, and thank you to our friend Sikalufakis as well. Thanks for the gifted sub, Sikalufakis. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for all your support, folks. Very, very kind of you folks.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
And Comrade Sandwich, look at that. First gift sub in the channel from Comrade Sandwich. Thank you, Comrade Sandwich, as well. We love it. We got a couple first-time sub gifters here. I love it. I really, really appreciate that for both of you. Thank you. I hope you don't mind me doing this kind of shilling. As you know, here on Twitch, that's what you got to do. That's what you got to do. If you want to try and do one of these streams, you got to make the little number go up. And I hope everyone bears with me when I go through these uncomfortable moments of trying to will that into existence. This is the Q&A from talk from Parenti's Anti-Sovietism in the Media speech.
Okay, next we're going to have a question and answer session. There's a microphone right there in the middle. You can see there's a line already forming.
After they've gone through repeated procedures, over 40 different steps, which take years to
I guess the answer there is that when I was in the Soviet Union, that large synagogue was open, and there were people worshiping in it. It wasn't closed down. There's a rabbinical school in Moscow, which trains rabbis. I mean, I didn't see the school. I saw photos of it, and I saw the names of the head rabbis. It was all in Soviet life. Louis Moroz has written books about this. I think there has been harassment of people who want to go to Israel because
correctly
of the threat that people who leave the country is a loss of resource for them. They don't want to see happen to them what's happened in a lot of countries, which is a very serious problem. It's called brain drain. And once you allow people to leave, by the way, under the guise of religious freedom, most of the Soviet Jews who come here are not religious. I would really have to take serious exception with you. At least the studies I've seen of the Brighton Beach population.
Someone was trying to do that. They're doing religious repression in the Soviet Union, Michael.
Times, all very favorable toward the people, but said they were not religious. They wanted to come because they didn't like life there, and they felt they could have better opportunities here, which is the traditional reason why people want to emigrate. This does not represent the entire Jewish population. There are over 2 million Jews in the Soviet Union, and 250,000 have left, and they maintain that maybe there's another 15,000 with outstanding applications, and some are denied visas because of criminal records, black marketeering, something like that, or other problems. Or the odd thing in the Soviet Union, you can't emigrate unless you get your parents' permission. This has something to do with maintaining the integrity of the family. So that could be a problem also in some cases. Jews who are less than 2% of the Soviet population really occupy upwards of 20% of the elite positions in the party, in the government, in the sciences, more like 30 or 40% in physics and in mathematics. With tremendous accomplishments. So you can't really say that they are suffering under the... in the military, there are about 40 Jewish generals, one of whom was just denied a visa to visit the U.S., wasn't it, last year? He's a Russian Jew. Jews do not have to have stamped on their passport Jew. You choose your nationality. You just have a nationality. It's when you go into the army or when you reach a certain age, you go into school or the university, You pick your nationality, and you can pick any nationality you want. And I talked to a guy when I was there. He was Jewish, his wife was Russian, and his 2 kids were growing up. He said he hoped his kids picked to be Jewish. They could pick being Russian or Jewish. They could pick to be Georgian or Azerbaijani if they want. It wouldn't make much sense because, you know, they didn't speak Georgian or Azerbaijani. But let's say if they moved to the Ukraine, the kids could have chosen to pick neither Jew nor Russian, and they could have on their nationality Ukrainian if they wanted to. So I do not believe, contrary to what I've been hearing, and I was very surprised to hear this recently, that there is this kind of all-permeating oppression of Jews. There's anti-Semitism in the Soviet Union as a popular attitude. You can find it in Ukraine and Belarus. A friend of mine who was there ran into it with a Soviet taxi driver, and then he ran into it with a party member. It's Dan Totis, who teaches at Johns Hopkins, and said to the guy, "Hey, you know, I'm Jewish." And the guy said, "Oh, look, I'm sorry. Oh, I don't know." Got very nervous because he could be kicked out of the party for uttering an anti-Semitic remark. So there are anti-Semitic strains and attitudes. There's no denying that. And there may be real incidents also. And there may be at times problems. But I don't see it as an anti-Semitic society the way Nazi Germany was. And to equate it that way, when Jews are in prominent positions all through the society, in the arts, in the sciences, in government, in the military, and everywhere, is really a very jaundiced and one-sided view. But they're not going to let certain Jews out. They're not going to let people out who are nuclear physicists. They just ain't going to let those people out. The other view is that there's not 17,000 more Jews who want to leave, that there's more like 300,000. That's the claim that's being made now by Jewish groups who send letters and say that we're their relatives. You see, but immigration is like a hemorrhaging. You let this person out, that person wants their family comes, the daughter wants her parents, the parents come and they want their other kids to join them. I mean, there's a constant hemorrhaging, and so there will always be in any immigration, there's going to be some kind of cutoff point in that way. Next question, please. By the way, can I also add, I met Soviet Jews who did not feel that they were living in... One of our guides was a woman named Iskra who was Jewish, and she said, "I don't know what you're talking about in terms of anti-Semitism." One of the bus drivers we had was a guy who was a Jew, and we asked him, "You run into anti-Semitism, do you feel the government is anti-Semitic? Do you feel discriminated against?" He says, "No, not at all, no." And I said, why do people want to leave? He said, "There's always some people who want to leave, then let them leave, you know." And that was his attitude. Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
You were on Crossfire with Reed Irvine.
Yes, I was on Crossfire with Reed Irvine. Why did you have to remind me?
I can't believe Parenti was on Crossfire. I wish we could track down that episode.
I said, and this is my answer, I would wear that label proudly if I knew that you understood what I meant by Marxist. And when somebody like Reed Irvine says, "You're a Marxist, aren't you?" Whose only intention is to give a buzzword which says this guy drinks the blood of capitalist children or something, then I'm going to say, "No, I'm not your label. I don't particularly want your label." That was why I deferred from label Marxist. And you see, there's something about saying Marxist when I write a book about the media. And you remember the point I made? I said, "Look, I wrote the book about the media. I don't know what Karl Marx has to say about 20th century U.S. media. I think he had very little to say because, you know, he left early. But there's been a lot of creative thought and scholarship in Marxist literature and whatever else, and I feel that it's like a scholasticist thing. Oh, you took your formula and you applied it here. I don't see these things that way because I'm a Marxist. Just the opposite. I started seeing these things and then I began realizing that there was an analysis that had explanatory power for that. It gets very frustrating. You know, for years I'd knock myself out trying to make an analysis. I'd come to the conclusion, I'd say, "Hey, you know, the police are not neutral. They're on the side of property and power." And somebody would say to me, "That's a Marxist." You know, you sound like a Marxist. I said, "Marxist? Oh." And then I said, hey, you know, wealth is largely unaccountable in many of the things it does in our democracy. I don't understand. That isn't what I learned. So that's a Marxist point of view. That's Marx said that, you know. And it would go on, one thing after another. Every time I said, boy, this Karl Marx was really something, you know. Every time I put two and two together and come up with a good analysis, they give him the credit for it. Yeah. I didn't say Cuba was so great. I said that it was a very real improvement over what it had before, and that in some ways, comparing it even to a rich Western industrial capitalist society, it came off better, like in the area like healthcare. As far as homosexuals, the attitude in Cuba, I think people got it wrong. Here I'll quote Saul Landau, who knows probably more about Cuba than any other American I know. His argument is that the oppression of homosexuals is not something the Communist Party does, that if there wasn't the thin red line of the Communist Party in Cuba, most of those homosexuals would have had their brains beaten out. That the gay phobia, the homophobia, and the anti-gay attitudes are part of the Latino Cubano population, and that in fact there has been an attempt to change that, and the feeling is very strong about the maricon, you know, all that sort of thing. And I was in Cuba, my only contact with gays was I walked along the street one day and met a gay guy who was obviously cruising and tried to hit on me, and I talked to him while I said goodbye, no thanks. And the other, but he was pretty upfront. He wasn't looking over his shoulder and saying, don't tell anybody, compañero, will you? Although it was rather late at night anyway. But the other contact was at the ballet, the Alicia Alonso, you know, the National Ballet of Cuba. Half the audience were upfront gays. I mean, it was pretty evident. Half the audience were upfront gays. They were there. There is a gay community in Havana, a very real one. I think, though, gay life is restricted. It doesn't have the kind of cultural freedom that you have here. You can't, for instance, write gay novels and expect to get them published. So there's still that restriction. The old restrictions against gays working in certain occupations, specifically working in teaching, under the old prejudice that the gay in the school will start trying to molest the little kids and all that, that's been eliminated. Today, nobody is denied any job in any occupational area because of sexual preference in Cuba. But there still is work to be done there. And I would say there are real criticisms you can make about that situation. But it's improved over the last 20 years. Yeah. In certain respects, depending on how you measure it.
Now, my first question is, first of all, do you support the Solidarity labor movement in Poland?
The Solidarity labor movement in Poland doesn't exist anymore. It's been broken. I supported the very real and legitimate complaints that Solidarity made in Poland, which was that there was a Polish government that was corrupt, that it had drastically mismanaged things, that gotten itself into a national debt which now called for cutback. Here's what the Polish government did. They said, we want to have major capitalization and industrialize. But we also want an increase in consumer goods and consumption. Now, how do you do both those things? How do you use your capital for capitalization and use it also for consumption, increasing consumption? Oh, they found a way. There were Western banks who would lend them the money. And somebody forgot to sit down with his calculator and see what does $1 million do at a certain percent interest over a certain number of years. You know what it does? It grows and grows and grows and grows. And suddenly when those notes came due, the Polish government turned around and said, oh, we goofed. In order to pay these notes, they have to do what all countries had to do under the IMF and the World Bank. Well, IMF, really. What the IMF does when the bucks are out there and you're not paying it, they introduce what's called a stabilization program, which means, very simply, you've got to cut back on consumption. Consume less for your workers, less social service, less that, so you have more money and more, give them less, more to export, more to earn, more to pay back our debt. So the government turned around to the workers right around Christmas time, too, and said, sorry, we're going to have to put a freeze on this, put a freeze on that, cut back on that, cut back on meat consumption, so forth and so on. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Whole array of very real
oh my goodness gracious.
I also supported them in subsequent months when the government...
G Cluppy. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I'm touched. I'm honored. Back to satiate my appetite for hating. And your capacity for owning me in this way is just unparalleled. I really appreciate the 5 gifted subs, G Cluppy. Thank you for that. And for all the support over the years. The support that's given reluctantly through clenched teeth. You know, I thank you for it. Very, very cool. And now we're only 8 subs away from the goal. Not only could we get to the sub goal, but I would also sing a little song. I'm just saying it's a possibility. Thank you again, G Cluppy, and thanks to everyone that supported the show today.
Did what often many vested governments do, or your average college dean, stall, not agree to the agreements and then not carry some of them out and all that sort of thing. I did not agree with Solidarity when Lech Wałęsa, who was after all a close associate...
We got all these college student anti-communists trying to trip up
right-winger,
Parenti.
A close associate of Milczewski, who was head of the Confederation for an Independent Poland, who was an open fascist sympathizer, when Lech Wałęsa got up and said, and who, by the way, is an open admirer of Ronald Reagan. The Harvard International Review has an interview with him and say, what do you think? And Lech Wałęsa volunteers, Ronald Reagan is a great president. When he said we will be moving towards state power, I didn't support that move because I believe that the Solidarity leadership was anti-socialist, right-wing.
And he was
I
correct.
believe the kind of anarcho-syndical worker ownership they had about the factories was so half-baked that the economy would have been totally wrecked.
And Western ultra-leftists loved anti-Soviet groups like Solidarity in Poland, didn't they?
What if a factory decided to move into a new line? What do you do about the fact that some factories are far more productive than others? What do you do about social services? How do you reallocate the surplus value so that you can have services for people who can't work? All those questions were never dealt with by Solidarity, so that's my criticism of Solidarity. Yeah. Well, you see, just drop that kind of loaded vocabulary of workers' paradise, and let's get back to your original statement about, you said that the Soviet worker has it so much better than the American worker. In certain aspects, I said in terms of job security, pension, retirement, protections against inflation, that sort of thing. If you want to measure it in terms of numbers of colored television sets, even television sets now, 97% or whatever, very high, 90-something% of the people all have television sets. The only areas are certain remote parts of the country, there's no television yet. But everybody's got television sets, so big deal. East Germany, there's several things that happen there. Again, it's a question of brain drain. Again, don't forget that during World War II, it was the eastern part of Germany that got the bulk of the Allied bombing. So when the partition came, East Germany was a much more severely damaged area than West Germany. Don't forget also that the Soviets then made a strategic mistake. They started looking for reparations, and they stripped some of the heavy machinery from East Germany, whereas the West started pouring billions of dollars into West Germany. So there was a tremendous consumer prosperity in West Germany. Don't forget also that a good portion of the population in East Germany were Nazis and Hitler sympathizers. A good 20%
I got the kimchi in there.
And they wanted to get the hell out, and things were not good for them. And one of the first things the East German governments did was get rid of 80% of the teachers who had taught under Nazi Germany and collaborated with Nazi Germany. Got rid of a lot of the judges. Got rid of a lot. Well, those people
getting rid of your Nazi judges and teachers, what?
Where they could have a more comfortable time. And then again, there's that hemorrhaging and brain drain, which the East Germans were not inclined to tolerate. And so they sealed their border, because that kind of migration would have seriously interfered with their economic development. Today, East Germany is about the 6th or 7th most powerful industrial country in the world. It's only got 18 million people in it, and very prosperous.
It was not popular to still be supporting this shit
well,
in 86.
Can we go on to the next person? I think you asked me a couple of questions that you see. Look, You asked me a couple of questions which really require very complicated and protracted answers, given the abyss of information, the dearth of information in our country about these things. What we have is a few things. Oh, the East Germans wanted to jump across the wall. They weren't free. What do you think about that? Well, it's time we start thinking about that and getting some information as to what were the things behind that. And I just gave you what was my answer. And there are other people online. Yes. You.
Hi. I wanted to say I was really enjoying the speech. I'm really glad you came. And that's actually what my question was going to be. Do you recommend any literature?
I could really eat this shit every day. I really could.
You could read Al Szymanski's book, Is the Red Flag Flying? Szymanski is spelled S-Z-Y-M-A-N-S-K-I or Y. I think it's a Y. Another book he wrote called Human Rights in the Soviet Union. You might want to look at Mike David Dow's book called Cities Without Crises, which is about urban affairs. Although David Dow does gush now and then, there's still interesting information in there you can glean from that. Even the more standard Sovietologists who are critical, like Alex Novy or Sam Hindell, read them. They're still better than the U.S. media because they'll give you a lot of the hard information. Szymanski bases most of his stuff on American Sovietologists. He says, of course, they have the ideological anti-Sovietism and all that, but they do provide very interesting information. So you could maybe start with those people. Louis Morose and Progress Publishers has a number of books on Jews in the Soviet Union, which you might want to look at as an alternative. Just look at it, get a copy. You can then poo-poo it and throw it against the wall, but just take a look at that. And I don't know, there isn't any one really single volume, I think, that treats all this. Someday I'll write it. Yeah. I'm serious, I'm keeping a file on all this. Periodicals, People's Daily World occasionally have a story. Political affairs. There are the other ones that come. What anybody know the New Masses or
this is so good? It's so flavorful. Oh my gosh.
New World Affairs, or I can't remember now. Soviet Life. There's a publication you might want to look at. Soviet Life is a very beautiful layout too. You might want to look at that. If you want to get a different impression, as you begin to see they're real, like human beings living there and doing things and all that sort of thing. You might want to look at that. Okay. Yeah.
Soviet welfare state and virtues, and then you come off and you say that our national debt is caused by our military, our defense spending. But how come you're so ignorant of the past 20 years of the rise of bureaucracy and the welfare state in America, which is really primarily the cause of our yearly deficit and our national debt?
Well, I'm glad you're helping me in my ignorance, but my reading of the figures is that if you look at the budget, the payments for welfare are, if you eliminated all those payments, you would eliminate about 5% of your budget. So how could that explain the deficit of 220 billion? Welfare payments come to about $7 billion for aid to families with dependent children. In fact, it's been cut, and it's very insufficient for what exists. But if you look at that, the two largest items in our budget are military.
That was absolutely fantastic.
And the $150 billion a year now that has to come out to service the national debt. By the way, what is a national debt? It's money which the government owes. That means us, future taxpayers. That's how Reagan has floated this whole thing. He's taxing the future. He's taxing your future. It's money the government owes to financial houses.
We're living in that future now.
And banks, when they buy up all these treasury bonds. And then the government has money to go on spending. And as Karl Marx said in Capital, Volume 1, of all the commonwealth that is supposedly belongs to the people, the one thing they definitely own is the national debt. And you're going to be paying that for years ahead. Well, $150 billion off the top, $300 billion for military spending, that's $450 billion. That's most
quaint.
of our budget there. So how could you tell me the
That's
deficit
quaint by
is
today's
being caused
numbers.
by welfare spending? The figures just don't seem to
Welfare,
support
do you hear that,
position.
Oliver Anthony?
Maybe you should look at the figures before you go around calling people ignorant. Okay, let's have the next question. Let's have the next question.
Annihilated. Annihilated in the marketplace of ideas.
Takeover, right, Soviets. Yeah.
I was wondering if you could perhaps comment on that plane's going and what kind of strategy you might recommend for countering some of the propaganda potential of that.
Oh, you have the Crossfire clip? Oh my gosh, I've never seen this.
Very interesting development. I'll take the second question first.
Let's take a look at this after.
The Washington Post now comes out with a Washington Post magazine every Sunday. And the first couple of Sundays, it was kind of racist. I mean, it was really, it was crappy. There were things in there that did not sit right about black youth who go into stores and all that. The problem of shoplifting, when in fact, by the way, all the statistics show, even in Washington, that shoplifters cut across the complexion spectrum.
Interesting right now, too, the way that shoplifting has been this media narrative, which has been completely manufactured.
All sorts of people. But these kind of things, what the people
shoplifting.
Doing,
oh no, the
they
shoplifters.
A throwback, it was called, I think. And every Sunday they take their copy of the Washington magazine, they go down to the Washington Post, and they heave them into the front door of the Washington Post, big piles of them. And they started off with 70 people, and now it's up to about 350, and these things are piling in there. And Ben Bradley is kind of kicking them away, and it's changed the Post, and it's gotten some publicity, by the way. So maybe what we have to do is call back. I always say, call back, talk back, call into ABC, complain, write letters, say, what is this kind of crap? What are you doing? What is that supposed to accomplish? What kind of cheap, rotten sensationalist? As far as for the content of the program itself, I've seen it. It hasn't been shown yet, but I've seen it. It's called
There might have been
Red
at one
Dawn.
point where complaining might have worked. Now they just don't care.
It's called
We've seen from
Rambo
Twitter.
4.
We've seen from Twitter the fact that, like, being able to yell at these journalists for the first time in their fucking lives, that they actually hear people calling them out and responding to their shit. We noticed that didn't really lead to any big changes in the way these newspapers work, right? And in fact, many of these people just doubled and tripled down on their opinions because they thought that the hoi polloi were getting too excitable, yelling at them too much. They became the true victims. There was an attack on journalism. The Trump and Russia-based attack on journalism, you know? So I think maybe at one point the idea of complaining to journalists or to these outlets might have done something. I think in the modern era that we're in now, 30 years later, not quite the same impact. And in fact, we have the ability to complain like never before. And in many ways that's used to justify our society and say, look, we have freedom of speech. It's fine. But it turns out that the ability to talk to these journalists or outlets and ratio them on Twitter doesn't actually have much impact on the views that they promote, especially when it comes to social justice or economic policy or geopolitics.
2, 3, 8. I watched Red Dawn, I watched Invasion USA, and you see these Russians, Cubans. Invasion USA was interesting, kind of Arab, Cuban, Russians. They're a whole mixture of these guys, Gaddafi, Libyans. And they went, ha, 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 and they were coming in, shooting people, turning the people against the police. And they were taking over the country. And nobody but...
That sounds good.
Chuck Norris understood the situation. The State Department couldn't quite grasp it. The Pentagon couldn't quite know what was up. And Chuck Norris got up there with his 2 machine guns. He went, bada, 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 and he got a few vigilantes, and they started the confrontation. Right about the edge of Washington, near my neighborhood, they stopped them.
I've never seen what movie is this? What movie is this? Invasion America?
Very simply the fact that the line between entertainment media and news media is blurring. Just as the line
Invasion USA
is blurred between fantasy and reality.
I've never heard of this
one.
one.
So they're trying to blur it for us, and so you get...
Invasion USA is in 1985. Oh, I remember the cover. I remember the cover vividly. From like the video store. Invasion USA is an American action film. Involves the star fighting off a force of Soviet and Cuban-led guerrillas. Both Chuck Norris and his brother Aaron were involved in the writing. It's written by Norris and his brother. Wow. A group of Cuban refugees is on a boat sailing for the United States and is at first met by what appears to be a U.S. Coast Guard boat with armed personnel. The captain of the vessel, disgusting. The captain of the vessel declares that the refugees are welcome to the United States. But the guardsmen open fire on them and take several bags of cocaine hidden in the boat. It's revealed that the armed personnel were Latin American guerrillas disguised as guardsmen on board a hijacked Coast Guard vessel. You do see the way that, like, the baddie, it's like you saying, it just turns into one person. It's the drug smuggler, it's the communist, the socialist, the Arab. They're all just combined into one character. You know, the terrorist. I have never seen this one. This sounds amazing, actually. I would like to watch it. Anytown, USA. There's going to be socialist Cubans pouring in any moment now.
Time for dinner.
No one thought it could ever happen here. They are an army of international terrorists.
America has not been invaded by a foreign enemy in nearly 200 years.
Their target, America. Their objective, control.
America has not been invaded. Their target, America.
18 hours from now, America will be a different place.
Now,
is that Rutger Hauer?
One thing stands in their way.
It's time to die.
Didn't work, huh? Now it will.
They wanted a war.
See you in hell.
He gave them one.
Send me a postcard.
Chuck Norris. Invasion USA.
We gotta watch
Count
that.
on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
We gotta watch that. Lamport, thanks for the 9 months of Prime. Stream Baby, Lamport. Stream Baby. Thank you for the 9 months. I really appreciate it. 43 out of 50, folks. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So close. Yeah, they already did do Team America. I like the pre-Soviet Union version, though. The before the collapse of the Soviet Union, when they could still kind of hold them up as the threat. And like I said, combine the socialist, the Cuban, the drug runners, the Libyans, Gaddafi, all the different bad guys get folded into one thing, like Michael was saying. That's amazing. We got to watch that one. Let's finish this.
These kinds of pictures. That is part of a basic paradigm which has permeated the media for years. You can see it in the jungle movies. You can see it in the cowboy movies. You can see it in the science fiction movies.
Well, you're saying we're being propagandized too?
The model of the wagon circle. The wagon's circle. The fort. The camp. The city battled by the aliens from outside. Here, inside this wagon, are discernible human beings. Warm life. Mothers chucking their little ones under the chin, putting them to bed. Outside the periphery of the wagon circle are the screaming savages, who, for reasons not understood by anybody, are driven by one thing, which is a bloodlusting, to kill the human beings who are inside the camp, the city. The aliens from outer space, they can take all sorts of forms. In Invasion of the Body Snatchers, they came as pods, as vegetations that came into people's nostrils and turned them into zombies. What a movie. I cursed the person who dragged me there, and I had to sit through it because she had the car.
Michael, it's a classic. It's a classic film, Michael.
There's a couple of them, outvoted.
You can critique it and still enjoy a classic science fiction horror movie, Michael.
Or it could be Godzilla emerging from the ocean to impose his urban renewal project on downtown Tokyo. But in any case, there's this monster who just wants to come and kill
Michael.
and tear and attack us. These screeching savages, red, brown, black, different races, who are not there. They're not defending their land. They're not defending their herds or their food supply or anything like that, their families, their tribes. They're just there because they're hell-bent on attacking us. There's an evil empire out there, and all it wants to do
the
is
colonialists
expand
did.
and attack. It's a model which then, by the way, it's one thing, and you run into students, and then, by the way, that's transposed into explicitly political movies like Red Dawn, Invasion USA, White Knights. A student of mine last year was teaching at Brooklyn College, and he said, well, if that's true and you think we can negotiate, how come in this movie with Baryshnikov, White Knights, the guy said this and this, and the other guy said that, and then the Soviet guys tried to entrap them? I said, well, maybe it's not like it was in that movie. Maybe real life is different. One of the advantages of coming to college is you don't have to rely on Hollywood anymore for all your data,
Maybe life is not like Red Dawn.
Now, it's one thing when a student believes it, but when the President of the United States believes it, when he comes out of Rambo 4 and says, now I know how to handle the Sandinistas. A joke, like war's been declared, we bomb Russia in 5 minutes. Joke, My grandmother used to say, when a man for sure is telling the truth 3 times. One, when he speaks when he's drunk, when he's angry, or when he's joking. And then I always thought of Ronald Reagan, always thought of Grandma when that was said. Well, that's the paradigm that supports U.S. foreign policy in that sense. I mean that there's this evil empire that inexorably wants
Imagine
to
an evil empire. So terrifying.
That's why ABC is putting that movie on. And we should tell them to stop trashing our minds. Thank you. Let's get to the next person. This is going to be a hot one.
Can't really hear the questions.
Oh, don't apologize. Look, you speak English a lot better than most of us speak German, so that's okay.
Some of the Parenti's best stuff comes in these Q&A sessions, I find. I believe that's when the whole "most countries are rich" rant came. Was that not even that part of that speech, which primarily focused on like denuclearization, but came in the Q&A session. At least one of the iconic parts of that, the yellow speech.
One thing, however, that kind of confuses me tonight is the way you're comparing things. You're taking America, comparing it to something which is entirely good, and saying America is bad because it cannot keep up with this standard. Then you're taking the Soviet system, comparing it to something which would entirely not work, and saying, oh well, they're working, it's going well. You throughout all the time.
I can't tell if this guy's cool or not.
Direct comparison. The importance of the direct comparison is not to lead away from our own problems, but in order to find out if the other way is actually a better way of going.
I see. Well, I think it's a very good criticism if that was happening. If, in fact, I was being very selective in my data and taking the worst aspects of American society and comparing them to imaginary things in the Soviet Union. But I thought I was making direct comparisons just as you wanted. I was comparing the condition of labor in this country.
A reactionary, German-speaking
job security,
anti-communist, huh?
I was comparing the willingness to negotiate here with the willingness to negotiate
I wonder what his grandpa was up to.
Look, you don't have to like that society, okay? You don't have to like it. What gets to be a problem is when you get people like E.P. Thompson and others who say, we can never have peace until we also have freedom in their country, and therefore every dissident must be free to say whatever he wants, and they should change their social order in any way we dictate, and until we do that, we can't get an arms negotiation. Well, that's a new position in the history of world diplomacy. A sovereign state goes forward, and by the way, that was effected at Reykjavik. That's exactly what Reagan does. The closer they get to arms agreement, the more he then moves to say, what about Afghanistan, and what about human rights in your society, and what about this? Where do you get off dictating to another leader?
That sounds very familiar.
Turn around and say, I'm not going to have an agreement with you until you take care of the homeless, or until you stop oppressing the American Indians, or the blacks in Mississippi, or Chicago, or wherever else. Or what about this or that? Or what about the racism in your society? You can go on with what's wrong in various societies, or what you think is wrong in each society. The question I'm saying is, you don't have to like the Soviet Union, and you can keep your image of it, but just don't blow up the world that I live in and my children live in because you got such a grudge against them, okay?
A Soviet-hating, German-speaking
Soviet citizens because you don't like the policies of their leaders.
Student at this lecture, huh?
Else. You talk to Soviet citizens, they seem to like their leaders, and not all of them. I don't know any country you can go to where you can find everybody who likes everything.
If you watch the show, you do have to like the Soviet Union.
And everything
you do have to.
So that's all I'm saying. I don't really think I can say anything more about internal Soviet society. I do think, though, it's a blatant distortion when you say they're riddled with inflation when there ain't inflation, and I don't think it's unreasonable to point that out. I think it's a blatant distortion to say that they can't feed their people when they do feed their people, when it's one of the few, when you've got a country here where we don't feed hundreds of thousands, millions of people, where the Citizens Committee on Hunger and Malnutrition has come out and said malnutrition and hunger is back in the USA. You can go into neighborhoods
getting fired up
in Detroit, in Mississippi, in Indiana. When I lived in Illinois, you can go to Carbondale, Illinois, in the richest farmland in the world, and you'll see kids, white kids, hungry, got nothing all week. What'd they have all week? Kool-Aid. You can see it in Amherst, I guess. And then that's all. The fastest social growing group in the United States are the poor. Since Reagan has come into office, they've gone from 24 million
he saw what was coming with the neoliberalism
to 35 million. I don't think that's a selective or unfair comparison. And I don't think everything in America is bad. I think the struggles and the freedoms that we have fought for and have tried to maintain, which allow us to talk right here now without the goon squads coming in, as they would have done 100 years ago in this country if you had this kind of conversation. The constable probably would have locked that door, or the president of the university would have thrown us all out and not allowed the speech to go on. I think those are freedoms which we have won. And that's not something my country gave me. There's some mystical entity called my country that gave me those freedoms. Those freedoms were won through democratic struggle, through agitation, through demonstration, through the right to have the vote. Women were never given the vote. Women had to fight for 100 years and demonstrate, get garbage thrown at them and spit on and arrested and thrown into jail. Some of them died of pneumonia, force-fed in prison. They fought, they had to forcibly extract that democratic right. And labor was never given the right to collective bargaining, and working people were never given the right to vote. They had to fight for it and extract. And I think those things are terrific, and that's a part of America that we don't know enough about, that great democratic struggle. And that's got to go on and continue and advance. So I don't have a totally negative view toward America. I have a totally negative view toward America only if you confuse America with Ronald Reagan, as he tries to do. Let me go.
Hell yeah.
Go on to the next person. There's a long line. I think we have to stop anyway.
Can we just say that nobody else
He was spitting there.
Wait a second. We'll just ask that nobody else joins.
That's a clip that I don't see. Maybe I should clip that. I'm gonna clip that and put it on TikTok with some lo-fi beats or some kind of something. Make some Parenti wave out of that little rant there. That's a Parenti rant we don't see getting passed around often.
I got lunch. Excuse me. What is, yeah.
You can eat if you want to.
What is it?
It's chocolate chip cookies.
I can't.
They're giving him a cookie now in the speech. Well, that was fantastic. We had listened to that speech a couple days ago, but hadn't watched that Q&A session. That was really good. I like to see him getting riled up. I always like when Michael starts going off like that. Yeah, Bananarama, I don't actually control the ads. I don't actually control which ads you look at. So I'm sorry that Twitch served you a tampon ad. There's nothing I can do to control that. I'm sorry that happened to you, though. I'm going to be around for about another hour or so, folks. I think I'm going to do some gaming now. I think I'm going to switch to the old Cyberpunk 2077. It was kind of fun getting into that again last night. So I think I'd like to get into that for the next hour and a bit. That'll take me to over 8 hours for the stream. No Starfield. It's too woke for me. I saw that there was pronouns in it, and it just makes me sick. It makes me want to cry. I cried and peed my pants when I saw that there was pronouns in the character creation menu in the Starfield game, and I cried and I peed my pants because I'm an adult man with normal beliefs and values. Anyway, folks, 7 subs away from the goal. 7 subs away from the goal. If there's any other kind chatters watching now that want to support this stream, again, I'm going on 8 hours. We've had another jam-packed day full of all kinds of interesting conversations and ideas and analysis, all kinds of good stuff. A little bit of chit-chat as well. I don't even remember what we were doing before, but I'm pretty sure it was fun. Going on 8 hours here. So are there any other takers that want to support TRRS and help me make the little number go up? So it's so agonizingly close. Achingly close to the goal. Yeah, I'm happy you found us today too, Comrade Sandwich. Did you come from the Left Flank Vets raid? Always really appreciate seeing new people pop up in the chat and new subscribers and new people joining the community. It's really, really cool and exciting when that happens. Oh, you're a Mike from PA guy. I see. Okay. Well, cool. I'm happy you showed up today too. Okay. So I'm gonna throw on the game now. I'm gonna throw on Cyberpunk. Just gonna go ahead and change the category here. Yeah, Relic, we did see it actually. We saw it. The guy when he yells at the person that he finds a trans NPC and just loses his mind even more. Yeah, that was very funny. Oh shit, I opened up Fortnite instead of Cyberpunk. That wasn't smart. I suppose I could do just one Fortnite round now that I opened it up by accident. Couldn't I? I could do one little game, and then before Cyberpunk, I clicked the thing by accident, but it couldn't hurt. I guess. Anyway, I'm gonna keep my fingers crossed. I'm gonna keep believing that the final 7 subs are gonna come in. I know it. I know it's gonna happen. I want to get one of those forecast towers. It's my main thing that I got to do here. Hit a stink flower with a pickaxe. Chests in a row without damage. Okay. One little Fortnite round is a little treat.
You could be a fish character in Fortnite, but what? That's more. You can't. A trans person existing is just too impossible for me to understand. A fish character is totally fine, but a non-binary person just makes me want to cry. Ma, 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 ma.
What is this skin? This is a Gunner. Gunner. It's like just one. He's one of the the characters from like 2 or 3 seasons ago. It was part of the battle pass for like I think 3 seasons ago. Let's see here. We're starting a little choppy. Little choppy. Easy now. Easy now. Trying to fuck with me? Diego, you're still there? What time is it for you right now? Is it like 3 in the morning? You're staying up at 3 in the morning watching this stream, Diego. You know, I appreciate that you watch the stream. I really do. But I don't know if I can support that. I feel like that's... You're gonna have to get some sleep soon. Okay, I'm telling you this as a friend. It's bedtime. Only 1:30. Well, 1:30 is not so bad. I rescind my kicking you out. 1:30 is not so bad. That's usually when I go to bed. But if you do have to go to sleep, then I also understand. Okay, I need to find that big weather tower. There it is. Honing noobs once again. You know how I operate, folks. The screen's still not on. So that screen goes on soon, and then some NPCs show up. I wonder if I should just stick around there. It's too late now. The update for Artie? Do you mean the update for Cyberpunk? Because I believe it's coming out pretty soon. I'm still not done the main quest though, or rather, I'm like nowhere near that. Ooh, hello. %. Pathetic. And the guy for the key should be showing up. Gonna take him out. Here we go. All right. I'm gonna get a lot of XP for this. Ready for this? There we go. Now we're talking. Now we're talking, folks. It was Norris-esque. We're bringing back being Chuck Norris, guys. We're going to start doing the Chuck Norris memes again. We're bringing it back. I really do want to watch Invasion USA. It looks awesome. I really do enjoy the propaganda slop. Like, I really do. That's what I was saying to Michael, right? He's talking about Invasion of the Body Snatchers. You can critique it. Find the critique. Find the class analysis. Find the Marxist critique. And then enjoy the shit out of your slop. Whether it's Chuck Norris, whether it's, 24 is one that I talk about a lot. Steven Seagal movies. I'm in pretty good shape here. I guess I can afford to slam this thing. Invasion USA and Red Dawn would be a great double feature. Who's this Joker? $23 left. I could take out that dino on my watch. You've got no chance. No chance in hell. I saved the dino's life and then I befriended it. What do you think you're doing? What do you think you're doing, buddy? What was that supposed to be? Take care, Relic. Thanks for hanging out. Ah. Oh, that was embarrassing. Ah. Well, not bad. Not bad. Not a bad showing. Okay, I'm going to switch to Cyberpunk now. Okay, where is it? How did Bender get in this game before Homer? That's a good question. I would love to be Homer in Fortnite. That would be fun. Although I don't often go for like the pop culture characters. The only like pop culture character in Fortnite that I ever really chose was Ripley. I liked playing as Ripley because Ripley is, I think, like the Sigourney Weaver character from Alien and Aliens. One of my all-time favorite, or probably my all-time favorite, like action hero figure. So I made an exception for Ripley. It's kind of weird that Sigourney Weaver didn't really do action movies after Aliens. Like, she literally, Sigourney Weaver, who's like a sensitive, serious actress, does Alien, of course, and just crushes that. But it's not really an action performance. It's not like an action movie, you know? Really interesting performance and interesting portrayal, but that's not really what the character's about. But then in Aliens, James Cameron turns her into this like all-time American cinema action hero in Aliens, one of the very best action movies ever made. And she never really like, she was just like, okay, I did this iconic action movie performance. Now I'm just going to dip now and go back to doing like interesting stuff. And she did like Ghostbusters and did a lot of great performances, but never really did. Well, of course, there's plenty of action in Avatar, but she's not really in an action role in that movie, though. I mean, you didn't get any like 80s or 90s action movies after Aliens with Sigourney Weaver as the tough cop character or whatever, you know? That kind of thing. In like a Simpson Bruckheimer movie or something like that. Like, that would have been really cool. A Sigourney Weaver action movie with like Tony Scott or someone directing in 1989. You wouldn't watch that? Really? Come on, who wouldn't watch that? That'd be sick.
Corporations say the new net is safe and secure, that they've learned from past mistakes. From up in their ivory towers, everything must look all nice and pretty. But they're wrong. The net is just a rusty car with a fresh coat of paint, a heap of dog shit spritzed with perfume.
Okay.
The demons we released into the net have
Yeah. Okay. It's enough out of you.
The information from Okada-san, very valuable. I also learned something through my own efforts. We must meet.
Where'll it be this time? Trash processing plant? Deserted N-cart station?
In the south of Japantown, there is a street market. It is on the footbridge above the main street. Use the elevators. It is easy to get lost. I am on my way there. Do not make me wait.
Well, that sounds important. One thing I'm just gonna quickly update my stream information. And remember, folks, I'm 7 subs away from the goal. Remember. 7 subs away. If you're watching, if you're out there, and you want to support this stream, you want to support TRRS, going on 7 hours, 30 minutes into this thing. If you can, please subscribe. And remember, for first-time subbers, discounted. It's discounted this month. It's okay, Greasy Groob. 69. You got this. All the cars disappear. Love driving through Night City. Very enjoyable. Well, this should be probably a shit show.
Business done. All night, every night. Don't be soft. Upgrade now.
Blue Moon, Red Menace, Purple Force. It's us crabs! After making waves in Tokyo, Sydney, and Paris, their next stop is on your doorstep. Night City, expect the unexpected.
I do not understand. Does Arasaka not have enough of its own people?
He's got the gift of the gab. Can't be denied. But I need to steal your buddy for a sec.
What are you?
Goro, good to see you.
As it is to see you, B. I acquired some information of my own. Do you know who most wished to honor Arasaka-sama with the parade? His murderer. The irony makes me sick.
Still don't see how this gets us anywhere.
I have had an idea. Look to the sky. The dash floats will pass precisely this way. If I could just get onto Hanako-sama's float, I could speak with her in private.
Get there how?
Why jump? Of course.
You're that shit crazy. In front of a crowd. What about security?
You need not to worry. While you are occupied with your shady dealings, I learned more about the floats. They are all kept in one place, Arasaka Industrial Park. It is there that they prepare them. We need only to break into the compound, find the right float and inject a virus into its system.
Interesting.
You will then be able to disable any security before I sneak inside.
Right? Then what?
I have an infected shard. It was not cheap, but the man who sold it to me guaranteed it will work. Let us move on.
Well, this should be something. I'm sure this should go smoothly.
To take control of the float is one thing, but not all. The security concerns me, the snipers especially. I will be an easy target. But I may have an answer. Okada-san mentioned the city camera. If we gain access to them, we will see exactly where the snipers are. You can deal with them as I advance.
Sounds like a plan.
You agree just like that? The risks are considerable.
Yeah,
Danger is my middle
Get
name.
more and more used to that.
And now, what would you say to a small test? We must try the shard. The camera control room is in front of us. You must get inside and infect the network. That is all.
Uh-huh. And in the meantime, you'll do what? Crack open a can of suds?
I will not touch alcohol. At work, I will watch your back. Now, get to it.
Take care of my mama!
I wonder if I have any upgrades or anything. I haven't even checked. One attribute point. Non-lethal aerial takedowns on unaware targets. Sounds kind of cool. What if I want to be lethal, though? What if I want it to be lethal? That's the question. Probably keep leveling this shit up. Gun stuff. Okay.
Fucking worked.
And?
Done. System's ours.
The shard works. Good. The easy work we have done. To break into Arasaka Industrial Park will not be such a bed of roses. But before we discuss that...
I hate the discrepancy in walking speeds.
Sit. I have not eaten since yesterday. Give me the best on the menu.
I highly recommend the yakitori today.
Anything that isn't local, please.
See you tomorrow.
We got Cyber Rib. Carrier Wave.
Can't believe I'm saying this, but this Sokka scum might actually prove useful. He's a well-trained dog. Needs orders, that's all. And when he outlives his purpose, we'll flatline him.
Chill, Johnny. He's Sokka scum to you, I know that. But Garo's not a bad guy.
Not a bad guy. He was Saburo fucking Arasaka's bodyguard. Think his pretty eyes landed in that gig?
gonna eat your meat's synthetic meat stick or what?
Hey, yakitori.
Okay, I have laid the plan.
Kind of pretentious.
1. We break into Arasaka Industrial Park. 1.5. We hack Hanako-sama's float. 2. During the parade, with my help, you eliminate any snipers. 3. I get onto the float. 4. I convince Hanako-sama of the truth.
Forgot 5. Oda zeroes us and pisses on our corpses. He won't ever be less than a foot away from Hanako.
Oda would not dare raise his hand against me.
What about me?
That is a different matter. I would advise you to watch your distance.
Okay.
This your elaborate seppuku ritual?
What? Why?
As far as I can see, you're trying to get us killed. Really like to know why.
The risks are substantial, yes, but we have no choice. Hanako-sama is our only chance. You have nothing to lose, as I do. I see it in your eyes. Now, we part. Reconnaissance is required.
Got enough on my plate as it is. I'll let you handle that.
So I shall.
Yeah, I want to eat this cyber food.
Louder! Louder!
I want to eat my cyber meat.
President Myers has called this. He eliminated the last obstacle between himself and complete power. They surrendered it to him.
What do we call the murder of my father? Was that not a provocation? Was that not a...
Arasaka, an empire built to last. Before Yorinobu set fire to it from the inside, all of this began with him. The factions, power struggles, all of this. Kusa!
Why'd Saburo tolerate it all? Can't get my head around it. Could've kept his son on a short leash.
Arasaka-sama was a strong and disciplined man. The strongest man I have ever known. And yet, at a critical moment, he showed a weakness.
For Yorinobu?
For his daughter. When Yorinobu formed his band of hounds, declared war on his own family, Arasaka-sama could have crushed him with one word. Yet he did not, for he did not wish his daughter to suffer. When Yorinobu returned, his tail between his legs, she persuaded her father to give him a second chance. Do you understand? Hanako-sama saved Yorinobu from the consequences of his deeds.
Wait.
I guess I'm getting some important backstory here, but I remember so little about this. I just remember I witnessed the murder of the corporate CEO guy.
To be tricked,
I guess it was his son that was responsible?
We will correct this soon. Time for some
Something
reconnaissance. Wait for my call.
What time is it? Track down some of these guys. The cyber psychos? I'm sure they're harmless. We shouldn't be persecuting the cyber psychos, okay?
총기를 보유하신 분들에게 알려드립니다. 추월을 위한 총기 사용은 불법이니 주의해 주시기 바랍니다.
Symbols that I need to find?
回归正常的路充满厮杀 ，Maxwell 的康复，第4面墙工作室获奖超梦作品，经典重现。
Help me, please!
I only even came in here to see if there was one of those stupid tarot symbols. Right under here?
Let's get this over with!
Yeah, let's. No problem. No problem at all. Those punks were up to no good. cyber psychos. The noblest profession. That car just clipped into existence.
Ahora sí te cargó la chingada.
I don't know if I should be going into these intense battles. I'm still pretty raw, let's say, when it comes to the dealing with these high pressure situations. $5 minutes away from 8 hours, folks. 5 minutes away from 8 hours. Is that the creamsicle bubbly? No, it's not creamsicle, it's just orange. I didn't know they made a creamsicle flavor. That sounds interesting. That sounds very interesting indeed. That sounds really good. I did try a creamsicle, the Polar brand. There was like an orange creamsicle flavor that I tried when I was in New Jersey. That was very good.
I am more of a cyber sludge metal guy, TBH, haha, just kidding, just joking, lol.
Freelance Communist, thank you so much. 16 months in Tier 1 from Freelance Communist. We love it. Thank you, Freelance Communist. I believe we are 6 subs away, folks. 6 subs away from the goal. That's barely anything. Just a few generous chatters could get us over the goal. Not to alarm anybody. Not to get you too excited, but it's true. I'm just telling you how close it is. I don't understand the difference between the blue things that pop up on the map to show you when something's like pertinent that you need to pay attention to.
Stand here. The sun is down.
And when those are supposed to indicate those tarot things that I was talking about.
Dope. Please. As they prepare a prototype for their Robo Bronco. I crack a lousy joke about the horsepower it must be packing, but honestly, I'm too giddy to think straight.
Like, is that one? Oh, that's like a hard game thing. I don't understand how I'm supposed to find those. Whoa. Jesus.
Good old Rob to to talk you through all this.
Holy Lord. Freelance Communist. Thank you for 3 gifted subs. Very, very kind of you. I really appreciate it. Oh boy. Agonizingly close now. Tantalizingly close to the goal. I still have faith. I have confidence that that goal is going to be reached. I really do. Even though I know the gaming segments aren't what bring in the viewers on this channel. No! No! Did I not save either? I have no idea how close I was to winning that encounter. Like, no clue whatsoever. No clue whatsoever how close I was. I thought I was making some progress, but... looks like things are going very well. That's right, Fart Party 69. I felt like I couldn't see the guys, like, the Cyber Psycho's health meter there. I don't know how much... whether I was making a dent in anything or what. I have no idea. Maybe we can just try one more time. Let's see here. And folks, I'll just remind everyone as well. 8 hours. So I'm sorry to keep harping on this. 8 hours long this stream. 5 subs away from the goal. Am I gonna get there? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. So close though. So close. My derriere is starting to get a little sore. I'm gonna try this one more time and then we'll see how it goes. Thank you so much, Kijiji, for the gift sub. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Oh, I see his health bar now. So close. Ah! Oh, no. Oh, that was so close. It was down to 16%. I got this. No problem. Wonder if I can get a different weapons loadout. Maybe I need to take a look at that. Maybe I need to take a look at my weapon loadout situation. Let's see here. This is my power shotgun. That's what I've been doing. My pistol's pretty good. I think that's the best pistol I got going. Seems like it anyways. Yeah, Larry, this is my first playthrough, that's right. What about this? Why can't I use any of these? Full potential unlocked at body 10. Oh, there we go. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Let's try with this bad boy. Let's try that. So far, I'd say action-wise, it lacks a bit of fluidity. In all other aspects, it's great for RPG gamers. You're talking about this? Yeah, I quite like the action in it, although I just still feel like I'm not very good at it. Would you recommend it for... Okay, so are you recommending for action RPG enjoyers? And yeah, I would say I do. I really like the action sequences in this. The techno gets pumping. It's quite satisfying. Now I gotta fight this Joker again. Man, one thing I don't enjoy, as in playing these action games, is first of all accidentally switching to another weapon. Also running out of fucking bullets. I quickly craft perhaps an EMP grenade might help me out. Don't remember how to craft anything, unfortunately. Me bopping my head and surviving the horrors of warfare. Nice beats. Yeah. I don't remember how to do anything. This is my problem. Time to go in and get killed, I guess. These menus are very tedious, I agree. Like, I could craft some bullets for this gun, which I need desperately. I know there's a way to do it. There's a way to do it. But how, though? That's the question. This is one I do not get into when it comes to the action RPGs we were just talking about. Simply go to the crafting screen, which can be accessed from the main menu. Good. I just don't know if I'm ready for this battle. That's the main thing. There's been a couple times in this game where I've gotten into action scenes and I'm just not ready to. I don't have the juice. I just don't have the juice to do it. I don't know if I have the juice to defeat this Chase Corley guy, even though I've come close now a couple times. I just hate, in the middle of a battle, be having like, I have to craft more bullets. I've got to craft more health. You don't think that's going to work? Yeah, I'm going to need a better situation. I need a way better situation, don't I? I'm going to abort. I'm aborting this mission for now. For now, okay? I will be back. What about this? I'll do this mission. This can be my last mission of the night. Forget about the cyber psycho, okay? He did nothing wrong. Why are we persecuting these so-called cyber psychos to begin with? It seems like we just came up with this name so it sounds scary to justify even more security state funding increases in Night City. Pump yourself up with better bullets and performance-enhancing drugs and deal with them later. Okay, I'm gonna do that. Deal with them later. You're off for now, buddy. I was just practicing fighting with you. You can't just call anyone you don't like a cyber psycho. Exactly. Thank you, Chad. I still did almost get him that one time. I got him down to like 12% health. I just couldn't quite finish the job. Right away, buddy. I am a menace, Larry. That's right. I'm just testing the bike suspension, you see. I'm just testing the suspension. Yeah, everything seems to be in order. Everything seems to be in order here. Thank you for complimenting my sick tricks. Placide texting me for.
Real stand-up citizen, huh?
An understatement. When he found out what shrooms I...
Anyone there?
Hold
Yeah.
on. Come on, put the fucking...
What was that? Did I have low health or something? I mean, I guess I did.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Would not recommend taking on Valentino. So who am I supposed to be taking on here? Seems like I'm not even equipped to be doing anything right now. $27, thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. Thank you, $27. Welcome, raiders. Hello, bring it on in here. I'm Rob. It's nice to see you. Hang on, let me just pause this. Just playing some Cyberpunk here. If you can, folks, smash the follow button. I'm 53 followers away from hitting 9K. So one thing you could do, even though you don't know me, but look at me. Do I look trustworthy to you? Do I look trustworthy? One thing that you can do to help me out is to follow this channel. It's cost nothing. It costs nothing to do, to just press the follow button. Help me get closer to this arbitrary number of 9K, which I am almost at. That's all. How was the $27 stream tonight? I hope it was good. Hit that follow button to catch a September gifty. We're still now 4 subs away. 4 subs away from the goal. So if you follow, you may just be lucky enough to be one of those lucky 4 to catch a gift sub. Wouldn't that be exciting? I know that it would. Okay, so I shouldn't be doing this mission. Like, what? Jesus Christ! Like, what mission should I be doing here? I'm so underpowered in this game. Larry also could use a gifty. Oh, of course, it's the crafting menu. How could I forget? The crafting menu that's right there. Was that available before, though? I don't know if it was. Danger very high. I can't mess with these guys yet. I cannot mess with these guys yet. What can I even do? What can I do in this game? I unfollowed and refollowed. Okay, we'll take it. We will take it. Thank you. This has been a bit of a disappointing session. I would like to do this mission, but I've got to wait for Takamura to finish his reconnaissance. And who knows, like, I feel like I'm not even going to be good enough to do this. What I should be doing is these side missions, I guess. Okay, we'll do this. How about this? Is this a mission I can do? I'll talk to this taxi AI construct. Come on. I'm walking here.
Hear me all right?
Find a way inside. That didn't work. Is there a way to get in from outside? I don't know, a code?
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Holy shit. Fart Party 69. Fart Party 69. Thank you so much for 2 gifted subs. Thank you, Fart Party 69. We love it. Only 2 away. How thrilling. 1, 2, 3, 4.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Carrier wave. I literally just put in 1, 2, 3, 4 as the password. And it worked. I don't know. I was supposed to have known that. Carrier wave, thank you so much for the 2 gifted subs. Made it to the goal. Unbelievable. I wasn't sure if I wasn't sure if it was going to happen today. I knew it was going to be a slog. Thank you so much, Carrier Wave, Fart Party 69, and everyone else that has tuned in today on this marathon 8.5-hour stream and who has supported the show. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Unbelievable. Unbelievable levels of support here.
Shit. Watch for exposed wires. They'll be live.
You have no right to cage us! We are no longer you!
We are free to follow our own paths.
I don't want to die.
You don't even care, do you?
Be calm.
I don't even know what I'm really looking at here. am I supposed to get across there? This game is just confusing me. I thought maybe I could just run on the electrified floor just a little bit, as a little treat. I thought maybe that would be okay. If I just ran on the electrified floor just for a moment. I feel like something about this is not doing a good job of communicating to me about what is supposed to be going on here. Now it doesn't work. Why did that work the first time? I don't understand. And I can't hack the computer. Surely that would be able to turn off. I'd be able to turn on the... or turn off the electrified floor. Or not.
Watch for exposed wires. They'll be live.
You have no right to cage us! We are no longer you!
We are free to follow our own paths.
I don't want to die!
You don't even care, do you?
V, come. The door.
Up there? Is it just that I'm having a hard fucking time seeing? Is that the only problem here? Am I missing something really stupid and obvious here? I really feel like I am. I really wish you had a TTS redemption option for your channel points. Well, I do have a TTS option. It's called the subscriber or tip function. That's how you use the... The thing is, if I use TTS with channel points, I would never be able to get anything done. I would never be able to do anything. Eventually, one day, you will figure out what to do with the channel points. And eventually, one day, I'll figure out what I'm supposed to do in this sequence. But today, Aragorn voice, but today is not that day. I think the strength of men has failed, actually, right now. Look at that computer. Did I like find some kind of a... Nothing? I don't have anything that can tell me how to get into this stupid computer here? Find a way to the control room.
Delamain, you here?
Same thing, I gotta turn off this stupid floor. Folks, I don't feel like figuring this out. This is just bugging me. I don't know if I'm being stupid, or if I've been streaming for 8.5 hours, and I just can't figure out this stupid thing about how to turn off the stupid floor. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to use that car to get up. Get up there. There doesn't seem to be a way to do it, though. I just can't climb up there. And it's so fucking dark, I can't even see. So stupid. Oh, I think I'm just like, I think my brain is too fried to figure out this so stupid thing right now. I really do. Climb on the car, then jump on the shed. Didn't I do that, though? This is really entertaining and engaging content right now. It's entertaining for me, and it's entertaining for you. That's the main thing. Someone was just like, these are my favorite missions in the game, and I can't even like find a way to like get to the next part of this stupid level. Well, it shows how much of a gamer I am, folks. Shows how much of a gamer I am. I don't think I can do this anymore. I don't have it in me anymore. I can't figure this out right now. You know what? A true professional gamer, when you know you're in trouble, quits. That's what I always say. That's what I always say. When you're having trouble, take a little break. Or just don't return to it at all. You can also do that too. I tried to do like 3 different missions there, and none of it worked out. So kind of an unsuccessful venture into Night City this evening. But you know what? That's okay. This was another fantastic stream. I also really have to go to the bathroom. That's one of the reasons that I had to finish now. But thank you for everyone for tuning into the stream today. 8 hours, 42 minutes, almost 9 hours. It was an epic weekend of streaming. And with your support, with your help, I was able to get, not back to where I was, but was able to stop the bleeding that I was going through because of the fact that I had to take a time off the stream. So thanks again, folks, for tuning in and for supporting the show. I really appreciate it. I really have to go to the bathroom. Thank you, friends. So I will not be back on tomorrow, but Tuesday. Tuesday is my kid's first day in school, so I will be back on Tuesday, going back to regular schedule. Regular schedule. And in fact, I think I'm going to aim this year to start a little earlier. I would like to start at noon at the latest. I would like to give myself at least 4 hours per day to do the show. I think ideally for me, I would like to be able to do 6. I think if I could do the show for 6 hours every day, I would feel a lot better about that, but timing-wise, it's quite tricky. We will see, though, okay? And remember, Wednesday, November 5th, that's the start of TRRS Season 4. The Season 4 premiere is just a few weeks away. So thank you again for watching, folks. I appreciate you. I appreciate each and every one of you. Some maybe more than others, but it's okay. I think chat's just as burned out as I am. Give my regards to our friend Famous Horse, and I'll see you on Tuesday. Goodbye.